questions you'd like to ask, post them on our Facebook. You tech-savvy ladies will be responding to those.
Yeah, it was in there.
Okay, Armin.
No, we will. No, I was you tech savvy part was kind of throwing me.
Okay, I can abuse you normally, or I can try to play you out.
Oh,
So which way do you want this to go?
We'll go with your. We'll just take your route.
All right. Play along. I'm giving you compliments.
We
I'm
will.
having that on.
We will address any questions, and I will shield any insults or whatever your way you can handle that.
Oh, you can handle it. You've worked with me long enough to handle my insults. Okay, so we're going to be here until the wee hours of the morning, or until I just get tired of hanging out with you two clowns. And we've got a cast of characters here. We've got Troy Taylor here. We've got Shaman here. We've got the owner of the facility. We've got the Clinton County Paranormal Group. They're here,
Right.
and everybody's going to be on the air at some point tonight.
Yes, and then we have cameras set up in various locations throughout the house. Do we have some outside as well?
That I don't know. Well, there's a lot of. Boy, everybody's taping us. That's scary.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any out on the grounds as of yet, but I know we have some in the house.
But you took some strolls around the grounds,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I'd like to do that.
We will do
Get
that.
out there.
We will do that.
Okay.
So.
Roxanne's a little nervous.
I will wait in the car.
She did not bring a spare pair of pants.
I didn't.
And there's some concern
Well, I
there.
hear there's a 24-hour store we need some depends.
Okay.
Need be. So hang out with this, folks. It's kind of getting underway, and I will say that there's some interesting things that have happened since I've been here before you guys arrived.
Right.
And I am the consummate skeptic. So be listening. I think it's going to get progressively funner as the night goes on and as Roxy gets punchy. I think it's going to be amazing.
Well, yeah, she's here. She's scared. That equals fun right there.
Broadcasting live from the McPike Mansion in Alton. We are 97.5 The Rock. Stay tuned. More fun and frivolity coming up in just a bit. Play here.
Roll that beautiful theme.
I knew you were going to.
Yeah, I knew it was coming somewhere.
All right.
We're never
All right, let's get a level
show.
check now. That's me, Mike 1, Mike 1, Mike 2. That'll be you, Roxy.
Check.
Wow.
Check 1,
And
2.
you change every time.
Just trying to take you up to my level.
Well, yeah.
I'll try to stoop.
Just pick a spot and stand there all night. That's all I want. Okay, Mama G.
Check. Hello.
Try if you would.
Okay, this is my normal voice, so I mean,
Yes.
whatever
pretty
you
good.
need.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
We're good.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
good. I'm going to gain it down, and I'll adjust as we go if I need to.
All right.
It's louder with alcohol. I just keep getting louder.
Yeah.
So.
Same.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we don't have any with us right now.
What
Oh,
do you
this
got? I
one?
didn't even say.
She just laughs a lot louder when she's
Yeah.
inebriated.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes.
97.5 The Rock, broadcasting live from the McPike Mansion. Really haven't done a lot of investigatory stuff yet. We're just kind of meeting everybody and
Getting to know
yeah,
everyone.
conversations and hearing stories.
Yes, we were talking to the shaman outside.
Yes.
Very intriguing.
She's very interesting, and everyone has their own. They're bringing something to the table that's really interesting. Troy Taylor,
Yes. Very interesting, gentlemen.
he's got a lot of stories to tell, and he has told a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And some more than 100 novels,
Like
100 books.
Yeah.
104 books.
Yeah.
You must type just amazingly fast.
Really, I go through a lot of keyboards.
I was going to say,
Yeah, I really do. No lie. I type fast.
these guys will make fun of me because I finally got the Dragon software. I can speak to type now, and I don't have to worry about that.
Oh,
So I'm
yeah.
like,
It would take you 10 years to write a chapter.
exactly.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
I just full-time job, so I mean I'm busy. So.
Give us the 411 as the kids say now.
20 years ago.
Yeah, how did you? Okay, we can take care of Mama G in real quick. Okay, so Mama G is not involved in the broadcast anymore. Be nice.
I'll try.
Okay. What's the story, man? You just what did you decide you wanted to be a writer? What?
Yeah, I everything I wanted to do had pretty much gone out of date. I tried pirate,
Right.
things like that. Nobody wanted to let you do that anymore. But I thought I could still be a writer, and I'm just making it.
I'm sorry.
You had.
I was just fascinated with it my entire life, writing and reading. So
Right.
you do what you know. So I went into writing, and I worked in a lot of bookstores, picked up a lot of books, and just started writing I guess my first book came out in '93, so I've just been, and it, you know, everybody said, wow, it looks like you published it in your garage. I did, but I sold like 50,000 of them, so I thought, well, maybe there's something to this. So I just kept doing it, and I usually have a lot of different projects going at the same time, but I have a fascination with ghosts and the supernatural and crime. That's what I write about.
Well, can I ask you, what was that first book about?
Yeah.
The very first book I wrote was a book called Haunted Decatur. I grew up in the Decatur area. Well, I was an older kid and went to high school in the Decatur area, and there were a lot of ghost stories.
Right.
Decatur was one of those towns that was built on Indian burial grounds. I mean, a lot of the records of buildings in town like really say we moved bodies when we were building. Yeah, when we were building. So it was one of those towns that's always had a lot of ghost stories, and I grew up with it, and so nobody had ever thought of doing something like that. So a buddy of mine and I said, well, if people will buy this book, do you think that we could maybe drive them around in a van or something? So, you know, and do a tour. And so, you know, we knew of a couple in Chicago, but there was nothing downstate, so we started like downstate Illinois' very first ghost tour. And it actually was in a bus that had like leaking fumes. Yeah, which really added to the tour, we thought. But we started that, so 20 years ago we started the Haunted Decatur tour. We still do it. I've got 8 other tour companies now, so we keep busy, especially this time of year.
So you're not doing too bad.
No,
Not a bad
it's fun. It's it's doing what I want to do.
You're doing something that you love.
Exactly.
And you're entertaining folks. Now, you kind of spooled off with the Haunted Decatur, and then you got into crime novels in that realm. Now, I've read the haunted books, quite a few of them, as a matter of fact. Now that I can put the face and the name, I get it now. Okay, I'm blonde. I went to Carbondale, and yes, I imbibed.
And you did go to Wilmette grade school.
That said, what do you like? The crime? Do you like the super? Where do you gravitate to?
Well,
don't say whatever's a steady paycheck.
No, it's not. That's not true, because believe me, I've written some books I love that no one bought. So I mean, it happens. But my great grandfather was a cop, and in my family we were all Irish, and we were either cops or criminals, and I got both. So that's what I ended up writing about. And I write a lot of crime books, but I combine the two. I've got a whole series of books that's nothing but crime and the supernatural. You know, haunted crime scenes or murders that left ghosts behind. I do a lot of that kind of stuff too.
So now, as far as writing, is it something that you stumbled across in the news that you started investigating and to move on? I mean, I know you with Haunted Decatur, that was obviously someplace that you grew up. You were used to that area.
Right. And Haunted Illinois and Weird Illinois, that kind of stuff. But I grew up
Great
here,
books, by the way.
Yeah, I grew up here, so it was stuff that I knew. They were stories that I knew. But you know, I've gotten now. When you get over 100 books, you just kind of write whatever the heck you feel like.
Right.
You know, so I kind of I find a story and I find an interest or a hook, and go with it. I mean, sometimes you stumble across things you never expect to stumble across.
Right.
I did a book a year or so ago called Murdered in Their Beds about axe murders in the early 1900s, and I started off writing the book about a particular axe murder in Iowa, at the Villisca Axe Murder House. A lot of people have heard of it. And so I started writing about that, and as I began doing research into, just for the hell of it, other axe murders, I found an entire series of murders that exactly matched Villisca in every detail.
Really?
That ran across about a 2-year period and towns along railroads. And I became convinced that there was a serial killer at work. And I found it by accident. It was just purely an accident. And as I began and kept researching, I kept finding more of these stories. And I mean, things were like identical. The way the bodies were left, the way the bodies were covered. I mean, lamps that were left without the glass chimney on top. All these really eerie, crazy things that were exactly identical. And it turned out to be about 8 of them that led up to Villisca, and then one more afterward. And then that's it.
Was it never solved?
None of them were ever solved. None of them were.
Now, and you discovered this
by accident,
just by stumbling on this cheery subject of Murdered in Their Beds.
Right.
And then you started doing more. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then Villisca, with its great ghost story. I mean, it is a really haunted place. The house is really haunted. And I don't always say that. I always say, they say it's haunted, but it's a place that, like here, that I had an experience that led me to be convinced that I thought the place was haunted.
And there too, and going back to that, of saying you're an author, you happen to write about crime and supernatural issues, that doesn't make you a genuine, well, this also is out or this isn't. You're you kind of fall into that. I'm a skeptic, but
Yeah, I'm an optimistic skeptic.
There you
yeah,
go.
Right.
I write these things because it fascinates me, and I think there's something to it. I didn't know at first. It wasn't until I got started doing it, and I think I mentioned earlier, is sometimes you become part of the story whether you plan to be or not.
Right.
When I went out doing the research and looking into these places, just trying to visit them, just to kind of get a feel for these places, after a while something's going to happen. I'm telling you, you go to 100 places, and I've traveled all over the country. Eventually, something's going to happen, in my opinion.
Right.
And it has for me, and it's led me to believe that a lot of places. Well, I wouldn't even say a lot. Let's say.
Did you just
a
see the
bat
bat
just
that
flew
flew
by?
through?
Yeah. I would say quite a few places are genuinely haunted. It's cool.
To that end, and to back up what you're saying, because I am the skeptic. I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't believe in
Sure.
Sasquatch. I don't believe in space aliens. Don't believe in ghosts. Okay, that's my run of the mill, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
There goes
Oh, there's
another
the
one.
bat again.
Yeah.
I'm ducking.
I think it went
There
back
is
that way.
literally a bat
Went back
there
in
flying around. I'm sure she's just sitting there going, yeah, it's our friend.
He's not-
It'll be fine. But the things that happen, there are things that make me raise my eyebrow.
Sure.
And I've had 2, possibly 3 of those things since I've been here at 5 o'clock this
Yes.
afternoon.
Yeah.
And now, does that mean that I'm drinking the Kool-Aid? No, but it means I'm going. What?
He's optimistic.
You did say,
Optimistically.
word for word, nothing's going to happen.
I did.
Did I not tell you?
I was
But
wrong.
I-
I was wrong.
But I feel you need to go in with that attitude.
That's right.
Yeah, because if not, then everything.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Then
Yeah,
it's-
there's. I mean, you could go with it and say, oh yeah, there's no way anything's going to happen, and ignore everything that
Right.
you possibly see. Or you could be one of those people who think every single thing that happens is a ghost.
Exactly,
And
and you don't
believe
want that,
I've
yeah.
met plenty of those too, and so
a
you
long
gotta
day,
kind of
yeah.
be in the middle of the
Right.
road. I just kind of think, probably nothing's going to happen, but if it does, it'll be cool.
Right.
So you just never know.
That's my opinion too, and I feel like I'll believe it if I see it or hear
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
way. And
Yeah. Well, it makes it, for me, it's a better story. I mean,
Right.
I can write down 10 stories that people tell me about a place, and while a lot of them may be interesting, for all I know, these people are completely insane.
Right.
There's no way to
Right.
know.
Right.
But if I walk in and I see a ghost walk across the hallway, then I'm going to be able to write that story a little differently.
Right.
And that makes a big difference to me in what I do.
And you can sell it.
Yeah,
In a
yeah,
sense. I mean,
absolutely.
not sell it monetarily.
Yeah,
but you can sell it
but
in a
I can
story.
stand here and tell you that yes, the McPike Mansion is haunted. I believe that it's haunted because of something I experienced
Right.
with a group of people who also saw the same thing I did. That's a lot different story than for me to just go, oh yeah, I know the owner, she's a nice lady and she
Right.
doesn't lie, so hey, the place is probably haunted. She's crazy, but no, she's standing right there. So
Maybe she didn't hear that. Maybe she's looking for the bat. I'm not sure. But when it gets down to actually, you were able to witness some movement.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
the
It
story
was
you told-
inherent. I was here with a group of people. Oh gosh, a number of years ago, late '90s, I guess. And at the time, the only way down to the basement, you came through the upstairs, so
Right.
the front door down to the basement of the house. We were down in the wine cellar, and there was a group of us down there, and one of the ladies that was down there was feeling sick, so a friend of mine took her up the stairs and outside.
Right.
So we were sitting in the wine cellar, just kind of chatting, just talking, and we heard my friend come back in. We clearly heard her walk across the floor upstairs, heard her walk down the stairs, heard her walk across the cellar door, actually saw the big metal door of the wine cellar swing open. And
Now-
you could hear it too. It was
Right.
dark, but it wasn't pitch dark because we saw the door, but you could hear it scrape because there's some pipes up above
Right.
and scrape on the floor as it opened up. And then we waited for her to come in and nobody did.
Right.
Just nobody, somebody got up, went out, looked, there's no one there. And my friend had been outside the entire time. No one had come back in the house, but we had clearly heard it. Now, was it, the ghost of Mr. McPike walking down? I don't know what it was. It had just been, some sort of residual kind of thing left over. But it was weird, and to me, that was pretty convincing, that there's something going on here.
Now, whenever I came down yesterday and she was taking me through, and she showed, we opened and shut those rusty old they're heavy
Oh, yeah,
metal
absolutely. Yeah.
doors, and the ones that you're talking about, you show.
You got to work at it.
There's
Yeah.
something had to make that happen. What it was, I'm not going to guess, but you saw it, you
Yeah.
were there,
Yeah.
you can verify that. And of course, that helps you translate. If you were writing about it, it gives you a little
Right.
bit more passion whenever you're
Right,
putting
exactly,
words
because
down.
I'm not writing about just a place, I'm writing about a place I experienced. You know,
Now-
it makes a big difference.
Right.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, hang out with some more Troy Taylor, and talk more about his books and where they can
Yeah.
find it. I know now. It finally dawned on me because I've got all the books.
And
at home.
you've
I'm
read
like-
them.
I'm like,
That's
son of
cool.
a gun! I could have
Well, that's
brought
what-
him in here. Get a son of a gun.
When the guys from the Clinton County Paranormal Group were in the other day, and he handed me a picture of you, I'm like, I've seen this guy, yeah.
And me being, you know,
Very bad facial hair over the years. Yeah.
Yes.
all I can say is college was very good to me. Okay? Leave me alone. McPike Mansion, we're hanging out right now. We've done some investigations. We're going to be here basically all night long with the Clinton County Paranormal Group, and we're going to be doing more, and we're going to play some cool audio that we picked up earlier today.
Yeah.
That is an eyebrow raiser. No, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, Roxanne, but it's an eyebrow
It
raiser.
was something.
It was something, and we will play that for you. Be sure, stay tuned in, and if you can't, you got to go to bed. I'll be back in the morning, and so will Mama G and Roxy.
Yes.
Goodness.
But I will be in at 6. I'll be getting everything edited up, and we'll play them throughout the day tomorrow. So
All right.
just be hanging out.
Yeah.
You can't come out here, folks. Unfortunately,
Right.
when we go out on live broadcast remotes, we always want to invite people out and give away stuff. The thing is, we've got our group here, and literally the house has the condemned signs and its insurance, and it's a legal issue, and insurance purposes, you'll be asked to leave if you do come out here and try to hang out.
Right.
Unfortunately.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I
We
wish it
don't
could be
have any
different.
goodies for you anyway.
No, I have a flashlight, but you're not taking it because I'll
That's
need that
right. You
later.
can't have it.
We're at 97.5 The Rock, broadcasting live from Alton, the McPike Mansion. That's easy for me to say, so we kick it back into great rock and roll. Click.
That's what I said too as she walked away.
Yeah, you're on your own.
Mama G is on her own. And if you're wondering why Mama G is on her own, we're at 97.5 The Rock. We're broadcasting live from the McPike Mansion in Alton, and Mama G apparently decided to go on a walkabout.
Yeah.
She wandered
Yeah,
off about
and
10 minutes ago. I haven't seen
That's
her
right.
since.
I've-
So, yeah.
I've heard no screams. No
Well, that's
no
true.
cries, so I guess it's a good thing.
That's right. She's probably just muffling it all out anyway.
We're talking about all of the cool stuff that's going on. A little bit of history here with the McPike Mansion, which I know I won't get everything right because I don't have my file and I don't have my glasses. So if I did have my file and looked at it, I couldn't read it.
Sure. Yeah.
It was built a long time ago. I want to say in the 1850s, 1859,
69.
right in that time frame. By a very wealthy gentleman here in the Madison County area, Henry McPike, and it is a very grand house. I mean, you walk in and you can just see it was a mansion, and the gentleman who owned it, Mr. McPike, was huge into botany and all of that type of thing. Created a grape. That is apparently still has some cuttings in California that they have locked away that they still use, I guess, in variations as winemaking. So there's a lot of history in this house outside of the other owners, which we'll kind of go into as we go through the evening. This man was historically a very well-to-do politically in the realm of politics. Had contact with Lincoln and helped arrange the Lincoln-Douglas debates here in Alton. So it's very historic, and Alton is in and of itself a very historic town here on the river. But this mansion is as well, because the other thing that I heard, that the guys from the paranormal group, which we will be talking to Dustin and Bob here in a bit, all of these rocks, all of these the foundation.
I believe in these walls right here,
These
the
walls.
gray stone.
Yes, they came from the Alton prison.
That's not true.
That's not, no.
Okay.
No, that's just a legend. That's
Oh, that
not
is?
true.
Ah.
No, this the prison was still standing when this place was built.
Now, where was
Yeah,
the
the prison was located down close to the waterfront.
Down by
And
the,
it was originally built back in 1833, and it was the very first prison in the state of Illinois.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was Illinois State Penitentiary, and then eventually was, because of the conditions there, was taken out of commission in
Right.
the late 1850s when Joliet opened. And
And the Blues Brothers.
right,
There you go.
exactly,
All
right.
all right.
And so then when the Civil War started, they needed a place to store overflow prisoners from St. Louis,
Right.
and they started moving them over here.
I got it.
So that the penitentiary was used during the Civil War, was closed down afterward, but was still standing into the 1870s.
Okay.
And then they started tearing bits of it down. It was not used to build any buildings in the city of Alton.
Okay.
That's just a legend that actually sadly got started by a television show. The Scariest Places on Earth with Linda Blair. Remember
Oh,
that
I
show
remember
back in the
that.
90s? They started that story, and it wasn't true, and it just sort of took root. And I've been fighting that story with the tours and the Haunted Alton book for
Is
years.
that the show where they had the little lady from Poltergeist?
Yes, who did the narration. Yeah. So yeah, I've been fighting that story for years, but yeah, unfortunately, while it would be a cool story, that's true. What it is that it's limestone and it's all cut from the same
Quarry.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's all came from the same quarries in this area, and it's a particular kind of limestone, so it all looks alike.
Right.
But it's not the same. It's not from any particular building.
I've got a throwback that you'll probably remember, you might remember, and you won't. You might. Leonard Nimoy in Search of.
Yes.
I wasn't watching it, but I know of it.
That
Way
is
too
kind of-
young for that.
Oh,
Oh, same
okay.
here.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, number one, you're lying because you're older than me. And I'll throw you under the bus and back over you a couple times on that one. Just let you know. Troy Taylor's hanging out with us, an author and kind of a know-it-all when it comes to kind of a paranoia.
Know it all. I hear that a lot.
No, I mean, you're a wealth of information. I mean that in a kind way.
Useless.
that
You forgot the
derogatory.
useless information part. Yeah.
That's
Consider
Okay, well, yeah.
now you talked. You have the tours in the base out of Decatur in that particular area.
Yeah, well, we've got the Decatur tour. I think I mentioned earlier in Alton and Lebanon and Jacksonville, and we've got a couple starting in Springfield, and we've got one that travels all over the country.
Okay.
We've got a trip to. In fact, I'll be in Arizona next weekend on one of our trips.
Okay.
We just book haunted weekends
Right.
at haunted places, and we arrange tours and ghost hunts and that kind of thing for people. It's a lot of fun. I mean, I think that the guys who work for me, at least in that company, just do it for the free trip. I'm
Right.
pretty sure, but
they're not
yeah, because I don't pay them. No, I'm just kidding. But it
You know
is
how that
a lot of
feels, doesn't
fun. Yeah, it's just one of those things. So sometimes I go along, which they hate
Right,
because
'cause the bosses.
the bosses.
Yeah.
But I don't do anything anyway. I just kind of stand around. So, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. We're really expanding next year with a lot of new tours, and people just like that kind of stuff. It's a chance for people to experience things and hear about the history and ghost stories and things. Go to places they might not be able to go otherwise.
Right.
Especially with like the weekends, we get into a lot of places that aren't open to the public. And you know, even the same way with the tours, you know, we get into places, I mean, like here in town, one of our really popular stops is the First Unitarian Church. Well, church being haunted is odd enough,
Yeah.
but most
Bit of
people just
irony
don't
there.
get to wander into a church and look for ghosts.
Right.
You know, it just, you know, it's not a common thing. So it's a chance for people to get to do stuff they wouldn't do otherwise. And you never know what'll happen because
Right.
we do have weird things that happen on the tour sometimes. So
Now, how can if they're listening to this and they're going through and they want to find out more if it intrigues them? Website, I'm sure, but is that about the easiest way to really?
that
find
is
out
the
more?
easiest way. You can find everything about the books, tours, everything at AmericanHauntings.net. That's it. I mean, everything is there.
AmericanHauntings.net.
So yeah, everything is there.
And the residual is worn off, and now I get it. I've been to that website many times. I've read a lot of his books, and that's what the killer is.
There you go.
The thing with any new books in the works, I mean, you've got something.
There's always something
Are you
in the
writing
works.
all the time?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's always a project going on. We've got some St. Louis stuff coming out early in the year. I've got a couple of crime books coming out next year.
Right.
I've got a book coming out for Christmas called Cabinet of Curiosities, and it's what I did was I took the story of the supernatural, like the history of the supernatural in America, from the Fox sisters and spiritualism up until modern times, but I did it through objects. Like I chose 20 objects that represented each story.
Okay.
I actually got the idea from a book that was done about the Civil War, and they had taken a museum and they had found all these objects in the museum and they told the history of it. And I thought, well, what a cool idea to do with the supernatural.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's coming out for Christmas. It's kind of a best of thing. So everyone should buy one for everyone they know.
There you go.
And then that'll just take care of it.
There you go, because Daddy needs a new bus.
Well, no, that's okay. You know, it's
Get a bus. Now, when I say you're writing all the time, are you as far as the creative time? Because what you do there, it just boggles my mind because I have about that much creativity in my
But the
body.
beauty of it is, like with the tour companies and all that stuff, I finally, after 20 years, have finally let go a little bit and now have like a staff. staff.
Right.
And I never dreamed of having a staff before, and it suddenly freed up all this time. So I figure I did 104 books doing everything.
Right.
So now that I'm doing pretty much nothing, I should be able to write like another 100 books in like, by next
Half the
year.
time.
So that's what I'm thinking.
Well,
it should be,
the
it
best.
should be easy, right? So.
Well, no. The thing is, you have a gift that you have you're capable of doing that. You have that ability
I think
to do
it's
that.
schizophrenia.
Well,
It's something, I don't know if that's a gift. But,
That's her and her. I think. No, but I mean, as far as the creative process, are you always thinking of an angle or on a book? Are you always
everything
thinking-
is always. I keep a notebook where I can jot things down. And I'm
Right.
still a pen and paper guy, but I've always got something going because. It was just like that object thing was an accident,
Right.
and you just never know what'll pop up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always looking for a new angle. I mean, a friend of mine and I are doing a book on ghost stories from rural murders, which you would be surprised how many people on farms whacked each other with axes in
wouldn't
the
be surprised.
1800s, and how many ghost stories that created. So we have an entire book of that
That's great.
coming out, but it's a bit of a niche
Yeah.
market,
Yeah, there
but
you go.
it's
Why not?
something different, so.
It kind of harkens to that bloody
Only book
Williamson
like it.
County back,
Yeah.
back in the
Same
day with
kind of thing.
Prohibition, because
Yeah.
that's my stomping grounds
Sure.
and how
Sure.
bloody that was, and how literally these dirt poor farmers became moonshine runners and,
Yeah.
and
More
gangsters.
people died in Williamson County than in Chicago during Prohibition, but yet Al
West
Capone gets
Frankfort.
all the press,
Benton.
So yeah, absolutely.
So now, as far as the creativity and all of that, what do you read? What are your go-to novel? What's in your bookshelf at home?
Well, I
Besides
read
your books.
I have to read a lot of history. I mean, that's
Right.
for work, and I read a lot of crime for work. But when I'm not working, I just want something totally escapist.
Right.
I mean,
You
I
guilty
read
pleasure.
I read a
Romance
lot
novels?
of no, not quite that far. A lot of suspense books, Stephen King stuff like that. That kind of thing. John Grisham. I just read anything that I don't have to think about. That I can just enjoy.
Mad
So.
Magazine for me.
Yeah. See, there you go.
That's-
With the big print.
Oh, well, yeah, and it has pictures for God's sakes. And of course, if they want to find out more about tours and upcoming events that you're doing and being in kind of the Central Illinois area,
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
bounce around in the St. Louis area, if they
Right.
want to maybe get a book signed, do you do that very often when you go out?
Sure. In fact, I don't know if anybody will be in the Jacksonville area, but I'm doing a big event on Friday night as a fundraiser for Fouke Catholic High School in Jacksonville, and I'm putting on a big presentation on night of Weird and Haunted Illinois, and I gotta say I'm excited about it. I think I've done that presentation 100 times, but it's different this time.
Do you ever get tired of it? I mean, doing
No.
stuff like this.
No,
I mean,
not when
hesitate.
300 people show up and want to hear you do something. You can't be tired.
yeah,
of
you
it.
can't.
No.
You just can't because they're excited. You're excited.
Yeah, they are.
So no, I really don't get tired of it because it's always different.
Right.
It's always different. I mean, I don't do a lot of tours myself anymore. I like to create them, but I used to do them every single night. And you think going into it, you think, oh God. I'm sure you guys probably do the same thing. You're thinking, oh God, I gotta go in and I gotta talk all day, and then you get in there and you just go.
Yeah.
And it's just like putting on a show. It's a lot of fun. And
But you
when
start
you're-
feeding off the energy.
yeah,
Right.
exactly. If you're sitting behind a desk all day, I can't imagine what that must feel like. I just can't imagine.
couldn't do
When it comes to getting to do something that you really want to do, I mean, you don't even
Yeah.
care what it is as long as you want to do it.
Exactly.
So
And-
it's a lot of fun.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you now.
Yeah,
Now
it's very
it's
great.
all- it all
Thanks,
comes
thanks.
to fruition here.
Very cool.
And you're more than welcome to hang around, maybe go on some sightseeing with us
Looking
there.
at the stairs, there's something crawling on the stairs.
Oh, look, it's a mouse.
That's a mouse.
Look
Oh,
at it go. Look at it go.
look at the little mouse.
We're here.
We're watching one of the
have-
cameras that are set up upstairs.
We have night vision cameras upstairs. Jerome got us hooked up, and we are monitoring the upstairs. And
Where did he go?
He vanished.
Yeah.
I know, there he is.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing okay. This is the.
I saw out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing something moving, and I'm thinking, oh wow, it's a ghost. No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
a
it's a
mouse.
mouse.
So
There
it's
he is.
He's having a hard time getting up that step there. Oh, there he
There he
went.
went.
But hey, this is riveting radio.
Yeah, really good stuff for the
Well,
people at home.
All the sponsors are going, we paid for this.
Yeah, they're watching a mouse on a video camera.
It just reminds me, my sons and I watch a lot of the ghost hunting shows
Yeah,
and
yeah.
whatnot. And I so love that my oldest son, we were watching one night, and they're in this old bed and breakfast type place, and the dishes start like shaking a
Shaking
little
around,
bit.
yeah.
And he looks at me, and goes, the people on the TV are getting all excited about it. He said, it's probably a mouse.
Probably.
Like, you're so smart.
Smart kids. Joy Taylor, hit the website again, buddy.
Yeah, AmericanHauntings.net.
And you'll find everything from books to tours and how where you're going to be, and
Everything.
everything in one concise little package. American Hauntings. Dot.
Net.
.net.
Okay. Anything you would like to ask Troy while we have his presence here?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it all.
Yeah,
Taking it
that's
all
just
in.
cool.
Now we're going to go scare the crap out of Roxanne.
Great.
We are 97.5 The Rock. We're hanging out at the McPike Mansion, and we're going to get into more of the ghosties and ghoulies, in particular on what's going on with this particular place here in just a bit. We also have some recordings to play that we had earlier, so all that's going to be cycling throughout
Sure,
the
we're
evening.
gonna talk to
so.
some more of our guests.
Yes.
Got a lot of folks in line that we're going to talk
Yeah.
to, so make sure
Having
you
a great
hang out
time.
with us all night long.
And I want to let Roxanne know I walked back behind
Oh, I
the
know.
house.
Yeah, we
I
knew
know.
you disappeared.
Yeah,
we
you just
weren't
walked
sure
away,
where you
and I'm
went,
like, well,
so,
she's gone
yeah.
now.
Yep.
Can't help her.
No, she's
And I
If
had
you'd
the
come
keys,
back.
so you were probably really nervous about that.
Oh, that would have been bad.
yeah. Then you got a
I would
picture
have
of
found my way
Yeah.
out here.
I tell you what, she'd have ran faster than anybody. She would have hit 111 and gone.
That's right.
Just saying. We're 97.5 The Rock. Thanks for hanging out this, well, we're not quite to Halloween
Almost
yet.
Halloween.
Almost Halloween. Keep listening. Maybe we'll get some really scary stuff coming your
never
way.
know.
What is it, 3 o'clock, right?
Yes.
There you go.
The witching hour.
97.5 The Rock. Back to the great rock and roll.
Well, it's 3 o'clock.
Hear me?
I can hear
Okay.
you.
You can hear me. Everybody can hear me good?
I can hear
Pull
you.
that one down pretty.
Oh,
That was me.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
That was awesome.
Sorry about that.
thank
I grabbed the microphone, which was stupid. I know better than that. 7.5 The Rock broadcasting live from the McPike Mansion in Alton, and we have some interesting information to pass along to you that we will kind of throw out there here in a second, Mama G. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
We
Some
were
good stuff.
now. You're going to have to help me. We're being joined now by Sandy Little Lizard, and
Yes.
as well as Sharon Lipke.
Lucky.
Ledke. Good enough? Close enough? Am I there?
Close enough.
Close enough. What we experienced.
Now tell them who. Sharon is the owner.
Sharon is the owner, right?
Of the
You're the
McPike
owner
Mansion.
of the McPike Mansion, and you are a spiritual
Sandy is a spiritual
what's-
shaman, if you will.
Shaman.
It's good enough.
Okay. For us, it works, right?
She's got many talents.
So we went into the cellar, which used to be the wine room, I guess, the wine cellar here at the McPike Mansion, and we did a dark session.
Yes,
It
sir.
only took me 5 times to figure that out.
Yeah,
She corrected me.
the dark room, the dark.
What is a dark session?
A dark session is when we turn the lights out.
Mm-hmm.
We sit in the dark so that we can visually see. We often get some light activity.
Right.
And in order to see that activity, you have to have the lights off. So
Right.
we don't do it to frighten you.
Right.
We do it so that your paranormal experience will be better.
Right. So you can see the movement as it comes in and certain things like that.
Because Henry comes in as a dark shadow, so in order to see his shadow cross the room, the lights have to be out. You guys experienced seeing Mary come in, some others saw the glow
Right.
behind you,
Right.
Bruce.
Whispers. I heard what I thought was maybe a whisper or something of that nature. Now, back to real quick backtracking. Henry he's the gentleman who built this mansion.
Right.
Right.
Actually, the architect was Lucas Pfeifenberger, but yes, he had it built.
It was his house.
It was his house.
He commissioned all the work.
Yes,
This was
he
for
did.
him, and he was the
Yes.
first resident here.
Yes. and
How
then
long did Henry live in this mansion?
40 years.
As us, kind of flesh and blood. You've been here a little longer than that apparently, but
He lived here 40 years.
40 years. And he seemed to be the most prominent figure
Yes.
down there. Whenever
He's the
we-
man of the house.
Right. Now, what was interesting is the activity that we have. We were going to back up here when we talked to the gang from the Clinton County Paranormal Group, but the K2 meter was kind of positioned across the room from me and was very active.
It seemed to really light up every time a question was asked,
Right.
which was kind of cool.
And this is something that is not necessarily the norm here.
It's not the norm here. we've had a lot of paranormal toys,
Right,
measuring devices
right.
in the cellar many, many times, and Henry has not been fond
Right.
of the paranormal devices, so he doesn't use them very often, and we don't get a lot of K2 activity in the cellar, or we haven't before now.
But tonight, when we were down there doing the dark session, it was lighting up with every question, whether it was I asking Roxanne, Mama G, or any of the group that were here asking a question, it would light up, and it would light up in sequence. As
With
if
the
on,
question.
yeah, almost as if
Absolutely.
it was on command, which kind of blew my mind. Now, Sharon, you've seen a lot of this type of stuff happening here at the mansion.
Right.
In your opinion, this was a pretty active session.
Oh, definitely, it was definitely active.
Now, going back a little bit of the history here, to kind of bring people up to date as to what's going on. Henry, the owner of the house, and from what we can gather and what you've told me either yesterday or today, really there's maybe not so much a rhyme or reason as to being tied here. There was not a traumatic, a violent event. There was not anything like that as people would associate with a haunting, right?
Right, not that we know.
What do you think? What's the knee jerk on why is he here?
I think Henry's here because he wants to be here. It's his house, he's proud of his house, and he wants to be here.
Now there are others as well, Sandy, that we encountered down there. I mean, I lose count. But how many spirits?
Boy,
were-
this evening we
Right.
had, I'll list them. We had a visit from Sarah, from who we believe to have been like a personal assistant, from questioning the spirits.
That's
Mary,
Sarah.
right, Sarah.
Right.
Mary, which is Henry's first wife, we had activity from her. There was someone else who had seen the glow that she emanates when she comes into the cellar.
Apparently, it was behind me.
Behind
and
you.
over my head. So.
Exactly, and you felt her when she came in,
Yeah.
because you mentioned it as soon as she came in, and when you mentioned you felt something behind you,
Mhm.
is when I saw the glow above your head. So that was Mary.
And what I heard, what I felt or what I heard was a unintelligible whisper. There was something articulated there, but I
Behind
could not.
you,
Behind
right?
me, right behind me.
Mhm.
Okay.
And there wasn't any human being
No.
behind you. You were
Because
sitting,
right, I was sitting next to you, but there was nothing behind me.
nothing behind you. So we had Sarah and Mary and Henry. We also started having some tomfoolery activity,
Yeah.
poking and that sort of thing back in the back of the cellar.
Right.
And that's pretty common when Jenny Wilkinson McPike, that spirit enters into the cellar. So we had her. Then we also had Lydia, Henry's mother, the matriarch of the house. She entered into the cellar. We then also had children enter, both of them, the little boy and the little girl. And we also had James. And he wasn't very active, but he was there, so that was 8.
Now, who's James?
James is Henry's first son,
Oh, okay.
and he was married to Jenny Wilkinson McPike.
Oh, okay.
So they are husband-wife.
Now, James and Henry. Now, was James and Henry the two? Were they the ones that created the specific variety of grape in the vineyard, or is that? Am I? Because I'm trying to-
Henry did.
Okay, Henry. Okay,
Right.
Henry was his.
Right, it was a cross between a Warden and a Concord, and he developed and patented that, sold throughout the United States.
And it's still.
Still in a repository in Davis, California.
They can use it and
Yes.
grow it and create that strain of grape again, I suppose. Now, back to kind of the activity, Mama G, you had some activity.
Yeah, it was
Around you.
strange.
Now you were holding the recorder.
I was
too.
holding a recorder, and I don't know. At one point, it felt as if Roxanne had hold of part of it. It was as if someone was moving it. Like, what's this? What you
Just
got there?
kinda
Kind of
tap, just
wiggling
kinda-
it in my hand,
kind of flipping at it.
and it didn't keep doing that, but it did it for a while, and
cold.
we felt like it was extremely cold at
And
that
sometimes
point.
it's hard to.
It's
really
hard to
put into words.
I know,
what
and yeah, it was strange.
Now, in your opinion, very active, one of the more active nights you've seen, Sharon? You own the place, you've been through this by yourself, you've been to tours. A lot of activity down here with the K2 and just people, articulating what they're feeling.
Right, there are other times that they've been pretty active, but I've never seen the K2
Almost
work.
like a strobe light.
Yeah,
It was,
going.
it was very much in sequence, like you said, with the questions and, yes.
And you'll have to get Roxanne on a little bit too, because something was definitely messing with her. And there was a time when I said, does it feel like there's something behind you, touching your back? She goes, yes. And it felt like we both had something behind us, and then it felt like there was something under our chairs. We were sitting right next to each other.
Being poked, Roxanne, but we'll talk to her.
It felt like something had its, like
it was
arm
sitting
around
on
my
it.
leg, like
Okay.
around, yeah, right down here, under the chair or something like that. And she was getting poked in the leg and getting poked in the side, and then at one point, she had a chair between herself and Sarah, I believe it was, or was it was one of the
Jenny.
other girls? Yeah,
Jenny.
Jenny.
Yeah.
And they both looked at each other. They said it sounded like someone sat down in the chair.
Right. So
Because-
because I remember that because you kind of erupted over there.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
Both
or
pretty
did you
much
get
said it at the same time.
Now, Sandy, when you do this, what's your knee-jerk reaction? What's your take as being spiritual and a Native American in having that tune? I call it an antenna, but you describe yourself as the hollow bone. You're the gateway to tell us what's going on, right?
Right.
Okay.
I'm a medium.
Okay.
Okay, and so that's that's my job.
You're like the
Tell me.
translator. You're the
I'm the
translator.
translator. I'm hearing what they're saying, and I'm feeling where they are in the room and who is who.
And the
down
amazing thing about it, whether it was Mama G or whomever was asking the questions, sometimes that K2 meter would be popping off before you could even.
Especially,
It's like they
Yeah,
start
the
talking and
Xannies.
then she would start. It was odd,
it was
For me.
Yeah,
for lack of a better term. Sharon, what's your take? I mean,
I definitely saw a shadow down there, and like when Sandy was cold on one side, I really wasn't cold at that point.
right.
And then later on, I was like freezing. I was
Right.
sitting there shaking, and then I got warmer again.
Right.
that happened like off and on the whole time we were down there to me as well.
Now, there's some separation. The cellar, when you walk in the entryway, you walk through a kind of a, I don't know, a smaller room where we're doing our broadcast right now. I'm looking out the door. To my right is an archway into another median-sized room, and then you go down through a set of steel doors down into the cellar where the wine rack is.
That's correct.
And this is all on the lower level of the house, basically in the basement of the house. And this is where a lot of the activity, because we were going to go back out and maybe go walk around, and you said, no, we need to go down here in the cellar. And we walked in, and from the temperature from whenever I got here at 4:30, 5 o'clock, it was a fairly constant. We had the door open. It started to warm up a little bit. But I walked down there, and it was extremely cold. I mean, bone-chilling cold. I went out and got my coat. I could see my breath. And, I mean, the temperature tonight, where are we at right here? I mean, what is it, maybe mid-60s?
Yeah, it's
It's
not
warm
bad.
outside.
Yeah,
Yes.
it
It
is.
is warm outside.
And for us to feel that, I'm looking at 66 degrees on my phone right now.
Well,
And that cellar, we check the temperature before every tour, and it runs anywhere between 58 and in the low 60s in the cellar. Whether it's summer, winter, it doesn't matter. It's warm in
And it was
that
dropping
cellar.
as we went in,
it really
51.
right. It really wasn't. It was comfortable when we first
Right.
sat down, and it really did
It
get
dropped.
uncomfortably cold.
And going back into the history again, saying that there was no tragic accident or anything like that. What's the best guess? I mean, they're here because they want to be here.
Well, also, I do think there's unfinished business.
Okay.
I do think there is some truth that some spirit wants known, and then perhaps they'll leave if we find that truth out.
Okay. And is that kind of your take on it too?
That's my take. There's spirits stay in the in-between for many, many reasons. Henry we talked about that, has his reasons, and that's because his wife's spirit is here, so he chooses to stay with her.
Right,
That's his choice.
right.
She has unresolved business, and some of the other spirits do too. So I don't know what that is. They haven't shared that with me.
Well, as someone who has never been involved in a session like that with the K2 in a paranormal situation, although all I derive is what I've seen on TV with what they produce, it was pretty wild. And I'm saying this as the skeptic, going, it was kind of, it made me kind of go, wow, a couple of times down there. And
You're the one that heard the whisper.
And I did. But
They were kind to you.
they were kind to me. Yes.
They were.
In your opinion, do they have a hearkening? Do they gravitate toward people? Because I know the children gravitated toward
women.
The women who were mothers, or in
Yes,
the
I
group.
think that's true, and if Henry likes you, he'll let you know that.
Yeah. Wow. I'm intrigued to no end with this, first off, before we go any further, I want to thank you for allowing us to come
Oh,
down
wow,
and do this. This is really cool, and this is this your property, and we're guests, and you've been giving us a great tutelage on the history of the McPike Mansion, which we will go into here in a bit. Now, Sandy, when it comes down to what you do in the spiritual realm, being the Native American and having that into what is kind of your skill set, for lack of a better term?
For in general?
In
or-
general, what kind of what we do.
Your special.
List your resume. How's that?
Okay, my resume.
Yeah.
I am a medium. I
Obviously.
am a clairvoyant. So I do spiritual readings.
Right.
So I am also an empath,
Right.
which means I can tap into your physical or emotional pain.
Right.
And with readings, I do those by channeling. So I am a channeler. And that just means I open
Right.
and I get to hear what the divine says, creator says,
A conduit, so to
a
speak.
conduit.
Okay.
So I do that. I am a healer.
Now, going back to that, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
We had a little guest in the room here. Well, we were out taking a smoke
Oh.
break, okay? So we get done with the dark room session. We're outside, we're kind of discussing things. We have the dowsing rods, we're doing it, and there's a little baby mouse, Ida, a little tiny fella. And it looks like he had a little problem,
Bum leg.
little hip problem, had the gout or something going on there. And he kept trying to get it. We were kind of, it's a mouse, but we don't want to do anything. It's a mouse. And he kind of scurried across. You reached out, picked him up, and you went outside and said, let's talk to the creator.
That's what I told him.
And you went out. So what did you do, if you don't?
I went out and I called in the medicine of the medicine wheel, the 7 sacred directions for him,
Right.
and asked for healing for him. So my expectations, or whatever he needed, creator's gonna supply that.
You went
So
full on Native American on us. That was cool
I
as
did.
hell.
I went Native American.
That
I
rock.
spoke in my tongue and called in the medicine.
Now,
And it just
And
let
I'm
her
not-
pick it up.
can I ask you can you say something? Is there something you can kind of go in that chant or? Because that's what got me. Because whenever I'm like, whoa, that's the real deal there.
Yeah, that was cool.
I always begin my prayers with Hia Tio Haliusti, and that just simply means I am little lizard. So I
Ah.
introduce myself
Right.
to the divine or to a creator, and then I begin to call in the medicine of each direction
Right.
and call in the divine that way.
So in essence, you had 7.
directions that I
prayers,
was speaking
chants.
to. Right.
Am I saying it right?
Yes.
It's okay.
Well, and I call in the medicine of the East, and I call in the medicine of the East, for example, is fire and the eagle. And so I said that Alatsi
Yeah.
is fire in Chelagi or in Cherokee. And so I went to the 7 sacred directions
Okay.
with those with that chant and with those prayers.
Now, little dude, you brought him back in, you released him, he went back to wherever he went.
He went that way.
He went that way.
He's getting some shelter.
And
Yeah.
doing his thing, because he was
He
kind of.
was not gonna stay over there.
Yeah.
And
He was gonna
I
get,
would-
he was gonna get hurt over here,
He
somebody's gonna
was
step on him.
trying
Right.
to check out Roxanne's shoes.
Yeah, it was all about it.
Pretty much.
But
What's
he
his
was
name?
looking for help, I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And that's why he wasn't going.
Yeah,
He
he
was
wasn't.
looking for
He
help.
wasn't afraid of any of us.
No,
right?
he
And
didn't seem to have much
He just let her
fear.
pick him right
No.
up.
Because we tried to put him back there and he wouldn't stay. Now he is staying because he got the medicine that he needed.
There you
Oh.
go, there
And
you
so he
go.
will stay. He'll be fine.
We're hanging out at the McPike Mansion where we're learning a lot about, well, things that people would normally say go bump in the night, but it's not as scary as
No.
Roxanne would lead you to believe earlier today.
And she's fine
It's
now. Look
all
at her.
fine now, which
She
is,
got a hug from the
she got a hug.
spirits.
She needed a hug. She got a hug.
We'll talk about that a little bit later on.
And in a bit, we're going to go
Yeah.
into more history on the mansion, if we can do that as well. As we broadcast live from the McPike Mansion, we had a lot of activity, and we do have some EVPs to play back a little bit later on. It's going to take us some time to disseminate through and get it transferred over so we can play them live on our broadcast. And if you are listening now, and you know, man, it's been a while since they've been on, if you listen tomorrow morning, we'll have this kind of rebroadcast throughout the evening, or tomorrow morning.
Right.
So-
Yeah.
You're listening to 97.5 The Rock. We are broadcasting live, Alton McPike Mansion, and it's officially Halloween. Happy Halloween,
Happy
everybody.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
We can get back now to great rock and roll.
A little bit what?
What's that?
In his case, it means he's a pecker.
Easy. I heard something about him calling me a pecker, I
What?
think is what that was. What was it? I didn't hear the
Means you're
question.
hungry.
Just whatever I had.
You think of it pecky, shall we?
They didn't know
You guys
what,
on the air?
I don't know, whatever you just said.
Peckish.
Peckish,
Wait,
yeah.
I did say something like that on the air one time. He said he was
I
a
could
hunter
use a
and a
snack.
pecker.
But I was using it as punchy.
Alrighty then.
I was,
Sterling.
no, I'm not surly.
Yeah.
You know when I'm surly.
Yeah, we know you're sorry.
Did not say nothing, no?
No, he described his typing skills on air one time. He said he was more of a hunter and a pecker. I said, you're a pecker, all right.
Yeah. Good. You ready?
Yes,
Everybody hear me okay?
yes.
You're good to do that.
There you go. Right there.
There we go.
Feels a little weird, don't it?
All right, give me some levels. Check, Roxy.
Check, check, check.
You know, go ahead.
Check, check, check.
Check, check, check.
Excellent. We're good?
Cool.
All right. 97.5 The Rock broadcasting live from the McPike Mansion in Alton. And Roxy, you took a little sabbatical the last break.
Yes.
Mama G's sitting out having some coffee.
Yep.
That's
Sharon,
right, my
thank you
friend.
very much. We could use
Thank
the
you,
coffee.
Yes, thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about bringing everybody up to date as to what's going on here. We're spending the night here, basically kind of skirting around an investigative team and folks here that are in the know, and we're just kind of in the background watching and seeing if we can get some encounters. And you had some encounters in the,
The dark session?
the dark session. Is that right?
Yeah.
Am I getting it right?
Yeah,
Ah,
you did good.
I just, Sandy, thank you very much. I'm a blonde guy, I can't be taught. Now, what happened to you in there when we were in
You know,
the dark?
me and Mama G were sitting right next to each other, and I felt like somebody was almost trying to tickle me
Right.
on my sides at first, and I asked her if she felt it, and she said no. I go, well, can you feel how cold it just got? It got extremely cold around us, and then I felt like something jabbed me. Somebody poked me real hard in the side, and right about the same time I noticed that,
Right.
the girl sitting on the other side of the chair that was empty in between us noticed something sit down, basically. Something, we heard the chair almost make a popping noise, like something was
Like
catching
I'm gonna
the
sit
wind.
right, like when they sit down, they kind of
Exactly.
creaks a little bit.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it was like you could feel it.
Now, typically, we've all heard the haunted house stories. It's the cold chill, and that's kind of the manifestation. Is that typical here, Sharon? Is that typical for a specific entity, or is that something that happened? I mean,
No, I think it's not necessarily a specific entity. I
okay.
think some entities, when they get close to you, you get colder. Sometimes the hair on your arm stands up. You know, that's kind of how I know they're around.
Right.
So maybe one side of your body is colder than the other, or you might feel a breeze across your face.
Yes, we were feeling a breeze, and that when we first sat down, they informed us that there is no air movement in here. So if you feel a breeze, it is an entity trying to communicate with you. And
You felt a little bit
we
of a
were
breeze.
sitting there, and Elaine felt the recorder moving in her hand like somebody had it, and at the same time, it was like a breeze was going across it.
Now, Sandy, you had some instances where you were cold. One side of your face was cold, and another. I didn't have that much until toward the end, where I felt my nose, just my nose.
My nose was getting cold too, but the whole right side of my face
Yeah.
just got ice cold. So I thought that since maybe there was one of the spirits standing next to me, that maybe Sharon, no doubt, was cold too, but she was not. So it was
Right.
closer to me than her.
Yeah.
She was fine, and I was ice cold just only. And it, honestly, my body was not cold, just my face.
Right.
And so that typically would happen if maybe they were touching
Yeah.
my face.
Right.
Putting
Because
their
I
hand on
noticed
my
that
face.
my nose was cold. I wonder if they were trying to tweak my.
Well, you
Might have
And
been.
that sucker gets cold, it's gonna be
Well, it's-
cold. That's.
And then the time-
It
I
is
got
big
some
enough.
nose going on there.
Well, I have to say too that I think last year at one of the tours, both Sandy and I got touched, but we didn't say anything. And it was like after the tour, we were talking about the tour and that, and I said, well, I felt like somebody took their hand and just gently put it on
Just
my
kind of like
face.
caress your face or just brush your
Right.
face.
Mm-hmm. And then Sandy said
I
that she,
can't remember.
well,
I certainly was touched. Oh, I got hugged.
yeah, she felt like she
It
had
felt
gotten
like
hugged.
Henry had hugged me,
Now,
which was a first.
Yeah.
now going back in the history here of the McPike Mansion, as we are broadcasting live here, we're talking to a Native American shaman, for lack of a
Correct.
better term, and as far as that is concerned, the owner of the property, and you guys have a lot of contact with this property, in particular the spirits that are here. But there is a history. I mean, we're talking about Henry. This was his gig. This was his house. But it went through some other owners, and you there may be some other owners that are attached to the house down.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, Henry lived here, and then, actually, after he passed away in 1910, then his son, John Haley, was here for about 20 years.
And yeah, you said he thought he was in the room with us. That was
John, not
John.
John, but James.
James. Okay.
James actually passed away when he was 25
Okay.
of typhoid fever. So
So now, so is there a
Paul Oshinger, you're talking about
that's
Paul
it.
Oshinger.
Thank you. That was in the 30s or so.
Yeah, he was here in the, like, he and Shuggy were here, in the 30s,
So that would be his
40s.
wife.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this: with these spirits kind of coalescing in the same house, of course, Henry built the place, so it's rightful owner. He built it.
it's his house.
It's his
It's
house.
his house.
But you have other folks that purchased the house that are also coexisting here. Do they get along?
Sometimes, most of the time. I would say most of the time they get along. And we've asked
Most of the
questions
time,
like
yeah.
that about, like, are they on the same plane or, different things like that.
Right.
I mean, like, does Henry know that Paul is here?
And he
And
does.
he does,
Have I ever seen them in the same room together? No.
Okay. So it's a gentleman's agreement. Yeah, you take. It's kind of like in the Three Stooges. They draw the line right down the middle, and you take that side, I'll take this side.
I think that's kind of
That
it.
kind of
It's
thing.
Henry's house, but Paul is here. He
Right.
certainly is here. She's seen him in the window
Right.
before.
And there's some pictures that you showed me, and you showed me pictures of the people, and I can kind of see the correlation between the two. Now, of course, he actually lived in the house. He and his Shuggy lived in the house, and after there's a dispensation of time where the house was kind of vacant, and that's really where it got
Right,
bad,
actually, they were the last people to live in the house, but even when they lived here, I do believe the house was haunted. Because a friend of mine lived here, Loshingers had it divided up into 3 apartments on the second floor.
There's plenty of room here, folks. Trust me when they say that you have 3
Yes.
apartments up there,
Right.
plus a ground floor. Definitely could be. It's
And
a
a
huge
third
house.
floor.
It's a huge
Yeah.
house.
But at any rate, my friend used to get in trouble when she was 5 and her sister was 7 for running up and down the front stairs, and they didn't do that. So that would be like in the 40s, 1940s or so.
And then going back to what we were talking about in our little room session, there are children
There are
attached
children here.
to this.
There are at least 3 child spirits. 2 visited us this evening,
But there
is a third.
there is a third. Now, after that, after it goes into its, it gets purchased, they were gonna try to do, whatever they were going to do fell through.
Right,
You know.
right, it was empty. It's been empty since 1954.
So from 54, will you purchase the property if you, what year?
And 94.
94. So there has been no habitation, so you can imagine the disrepair just because of age and roof leaks, and then of course vandals coming in and people just looting the place. What do the spirits think about that?
Not happy
No.
at all.
Yeah. I
about
read
that.
something online about it, that apparently the mantle had been taken and somebody returned it, or somebody returned something like 17 years later that they had taken from the house. And I guess they thought that I don't know, it was legit. It was on Wikipedia.
Oh, it was legit. Oh, it's on Wikipedia.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
get out
I
of here.
know. But
It's gotta be real.
But it was how looters would, they had come earlier, in the 50s and 60s, taken something from the house, and then felt like it had conquered.
Got some bad gree-gree out of it.
And
And they
it
had
felt
to,
like they had to bring it back, but I don't know if there was any truth
Well,
to
maybe
that.
that was before my time.
Okay, interesting. Can't help but wonder.
well,
I'd bring it back, wouldn't you?
yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I
It'd be
would.
well
I
on its
would
way
not
back.
take
Yeah.
Now, as
Sure
far
enough.
as your day-to-day life when you're here, I mean, granted, they got the Dog and Pony Show here right now. We're doing our thing, and of course Halloween. Do you?
Do I
What the hell was that?
I thought it was a Sasquatch.
That's a sand swing. Who's the sand swing? It's not out of here, man.
Are you gonna ask me, do I talk to them?
Well, do you interact with them? What is it like? Do they ever come to your side of the property and hang out with you over there, or do they stay here?
I've asked them not to come into my house, but years ago, I think the little girl came over because when we moved here, Amanda was already a freshman in high school. But I found some of her little bunny and bear barrettes in weird places.
Right.
So I think the little girl did visit. And one time I was in our house and I actually heard a woman's voice say, "Help me." And that was early on,
Right.
actually. But I do ask them not to come over.
Now, when you purchased the property, when did you have that aha moment? When did you realize that you had
Well,
purchased
4
this?
days after we bought the property,
4?
4,
Okay, 4
a
days.
gal told me that it was haunted. Did I know it was haunted? And being the extreme chicken that I am, I wasn't too excited.
So you didn't even know when you purchased the property,
No,
the
I
history
didn't.
behind it?
No,
Wow.
no, and Sandy can attest that I'm
Yeah.
a big chicken.
She's a chicken.
So when was the first moment where you went, okay, this could be, okay, this is haunted? And was it one of those mind-blowing events, or was it?
No,
Just a creepy kinda-
no, actually the first thing that happened to me was I went in the house and I tripped on some boards and bricks and felt a tug on the side of my warm-up jacket, so actually I think they were trying to keep me from falling.
Right.
And people would come by and tell scary things and I'd be all upset. And before I knew Sandy, I had another friend, Flo, who has passed on. But I would call her in a big panic, and she always told me I was protected.
And nothing has been manifested in a negative way toward you,
No,
in your opinion. I mean, nothing has ever happened to you specifically or to your family in a negative way.
no.
Has there been any negative things happen here to
Have
other
I
people?
been unnerved? Yes.
Now, what would, if they're, was it benevolent, and they're not evil,
No,
for lack of a
no.
better term? Okay, they're not dark, they're not, Is it unnerving just for the aspect of you just don't know where they are? What unnerves you about them? Because I can feel completely comfortable, even being as the skeptic and knowing what's going on. I don't have a feel of oppression.
No, years ago I had a group of boys, like my 5th or 6th grade boys, down in the cellar, and I had asked the spirits to join us in sight or sound or touch or smell. And we were standing there, and it was like somebody took the metal door and just slammed it shut, or, you know, threw something against it or whatever.
A bunch of preteen boys make me do that too. They're hard.
Well,
They get on your nerves. I know what they do. I can only imagine what they would do on the other side.
Spirits, I would appreciate it if you would not be so loud. Now, in my mind, I'm going, I'm out of here.
But you gotta stay cool in front of the kids.
I did stay cool in front of the kids, but that was just unnerving, but it wasn't a bad thing.
Right.
Oh my.
It wasn't bad.
Well, like I said, man, those kids can be a pain in the ass. I know.
Well, I think, you know, like children should be seen and not heard.
Right.
Oh, stop.
I'm a firm believer in that, but my kids will staunchly argue that fact tooth and nail with
It's
me.
a beautiful idea. It really
Now,
is.
Sandy,
She doesn't believe that at all. She's a teacher.
Oh,
Well, I
Your
meant
godmother.
in the era, in
Oh,
that
in
era.
that era.
In
Okay.
Henry's era, then children
That's
should
She's
be.
how they
seen and
felt.
not heard.
So
Exactly.
maybe he wasn't too excited about
That's
having
true,
all the,
yeah.
you know, these.
I got
bunch
you.
of goblins running around his house.
Right,
That's what he was having a problem with. Now, Sandy, what's your take? I mean, it seems to be relatively low key. There's no.
There are no spirits here that mean anybody any harm.
Right.
But in any venue like this, or any instance when you're dealing with the spirits in the in-between, I always approach with the utmost respect and honor, even if they're ugly,
Right.
or less than nice.
They're having a bad day.
I don't challenge them, and I suggest no one do, because if I stepped up to you and challenged you, I believe you'd take me on.
Well, it's
Absolutely,
I mean, it's
and
human
they
nature.
will too.
Right.
They
so,
will too, because they're the only thing different. They are the same, is they don't have the physical body.
The spiritual plane that they're in is just different.
It is different, but if you challenge them, they will step up to the challenge, and the fight might be a little uneven. And so
You
I
can't
don't-
see him. Yeah, that's kind of tough.
That's right.
Really.
So I don't. I have challenged Henry before. And
How'd that work?
It didn't work out so well.
Was it the same story that we talked about
Yes,
earlier?
it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So-
would you mind telling our listening audience, Sandy, what?
We used to talk to Henry with a candle, and very excited because he really liked using the candle. But after a while, he felt like he was performing, so he stopped doing that. And that evening, I don't know, we had prodded him, and I begged him, and please use the candle, please talk to us, and it just did nothing.
Right.
And so I told him I thought he was being rude to his guests.
Right.
And on
Kind of
this-
an offhanded comment. Well, you're being a party pooper.
That's what I told him,
Right.
and it was very disrespectful. A man of his time would not tolerate that.
Yeah.
So there are little chutes
Right.
on the side of the wall, and
See
a
one
rock,
right there.
just like that, a rock came flying out of that.
Oh my.
And it didn't roll down, it flew out and bounced off of the chair with that kind of force. And I knew at that point I had overstepped my boundary.
And
Yes.
time to. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
my bad.
apologies, my bad, I shouldn't have done that.
Do they hold a grudge? Do they?
Some of them.
Some of them. I was gonna say some of them do, in your opinion.
Some
They
of
hold
them,
a-
yeah.
hold a grudge.
I have upset one of them right now, and she's not speaking to me. So we go into the cellar, and the other spirits will continue to speak to me, and I can hear them. She told me I won't be saying another word to you,
Really?
and she has not.
How long has it been since this is
2 weeks.
your cone of silence?
It's
I'm being
been
silly,
about-
but I mean
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
And she would talk to me before, and she won't talk to me. I feel her, and I know she is there, but she won't say a word to me. I cannot hear her. So
Apparently, we're getting some
activity on the stairs.
What we have here in this setup, we're in a small room, but we have some night vision cameras that Jehovah's so kind enough to set us up in the ground floor. Now, obviously, the state of the house means that we can't be there tromping around, but they were able to set up a couple of cameras, and I just, hang on a second here, folks, that was.
We've
did you
got
see
a
that?
live motion camera set upstairs.
Did anybody else see that? I'm trying to, cause I talk, if you haven't noticed, I talk with the hands a lot, don't I?
We were saying it a second ago. when-
There's movement on there. Now, when the cameras were first installed, I will attest, there's a lot of dust particles
Right.
floating around. We saw a little mouse earlier
Yes.
climbing up the steps. Now it's probably, I don't know how many feet away. It'd be at the front of the house. It's quite a bit of a haul away from us going up the main steps. I saw a light on the left-hand side as if it was coming down and made a turn and went down the hall. Just whenever I was standing there describing it, I was talking with my hands, and that's why I was moving my hand to see if I cast a shadow, and I didn't. That's freaking creepy.
That's
I'm
awesome.
gonna tell you right there.
It's
Um,
awesome.
I just saw it right in here.
yeah.
Yeah, that I just saw too.
We are in a real life haunted house, hanging
Yes,
out
we are,
it's,
folks.
at the McPike Mansion. I'm sipping the Kool-Aid slowly, not gulping. Still a bit of
The
a
night is
skeptic.
still young.
Still a bit of a skeptic, but I'm having a lot of fun. And I want to thank you guys for coming out and playing along with us.
Oh,
I
yeah.
appreciate it. I mean, because you didn't know really what you were getting into. We could have been.
That's true.
We are a bunch of goons, but we could
But
have.
we've had a lot of fun and we've
Right.
learned a lot.
Yes.
And
yes.
we've really enjoyed our time here. I have. I
Oh,
mean, I've gained a lot of information.
And we still got
and I'm
lots of
learning.
time. We still got another 3 hours. And now we're going to get into the investigative side here in just a bit.
And we do thank you for coming also, and I always say the nicest thing about owning McPike Mansion is meeting all the nice people.
Yeah.
Except for Roxanne.
Of course.
I mean,
I'm terrible.
Depending on what day it is, Mama G, she's kind of cool, but Roxanne.
Well, I appreciate
nice.
the opportunity that you guys gave me to be a part of this.
This was
To be
fun.
a medium for the evening.
Yeah, no,
so-
you really
And I have
Yes,
many more
been a lot of fun.
questions. There's
And we're gonna talk, bro.
yeah,
We
we
are
will.
gonna talk.
And the thing is, we're getting ready to do, apparently there's still more stuff going on behind me, so what I'm gonna do is
Almost
look
3
at, now that's just weird.
On the screen.
Yeah, did you see?
Did you see that?
Uh-huh. I saw it.
I didn't see
That's
that
not
one.
a dust particle that
No,
shoots
no.
across the screen
That's moving
like
way
that.
too fast.
We are looking at live footage of
Bug
night
maybe?
vision
No, that was too fast.
on a screen. We can see a stairwell going up to the second floor, and I assume that was a hall.
Did you see
Yes,
that?
I saw it, I
I've
saw
had a
it.
lot of that.
Okay, wait a minute, who's got, no flashlights?
No.
No.
No, that's
Oh,
on, that's on
That's
camera.
on-
That's on the camera.
And that, no dust particles travel quite that fast.
That's right, because we've caught dust particles all night long and they're moving quite a deal
What the hell is that?
There's a lot of that tonight.
Okay, now wait just a
We're
second,
watching
folks.
it
We're gonna be putting this on, and there's one up the left. There are, well, for lack of a better term, but something I can't really wrap my head around, orbs. And there were like 5 or 6 of them just shooting up and then down and then,
Traveling, moving, going places.
And
What
it
is
was
that?
up there stirring anything
Images.
around.
Those are orbs. Those are probably the spirits of the house.
no.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. The one who hangs
See,
out
see,
right
but you got it right
there.
there.
is
One
Lydia.
just went up the
Really?
stairs.
Henry's mother hangs out right there as
I'm gonna sit down because I'm gonna get all geeked out and I'm gonna pull the wire out of
Another spirit that hangs
there's-
out there
I'm the one that gets
is Bessie. So that's probably either Bessie or Lydia that's running around there, and John Mountain hangs out. Those are the 3 spirits that hang right there.
head count. We've got pretty much everybody. There's 2 more back there.
Yeah,
They're back
they're
there.
right there, yeah.
They're right there.
They're all down here.
Everybody is down here.
Everybody's accounted for, so there's
Yes.
nobody.
No.
You went and made coffee. You're back here.
We
You
are
did the
all
interview.
here. God, the
And
skeptic just
Can
can't
I
accept
say
the
that
mechanic.
our last,
That's 3 I've seen since in the last 45 seconds. Shut up, Roxanne.
can I say that our last tours are this Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to come out and check it out yourself, you can come out to the
4.
McPike Mansion. The last tours, like she said, are this Saturday. What time?
7 and 9.
7 to 9. So you
7
can come out.
and 9.
Oh, 7 and 9. So you can come out and experience it just like we have.
What time is it?
What, from
It's the
7
big
to
wait.
7
No, what?
and
No, what
9?
time is it right now?
It.
3 o'clock.
Witchy now.
Dead time.
It's 3 a.m. 5. Just saw it.
And they're
5.
getting busy.
That's right. It's
Alright.
Halloween, man.
All right, man. Here's the thing. I don't know what's going on. but there's something going on the first floor. Either somebody's playing a pretty darn good prank, or
No, I don't think so.
We don't play pranks here.
Nope.
it's
No.
really
Oh, that
tough
was
for me
a-
not to say a bad word.
That one just
Weird
went up
one.
the stairs.
We want your experience here to be very legitimate.
Yeah.
So, folks,
Oh, yes.
your last tours are coming up this Saturday.
Yes.
Correct.
Here's the. Look at that right up there on the very tip top of the step to the left.
Yes. Did you see the one she did at the bottom?
Yeah,
of the
I saw
screen
that.
just now?
Okay. If you want to come out and have a good time and really see a creepy old mansion that may have a little bit of spiritual activity, this is the place to be.
Yes.
You know? And it's coming from a skeptic.
That's true. I
So-
think we've turned them, ladies.
Well, this is pretty weird. Here's the thing, we've done this for 22 minutes and I'm sure people are getting tired of us. They want to hear more of the scary stuff that we had, but it's really not scary, it's just really creepy
And cool.
EVPs and the gang. Again, throw out again, last tours this Saturday.
Right, thanks
And-
again.
And we appreciate you for having us out, ladies.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks so much.
We're 97.5 The Rock. We're going to try to figure out what's going on with this light show behind us with these orbs. And we'll be back in a bit. 97.5 The Rock, WDLJ, Paris.
So this won't
So-
be on the air,
No.
this is just gonna be recorded. Oh, thank you.
No. Everything we do tonight is recorded, and so what I'm going to
You can
try
kinda edit or
Right.
whatever.
So when we get done,
okay.
I can go back in there while you guys are
Rock
doing
on.
maybe something else. I can tune it down and edit it if there's.
Rock on.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to throw you under the bus. No. Oh, yeah. Yes, yeah, let me go grab, they're in the car, let me grab.
Somebody had some of his hands.
I got some.
Yes.
Here's what we're gonna do. We've got 3 to 4 handheld recorders. We're gonna kind of scatter ourselves throughout the room.
I want to sit
But is he going to pick up, the audio is gonna be background audio, or like if I'm this close, I can just lean over to her.
It's on.
Maybe those doors, maybe.
Can you hear us, Moose? We're in here now. Can you hear us? Can you hear us okay?
Anyway, okay.
See what we're talking about? Yeah? I think it might. Just picking up conversation. Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, now what is all this stuff?
That is a DMF for,
Okay, I'm gonna tell you where most of the activity usually happens, so you'll wanna sit there. All right? That's where Shirley visits, that's activity. Mary comes over here, that's usually where we have activity. Jenny comes in back here, and so we usually have activity back here. James comes in back here too, and so usually we get his pacing in front of this red light, so we can see his shadow. Henry goes everywhere, so he'll just walk up and do this. Too. All right? He goes everywhere.
It is really cold.
Well, because Jimmy comes in.
Were you in
Yeah,
Troy?
Jenny comes in that way, James comes in there, Mary usually comes and enters here, and Sarah enters there. And that's usually where the activity is.
Exactly.
And it's usually colder in that corner where you guys are, Ginger and Troy. I mean, when we take the temperature, we usually take a temperature reading.
You're gonna
you know,
take our temperature? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, and it's rectal, buddy.
That's what I was hearing.
Just saying,
Well, on the other hand,
that's the
so.
way it's done here, too.
Things just got interesting.
Okay.
And I've been waiting for this for a long time, Troy, a long time.
Okay, are we turning on all the lights?
Well, we're waiting, I
Okay.
think, aren't we? For.
Moose, I know you can hear us.
Moose? The old
They are
jackass.
doing something.
You
illustrious goat.
He is the illustrious goat.
He's running out to this car to get another battery for the voice recorder.
Oh, get
Did he train it?
voice recorder again?
He says it's been acting buggy ever since they were out back.
Right.
Moose!
Who is this?
Did you mess it up again?
He's out, he
He's
went out
out
to the
this
car.
way.
Yeah, he just walked
They're tapping into his voice recorder to do.
Those
They
big
are,
IR
yeah.
floods are on,
What? Oh,
Uh,
I'm talking to them.
and when you aim your camera that way, what you're probably gonna get is a white out on your night vision,
I just
because
saw
those
that.
are a lot stronger than what you have.
Yeah, I'll probably just turn this one off then.
You should have enough IR with that on over there, for the whole room actually.
Yeah, that should be fine. What is Neil doing?
You mean with the K2 meter?
I gotta get me one of them.
Sharon, I'm ready for birthday cake.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go home. I have birthday cake at home. I need to go home.
Is it your birthday?
No, it's my nephew's.
Oh.
I love the birthday cake. I hadn't had it. Now I'm craving it. I can see it, I can taste it. I know what I'm gonna be doing at 3 in the morning.
You're gonna be eating
What?
birthday cake.
I am. I'm in trouble.
Well, eat a piece.
And leftover trick or treat candy. Man. Do what? Eat a piece for you?
Yeah.
All right. I got pumpkin cheesecake
Could you
too.
believe we actually got sponsors this year?
For,
Candy for our parade unit.
oh, cool. Oh,
Got hooked up with O'Reilly's Auto Parts out of Wood River
For what?
and Dollar General by my house. Man's Auto Parts up across from,
I'll just be sure to send thank you or something.
Right.
how we doing? What do we got? What do you got? Nothing.
It's been going off and on.
What is that? Just a camera or?
K2.
Oh,
It just picks up like a magnetic.
Yeah, what's going up a little bit, too yellow or whatever.
Right. I have exactly what I have on.
It is. We were trying earlier with the phones would maybe go off.
the cell phone will too, and she just walked by with the cell phone.
Yeah, but earlier she had her cell phone laying on the.
Yeah.
And it went off, that's when you gotta, that's when you know you're getting good reading, is when you don't have anything around you. Gotta leave all my cell phones in the car when
You
I'm
want to leave out?
working with equipment,
There's out there in the
I
hall.
walk and talk.
because it'll set it off.
I took it out because I didn't use it. Oh, no, yeah.
I just looked at it a couple days ago.
You got us up Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have tour Friday. We got us.
Seriously, it was like 30 degrees. You know, people are walking up and going, oh yeah, I feel it. Hey, tube, seriously, it's 30 degrees. It's like everywhere's a fucking cold spot.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So when we turn the lights off, you do your thing, right? Sides, yes. Are we ready?
Yes, I think the way we were gonna do it, I think the way we're gonna do it is the best way. I can't pull, the audio is pretty good up there, but I don't have a way to pull it off of this system, so.
This is going up. It's going on. It's hard.
Now, what's your name, honey?
Bruce is my name, I go by Bruce on the so it's.
Oh.
And they're eating my batteries up on this little bad boy left and right, that's my third one, and that's the, so that they're
They
right
gotta
there.
pull energy from somewhere.
So, where do I sit?
Up here?
Up Up here?
Why don't you sit up here, miss?
That's one of the why they pull energy.
Either
Shut down
chair.
the whole
Chair.
never stopped.
You got a minute, all right.
We'll save it right here.
We got 9 volt batteries.
Come on, see.
I'm really cold.
You've got a recorder going up here.
Yeah, it's right in front of you.
Oh, there it is. Mama G,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you this.
Okay.
If something happens with this area, you can kind of.
Is it all right?
Yeah, it's recorded.
Okay.
Power restriction.
Yeah, this particular spot.
Jerome, you got
Are we
the
ready?
outside door.
Those doors,
I'm gonna power this off so I don't do
So
that.
nobody walks in or.
if you guys would, power off your cell phones and your cameras, please, so we don't have that light in here. That way, if you do experience and see anything, you can acknowledge that. So, wasn't that cool? Did you hear the doors? You wanted to do that again? It's an awesome sound. It does. That's my favorite. Is he joining us or did you?
I think he was gonna watch him.
Jerome, are you watching out there?
We keeping these lights on in here?
Oh, I didn't know if you
Lady, I'm here.
I think I will either.
I wake up in the night and I have
The
to
red one.
Oh, yeah.
put my shoulder back where it needs to be. Well, if you could isolate the sounds of those things, that would be so cool. Okay. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take you guys through a dark session that we do for the 2 minutes.
So we do ask the spirits to join us in sight or sound or touch or smell, as long as it is not harmful to anyone.
That was not a ghost, that's good to know. I always tell people, eliminate the obvious. If you're sitting in a chair and it's rocking, make sure it's on solid ground. If it is on solid ground and it rocks again, you have had a paranormal experience. But eliminate the obvious first. There are no breezes in the cellar, and so if you feel a breeze come across your face or blow your hair or any wisp of air, you are having a paranormal experience and you are being visited by one of the spirits of the house. Because there are no breezes down here. Temperature down here is a lot warmer than it is right now, so I can tell you that we already have guests or the spirits of the house have joined us down here. I'm seeing a glow over there, so I want to eliminate the obvious. Is that a phone or that's
It's the voice
the voice
That's,
recorder?
yeah,
Okay.
right in the corner.
So we just want to acknowledge that,
Yes.
so we don't mistake that for some activity. What you're looking for is a change in temperature around you. Your neighbor might be toasty warm, but you may not be. And if you are being visited, that is one of the indications. Again, with the breeze, the spirits of the house oftentimes will touch your hair. Your lap may get very cold if the children join us. We also do have ghosts or spirits of animals that join us down here as well. I like to tell people there are no burning bushes, so I can set your expectations. Okay? We're just looking for shifts and changes,
What's going on over there with the air ATs going off?
and it looks like we have a spirit that is visiting us. So, we've asked, I also ask people that if you touch your neighbor, will you please tell them that it was you? And that way, if they are touched by one of the spirits, then they know that they have been visited. I also ask people to acknowledge if you're having an experience. Any kind of experience that you're having are the spirits trying to communicate with you or visit with you. If you don't acknowledge it, they will stop trying to communicate. And so the more you acknowledge, the more activity you'll have.
Is somebody whispering?
Are you hearing whispers?
Yes, I'm hearing somebody whispering right behind me.
You might want to say hello to Mary.
Hello, Mary.
That is Henry's first wife, and this is the corner that she comes in, and I can tell you I'm seeing a glow in that corner. That's how she presents herself to me.
It just is a fleeting
Whisper.
whisper. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was a voice.
And I continue to see a glow. Does anybody else see that? I don't know how many
I see a
sensitives
glow
we have
in
down
that
there.
corner.
You said about,
I mean, I don't, you guys can't see me, but
Just above him in the corner, it usually will glow just for a moment. And that is Mary, so.
I'm turning around to look, so that's.
yeah,
I
and
know
then-
you do.
And so we certainly want to welcome Mary
Yes.
to the cellar. And the more that we acknowledge her, the more glow, little wisps of glow that we will get. The other thing that you're looking for are wisps of smells, like lilac or cherry tobacco. Paul Lassinger comes in and he smells like cigarette smoke.
We both just felt like something touched us on our lower back.
Awesome. You will want to say hello to Jenny Wilkinson McPike. That is the corner that she comes in. And so, hi Jenny. Thanks for
you said
joining
you had a
us.
question? Did you say you had a question?
I guess I kinda do. Wait a second. Okay, well, we'll just keep talking while the meter thingy,
Is going
for
on.
lack of a better term, tell I'm a rookie. Is this because, how do you know this? I mean, I'm not questioning you, but I just was, how is it?
How do I know?
Yeah, is it a sense that you feel, or is it?
They usually will tell me, I hear them, when they have entered or,
Right.
and we do this all the time, and so it is very common that they come in those particular. But Jenny is the mischievous one.
She's a prankster.
She's a prankster.
Okay.
And so usually when she comes in, she likes to touch you or poke you or,
Pull at your coat.
yes, or sit down right next to you. And,
She felt that too.
and I can just feel her back there, and I can hear her laugh.
So she's getting a charge out of all this, huh?
Absolutely, she loves it,
Hey
yes.
Sandy,
Yes,
over in the corner above the red light,
yes.
over by your desk.
Yeah, be on my side, I guess.
Yeah, there keeps coming out a whiter light above it.
Are you talking about behind us?
Behind
Yeah.
me, like
No, other side.
Other side, that would be
Over
Sarah.
here?
that
Yeah.
red light.
Mhm.
Well, it's above the red light.
It's above, it's a glow,
Yeah.
and that is Sarah. Ah, did you guys feel
Yeah,
it?
what was that?
No,
Hold on.
that's a-
Okay, now that's some kind of light, somebody else's light, really, but.
That's to his recorder or his
Oh.
camera or something.
Oh, okay.
Now, eliminate the obvious, you guys, eliminate the obvious. You know, because I don't like to make stuff up, you know what I'm saying? But Sarah comes in this front corner.
On my side over here.
No, Mary comes
Mary,
in over there
where am I?
and moves along that wall.
Okay.
Sarah comes in over here to my right, behind us,
Okay.
in this corner. And she comes in ice cold, and I am cold on the right side of my face, so she is directly behind us here. Is that where you saw the light, is kind of behind us? Up
Yeah.
here?
I think it's
Ginger,
Bob or
it's Ginger, right?
somebody's got it.
Yeah?
I mean, it's Ginger talking is what I mean, I
No,
know.
we're not
No,
talking.
I wasn't saying anything.
And it was a glow
Oh, it
above
was
us,
you,
right?
Yeah,
okay.
Shelley, it was
Okay.
above.
Okay,
the-
Shelley.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
there, I see what they're thinking.
Yeah.
He's got a glow over
On
here.
his camera, so it's probably part of it is the reflection off of his camera.
Well, there's the one of the camera, there's
Okay, then I
the
see
one
that,
of
that's-
the red light, then there was one above the red
Then there
light.
was one above that,
Yeah.
okay. That's
And I
why we
think
want to
it's-
There's
eliminate
like
that.
three glows over there.
I
Okay.
think it is the camera, but that's because I saw it's kind of a white glow.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's,
I've got it off now.
like a white, red, white glow.
I want to see if somebody will make the K meter thingy go off of here.
But we can ask them to do that. They don't like to perform, actually, and so,
Oh.
yeah, they
No,
kind of
we'll
get
ask,
a
it's
little
up to
upset,
them.
but we can ask them if they will, get close to the K2. Maybe Sarah will do that. and let us know that she's here, although I know she's here because that right side of me is cold. Are you cold, Sharon? I'm ice cold on the right side of my face. Ice cold. So I do know that Sarah is here, I know that Mary is here, I know that Jenny has joined us. And
touching Roxanne's ear,
that's awesome. Thanks, Jenny.
messing with
Now, I will tell you that when Henry joins us, he comes in as a shadow, and he is a shadow that is actually darker than the dark. And so when you see him, he will walk across the room and it will appear as a tall shadow.
So we will be able to differentiate him from this blackness that's.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, I really did see a shadow.
I just got
Yeah.
colder.
Right in
I just
front
got
of me,
colder,
about
yeah.
3 or
I
4
swear to
feet
God, I thought I saw
in front of me. Honestly, I could see a shadow.
Yeah, I see it too.
Yeah, but-
Sure.
I thought I was seeing.
Yeah, it was kind of like close to the K2 meter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
She said, oh,
There you go.
We just got colder.
Yeah, it's like really cold.
Really
over
cold,
here.
yeah.
I'm like feeling it.
Me too. Yeah.
And that glow above you, Moose, yes.
Oh my
Just
God.
went off again. It
Right
was.
from
I
this,
don't
yes.
She's always very brief,
Oh,
and so I just see a glow.
you gotta be quick.
You do have to be
It is
quick.
like freezing.
Catch
I
it.
think that was here, right in front of us.
So everyone can
And
say
now-
hello
I
to
mean, I think
Henry,
this is-
because he certainly is here.
Hello,
Henry
Ray.
is here.
Really?
And thank you for having us.
Yes,
Henry.
thank you, Henry.
Henry is always most kind and generous.
Oh, wow. He is
My lap is freezing.
And I'm not that cold anymore.
No, I think I might
See,
have.
I'm not as.
My lap is
I'm not-
freezing.
It doesn't seem like it's.
I know, it's like
Maybe
sitting
it's
right
because
there.
I'm like-
Oh, I know there's something in there
It
too.
doesn't seem like I'm as cold as I was when I first came in.
I feel like I'm colder.
No, you're not assimilated to the temperature, they're
But
just not right
They're
on
just not,
you.
okay.
But you might be colder on
'Cause I'm
one side
cold.
than
Are
the
you,
other.
oh, really?
I'm freezing.
You've got,
Yeah,
I'm not as cold here.
and I bet you can feel my hands, my right hand is cold. Does it feel cold to you?
yeah. it
Yeah,
does.
I'm ice cold,
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
feel cold.
and my left hand isn't, you wanna feel that? I'm over here
Oh,
getting
you're-
felt up.
You're. No, that is.
Did I say that out loud?
You said that
I
out
did.
loud.
Okay,
It popped out.
it just spewed right out. Sorry, Henry, meant no disrespect. So Henry is definitely here. I am asking though, because her lap is cold, if we have the kids down, oh, man, I'm ice cold. If we have the kids down here, and we do, they are telling me that, we have the little girl and the little boy has joined us here. And the little girl, I see Mary's, anytime I mention the kids, Mary's glow over here. You know, she glows behind you.
Behind me.
And I don't know if anyone is catching that, that's something that I see, I'm not sure if you see it.
What were
So
the
maybe-
children's names again? If you know?
We don't know the
Oh, you
little
don't.
girl's name, but the little boy's name we think is Adam, right? Yeah, Adam. Every time we've asked and channeled in, his name is Adam.
Right.
And his age is about, I think, about 8. I have to ask him again, because I always forget. He's about 8.
So you got-
They're acknowledging,
So-
that's why the K2 would go up.
Right, because,
They're saying yes, 8
you
is
know, like
right.
usually the
Everybody's
tourist
got their
leaves-
cell phones off, right? That we have them.
Yeah, everything's off.
Anyway, who is sitting on your lap? That was Ginger, right?
No.
It said that, we said that. Shelley?
My legs are still.
I think they're both in the
Okay.
same direction, aren't you both kind of in the
Yeah,
back there?
Ginger and Troy are sitting behind me. in the
Right.
corner.
Okay,
Okay.
and I don't recognize your voices, so,
Right. I don't know.
but anyway, it feels like a child in it, in your
Yeah,
lap, and it
yeah.
feels like the little girl.
It's freezing.
Just wanna let you know that.
Is just your lap
So
cold?
you might wanna,
Yeah.
ask, you might can ask some questions and see if Henry or any of the other spirits who use the K2 meter to kinda,
And we don't have
Verify.
dowsing rods, we usually use dowsing rods to verify what I'm hearing. The dowsing rods will confer, maybe they can use a K2 meter.
I wonder if the little girl was the one that was making the noise out at the cemetery earlier.
Yeah.
Asking that question, and I'm listening for their answer, and their answer is yes.
Was it, can I be specific questions, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes,
So
we
was it both, on both recordings? The earlier recording this afternoon and then later on this evening after it got dark, was it both the same child, or was it someone else?
It was the same,
Okay.
same child. Both female voices, right? I'm assuming.
The second one we couldn't really discern.
Okay. But the other one sounded female?
Yes.
Okay.
I did to me, Gus. What do you think, Gus?
Yeah, the first one was definitely female.
Okay. So that kind of coincides with their answer. Awesome.
So could we ask one to walk by the Kate's in here again and see if they would?
We can, and see if they would acknowledge and do that. I'm gonna ask Jenny if James will join us down here.
I think the little girl got off my lap. It's incredibly warm now.
Is your lap warming up?
Yes.
Little girl moved.
What's that?
I thought you said something.
No. I thought it was getting warm in a second.
Oh,
Now it's getting
okay.
cold again.
There you go.
And we do ask Henry questions or, you know, different things like what was his favorite music or, you know, yes or no questions. His favorite music, what was something he really liked to eat. Like chipped beef was one of his answers on that. And we asked about marbles. They didn't really celebrate Halloween. That's a much later holiday. I don't even know when Halloween came into being.
Maybe Troy knows, he knows everything. Yes, he's a wealth of information, we all know
Ah,
this.
Troy, you know so much information.
Surely he's
I can't
researched that,
even-
or maybe not.
It's amazing, really.
Do you know Troy?
1880s.
I knew you knew that, see?
Well, except for the Irish, which started like, 300 AD.
As I
But
say, it's
other than
Celtic
that,
holiday.
Yeah, other
Yeah.
than that,
But like in America, it was 1880.
Yeah, it's actually only popular in America. Other countries don't celebrate
They
Halloween.
don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've tried to bust into England, but
Mama
it's not
G, are you
working very
moving
well.
around?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
my legs are cold. so
Okay, I
I'm
just
gonna-
wanted to.
And her light is too, yeah.
Well, I could see her, I think you're wearing
My
white, I
light.
thought I saw it, just kind of.
Yeah, it's my sleeve.
No, Troy, as I said to Ginger, you're hysterical.
Hysterically.
Right. You're historical facts. I mean, really, you know so much information, it's amazing.
Great for Trivial Pursuit, not much else.
And sessions in the cellar.
Except for-
And
It's working for
writing
me.
books.
Yeah, I'm
Can
writing
you
books.
ask Henry if he minds us being here or activity around his house?
Henry is okay with you guys being
I'm
here.
just touching my arm. I don't know, it felt like a drip though.
Actually, I think that in the wintertime, we don't come in the house very often, and so actually I do think
Yeah,
they miss us,
it was wet.
honestly. Cause I always feel like in the springtime when I go in the house or something, I always feel very welcomed, you know, like in April or.
Henry is recognizing that everyone so far this evening has been very respectful. And so he appreciates that, and that is why you are welcome here.
That's good. Do my best to keep it that way, thank you.
And
Mr. McPike.
I've talked to everybody here, and I would confer with that. Everybody seems to be, very, really showing honor and respect to the mansion and the spirits that are here. So Henry just simply appreciates that. He doesn't like to be asked to perform, and he does not like to be taunted or challenged.
Apparently really does like to drink wine.
He loves wine.
Yeah. What's that one?
And last week we learned he did like moonshine as well. But he does not care for beer.
What's his favorite wine? Does he have
His own,
his own? There you go.
his own.
He did have a press room and a bottling room, supposedly in the cellar here, that's what, I was told.
Has anybody caught sight of his shadow yet?
I'm pretty sure it's seven.
There's something over here she just saw.
I saw a shadow before,
here when I
earlier.
got up, and it looked like on top of it, shaking head.
Oh, here to my left?
Behind me, yeah.
Okay.
It almost feels like there's a breeze, 'cause my eyes are drying out, kind of. Feels like there's a breeze.
And there is, because it's Sarah over there, you guys actually should be very cold.
Oh, yeah.
There's monkey in the tea guy.
Yes, she is. She likes to be acknowledged.
Are
Okay,
you
so
ever
that's
out,
awesome.
Sarah?
Sarah?
Isn't that wonderful? You can't make them perform.
I know.
You cannot. They have choices, and they get to make choices. And that's pretty cool.
But did they realize that I'm kind of a bit of a skeptic about it, that I'm kind of...
I'm sure they have identified that.
Right.
Absolutely. You're a skeptic.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's why I like to tell people to eliminate the obvious, because I am one of your bigger skeptics, believe it or
Right
not.
between you and me.
What's
What
that?
is?
It keeps getting cold over here, and they get cold too, and it seems like it keeps going back and forth between them and me.
Yeah, because I just saw a black shadow went right in front of me.
It seems like I'm catching movement in the middle of the room. Was it in the middle of the room, or was it?
Yeah.
But I can't...
Like a white shadow went by us just a second ago. You know, from our end.
Was Henry a religious man? Did he...
To live
He
in
was
God.
a member of the Unitarian Church.
Oh, was he?
actually. Yeah, and actually that wasn't called the Unitarian Church originally. I do believe it was some kind of congregational church, and at some point the name was changed.
I know.
But anyway, yes, he was a member there.
Master, does Henry have does he sense the dispensation of time since he has been in his state now versus how much time has passed since he was living?
Yes.
Right.
When you ask those questions, I ask him.
Okay.
He is hearing me, and
Oh,
so I
okay.
hear him.
Okay.
And his answer is yes.
Does he mind if I ask him those questions, or is it annoying?
He loves it.
Okay.
He loves honest. Look, did you say?
Yeah.
He answered with a K2. He loves honest questions, legitimate questions.
So he can...
Happy,
Yeah,
whatever.
that one over there.
That's awesome, Henry. Thank you for using that.
Unless you moved your hand, I wouldn't breathe.
I put my hand in.
Okay. No, that's okay, I'm just,
But he can rationalize, I mean, rationalize not very well, but he understands the time period when we're living in versus where he was living in, and he gets...
And we need to say out loud, because this is being recorded,
Yes.
that
The K2 meter is going nuts.
it is.
Yeah.
K2 meter is going nuts because Henry is trying to answer the question and he is acknowledging it so visually it can be seen.
Thank you.
It's not that easy to set that off either. You
No, it
know,
isn't.
I
We tried.
too, and it really doesn't go off like that.
No, and I can tell you that we have had K2s down here a lot and they seldom go off. Really. And we can have all kinds of activity down here and the K2s won't go off. Because, because Henry normally doesn't like playing with them. He doesn't like the electronics. But tonight we don't have the dowsing rods,
That's
so
true,
he
but it
is,
is well like the red one.
Is the
Usually
little
I do.
boy really biting Andy like?
he's acknowledging with the K2, which I sincerely appreciate, so that
Would
they
you say,
visually.
Roxy?
I
Said
did
is,
a little
is
more.
the little boy between me and Elaine.
Is the little boy...
Why do you think it's the little boy?
Because he's playing with us.
Under our
He's
chair.
tickling me and poking me and going under the chair.
I'd love to tell you it's a little boy, but I don't think it is. About 10 minutes ago, I felt Jenny get up and move and get between the two of you. And so, and I was gonna ask you if you felt a shift, but I didn't, and I wish now that I had. But I still think that's Jenny.
Do the spirits, were they all living here at the same time, or are these different, are there overlaps like of different spirits at different times? Do they
There are
acknowledge each other?
overlaps.
Do they know that, I mean, do they recognize us? Do they recognize each other?
Yes.
Do they get along? I assume they do.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
No,
Sometimes not. Unless you tell them, sure.
no, sometimes they don't always get along.
They get a little testy with each other.
Yes, they do.
How, can you tell by just the shift in just a mood, or just?
Yes.
Well, and we ask questions. Honestly, I mean, we do ask questions.
When they come into the cellar, empathically, I can feel how they are feeling. And,
What are you feeling?
oh, they're happy to be here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're real happy to be here. When Sharon's mother had passed away, they were very concerned about her, so when they came into the cellar, at that point, they were, you could feel that,
Right.
angst about them. So,
Concern and worry.
right, they dearly love Sharon. And so, I would never want to do something to hurt Sharon, trust me.
Saying this,
Yes,
Are the children still in here?
yes.
Okay.
you know, I
My
guess.
lab went cold again.
You're
They'll
out
get
there.
up and down. When we have the dowsing rods, the dowsing rods will cross and continue to cross and even hug you. And so the children like to do that, and some of the spirits of the house will do that too if they really like you. So.
I feel like you hold this around my feet and then one on my lap.
And who's down on this side again?
On your right side?
Where's that?
Yeah, because it's,
Mom and G and Roxy.
well,
And-
yeah, I know, it looks lighter down there, but I'm not sure if that's,
See if they, is the recorder still glowing?
Yeah.
okay. Because
Could
I
I,
can
could I
kind of
ask them
slow
to say
down.
something in the recorder, would they do something like that?
You can ask them, and they may or
ask.
may not.
Okay.
Absolutely.
G, ask them if they'll say something into the recorder, the light that you're holding.
Can you say something into this device I'm holding?
Hey, you.
The K2 is going off, so they're going to try and accommodate.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we may not hear it, but it'll show up on the recorder.
That's, one can hope.
Now, I would like to ask Henry, I am feeling the presence of Lydia, your mother. So, has she joined us here in the song? I believe that she has. And the answer that I get is yes. So I think we have been also joined by Henry's mother, Lydia. She normally stays on the first level at the front door. So apparently Lydia has joined us.
I assume the spirits want to be in this house.
Yeah, that would be why they're here. I'm thinking.
I mean, they don't want to go, but I mean, they don't want to go to.
No.
whatever's next. This is where they want to be.
This is where they want to be.
We've asked that, actually, we have asked,
Okay.
why
Oh my
Henry
gosh.
hasn't left, or,
There is a breeze right by the recorder.
Yeah.
It's really,
It's excessive,
and
like you can feel
and
it.
it's moving.
I think it was burning on the face of it.
Yeah.
I can't feel it anywhere but right where he's at.
Keep that recorder going, I mean, that's gold.
It almost feels like Roxanne's trying to pull it out of my
This
head.
is awesome. I have never seen it go off like that in this cellar, and I've been doing this for how many years, Sharon?
Oh, that is
And we've had, I don't know how many kids.
and Lydia is Lydia is the matriarch of
Of the
she's
house.
a very strong
It's
presence.
fine.
What, can you ask them why they're so active?
Cause they want to be, I mean, they, okay, well Sandy, I said this afternoon, I came over and said this afternoon, Henry, we're having a radio show and would really appreciate it if, you know, you could
Yeah,
Hang out with us.
hang out with us.
and when I got here this evening, I also had a talk with Henry, didn't I, Henry? Yes, I did. And asked him if he would please, you know, that this was important to Sharon and to mention. And could they be very cooperative and active this evening on whatever.
But you also have to know that it's their decision.
Right, oh, exactly.
It always is their decision.
Right.
Keep it cold and slightly warm.
So it wasn't like asking them to perform, it was more like asking them to cooperate and hang out with what we were trying to do, our intention there. So if they could be a part of it, that would be awesome.
We always ask them questions. Can they ask us questions?
Yes.
Would they like to?
Well, that's interesting.
Would you like to ask us questions? Obviously, you'll have to.
I'm listening, and Henry is usually the one who speaks, and actually he wants to know why you decided to be what you are. You know, I guess a radio, whatever. He wants to know why. That's what he wants to know.
That's the hell out of work.
See that thing going off? He's going, yes, that's what I want to know. Why are you doing what you're doing?
I love it. I just stumbled onto it. When I was a kid. I've been doing it since I was 16, so it's the only job I really knew.
So that's the answer, Henry.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
about that?
It's not really hard. I don't have to work really. I'm not digging ditches or, you know, breaking my back.
You know, he wants to know if you're a Republican.
I am a libertarian. How's that?
Works for him.
Okay.
And he's laughing when he asks that, by the way.
Is that?
Look, see?
Okay.
Because Henry very much knows that being a Republican today is much different than being a Republican in his time.
Right.
And so that was kind of a joke. He was poking.
Right.
That was his sense of humor. That was awesome, Henry.
Thank you.
That was great. Great question. So, Henry, do you like our radio star up here?
Yeah. Troy over there, not me.
Well, he's blinking, he likes it.
No, thank
So,
you. Cool.
but it's not going all the way to red, so don't get excited.
I'm not gonna.
I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna. Thank you.
Oh, he blinked again.
And Henry is here because he wants to be, because it's his house.
Right.
He just wants, you know, he's proud.
And it is a gorgeous house. It's amazing. The architecture. I mean, this cellar is, it's a bomb shelter. It is amazing.
And he thanks you for that. He's designed this.
You rock, buddy.
So, he designed this. He's pretty proud of it.
Hey Sandy,
Yes.
so again, is the little girl age younger than 5?
She is around 5, actually.
Okay.
The little boy is 8, and she is around 5 years old.
By the weight that it feels on my lap, that's why I was suggesting that age.
Yeah, she is 5.
You can feel,
Right on it.
you feel her sitting on your lap.
Yeah, hasn't moved in a while. It's cold. Although I got coldness around my ankles too, but only my left ankle.
And we have a dog, and we have a cat spirit that joins us here in the summer. Sometimes the cat was Sharon's cat that passed away. And the dog, we believe, Paul Lassinger probably owned. And I'm looking for the shadow, and I don't know where you are, Henry. It feels like Henry is on the left, on my left, midway, in that general area, so.
Right in front of me, down halfway.
Down a little bit, yes. That's where I feel him at, but I'm not seeing his shadow. It is cool. I am so excited that he is setting off the K2. You guys just
Do
don't
any
know.
of the ladies of the, and here
Yeah.
have any questions?
Henry says, oh yes, let's hear from the ladies.
Well, times have changed.
Your legs are freezing.
Hey, we're still ladies.
He said that, Sharon, I swear. Wow. That was
In,
awesome.
in June, we have a, family camp out, and so we always play Victorian games. That's one of the things we do. And, I wanted to have a watermelon seed spitting contest one year. And so, except that I bought seedless watermelon, so, I mean, Troy can relate to that about me, so, okay.
It won't
Anyway,
work out so well.
no, it didn't work out so well, so we had a spitting contest instead. But we have other, you know, like we roll the hoop, we do, you know, we did have yo-yos and things like that last year. Anyway, so we asked Henry what he thought of the spitting contest. And, I think he just kinda shook his head.
Silly kids.
Exactly. Any questions, ladies? He's still waiting.
Oh, I think they wanted to know if the ladies' spirits would ask any questions. Is that correct?
That could be, yeah.
Or do you have any other questions for Henry? The Honorable H.G. McPike.
Well, Henry thought you meant these ladies might have a question.
Oh, okay, okay.
So he said, by all means, let's hear
Oh,
from the
well,
ladies. And so that's was his response to that. But Henry held women in high regard. Oh, there you go. He confers.
Is there a reason you're still hearing him? Why you haven't moved forward?
And he's answering for you. The answer is yes. He's using the K2. That is so awesome. And his answer before, he can't say that using the K2, but I will say it for him. And he's already confirmed because I'm about to say it. And that is because Mary never got to live in this house. She passed away before the house was completed, but her spirit lived here. And so when he passed away, she had not moved on, and so you did not either. And he confers. So that is why Henry McPike is here. She is kind of trapped here. I mean, she was bound to the house. And that's what I believe. That's what I feel, Henry. So you can confer that if you want to. But I do know that Henry is not bound to this house.
He's volunteering.
He's voluntarily here, and he is not bound to it.
Why
He
is
can
she
go
not?
anywhere. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure if Henry does. Shall we tell him, Henry, about your gifts when you were here? Oh, Mary's light is getting bright to my left. You're not flashing, so I'm not sure I should say. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyway, because you know me. I asked Henry one time why, how did he know that Mary's spirit was here? You know, because I know how I know things. It's kind of hard to explain, but I know how I know things. So I asked him how he knew that her spirit was here. And his answer to me was, "You are not the only one who can see." So that told me that Henry was gifted. And I believe maybe him and Abraham Lincoln had that in common. Because it is pretty common knowledge that Abraham Lincoln had a premonition that if he took office, that he would die in office. And so they both may have had many conversations about that. So, yeah, he's not conferring, so don't be mad at me, Henry, because I shared that.
Are the children bound to the house in the lot, or are they like families?
That's never been asked, and so I'm asking, you have asked that, and I get a yes for that they are bound to the property.
You know, like, I think they can go outside the house. I do think that.
Well, obviously back on the crib, because that's where you got the EVPs.
Right, that's, it does seem to be back there, right?
Well, and also people, like, I remember these guys came one time and we were back there and we felt like, this guy felt like his, shirt had been tugged on and. So, and I think that was a little boy that did that.
What did they do for fun in your house? When you say Victorian games, did they have, games that they played or anything like that?
Oh, Henry thought you meant, what did they do for fun now?
Well, what do they do? Well, that sounds, what do they do?
Well, his answer was scare people, that's what we do for fun. Back then, that's what he thought you meant, so he laughed and he went scare people.
Well,
See, the K2 keeps going on.
So what did they do back then?
yeah, I mean, whenever he was, okay, or
Yes,
what was
there
it?
is, I was just gonna say that, are you psychic?
No, I just.
You're hearing him on some level. There was a game of, it was like croquet. It wasn't the croquet we know today, but yes, there was a game of croquet. The kids played with the marbles and jump rope
Did
and
he ever play
baseball.
ball?
No,
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
baseball
Baseball.
was favored, or softball, like softball.
Is somebody moving in the back there? I kind of creep kind of behind you in that area. Is that shifting the chairs or is it?
Well, I've shifted in the chair because, man, I heard Amanda Broken felt like something on her back, like a
Yeah.
coat rainbow sort of.
And I thought I felt
And just sitting
something
there
big on
tripped on.
that. Something was sticking dirt in your face.
That's that scaring people.
And somebody's conferring, Sarah is over there on your side and she does like to touch hair.
Yeah.
And I was freezing and I'm not freezing
You got a
anymore,
lot
so
of hair.
whatever it was, we touched.
She wants to touch it.
How did they
You
feel
okay over
about?
there, Gene?
I'm really cold right now.
What was that?
It's really cold.
She has a question over here, Sammy, how did they feel about it?
How did they feel about the people that came in the other one's place?
Yeah.
Not happy.
Indeed.
Did they try to do anything to stop it?
That's usually why people get scared, yeah. That's why McPike has a reputation for the spirits not being friendly.
Getting cold inside my face, right?
Oh, I just got the green.
Yeah,
On
that's what I
my
mean.
side.
Yeah, feel it in and out. Yeah.
I'm a little, I'm feeling a different temperature variant.
Are you colder?
A little bit, my nose, my face, my forehead.
As you're getting colder and colder.
It's kind of, yeah, just
Yeah.
kind of around my face.
I'm feeling the breeze.
Can they see us like we see us? I mean, can they see us like visually? Like, I know, like, obviously now I can't see, but can they see us as well as we see each other? Or is it more of a, I don't know. Is it,
I don't know, he's setting that K2 off, so I think that's a yes.
Okay.
I think he likes answering your questions before I get to,
Oh,
because the K2 will go off when you ask a question. Just pretty cool.
and just again, nobody has their cell phones out. It's the only time that we got it bumped was whenever Not that I don't believe you're answering. I just can't hear you. It's kind of weird.
Well, I got a visual recorder, but it's not set at all.
Yeah.
I don't have the camera on now or anything, the phone's off.
No, it's legitimate, because she walked by earlier with her cell phone, and it did go off, and we eliminated the obvious right then and said, obviously, it was your cell phone. And all that's off. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so cold. Wow.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah. Almost like being in Alaska. I just can't believe that's going off that much. I've never seen it do that. That's awesome.
I haven't seen that on TV.
Usually it's a few blips and then
Wow.
He sure is happy making you guys happy.
Really?
yeah, well, thank
He
you.
really is.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here for us.
I gotta tell you, man, we've had all kinds of gadgets down here, and he will not set them off. He does not like the gadgets, but tonight,
What's attracting him to us, or if that's the right question, why is he, I mean, not that I don't want him to stop, but.
what is,
Do we
why
smell
is he?
good or what?
Oh, he's doing it because Sharon and I asked him to
Oh.
please cooperate,
Oh.
and because you guys have been very respectful.
Right, if you weren't respectful, he wouldn't do
He
it.
wouldn't be doing anything.
No, you wouldn't.
He might throw rocks at you. I don't know.
Let's not do that. Let's
He's
do
done that before. Oh,
Okay.
he has thrown rocks at me because I was not respectful. Oh, I told him.
Well,
yeah.
we,
Mhm.
do you want me to tell him? We tried to use the flame one night, we used to, you can use the flame, and, you can say flicker for yes and hold still for no. Well, the flame held still for like 25 minutes, it did not move. And so Sandy we were doing a tour, and so Sandy kind of chided him. And, where you guys are over here to my right, there's like an ash thing, from a stone came flying out of there and landed on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't roll out, it came flying out.
Wow.
So Henry expressed his displeasure with my comment, and he had every right to do so. Yes, and I was not being respectful.
Yeah, I've never seen one like that.
And he really does like us to tell that story. So, they don't usually. The kids, I've never heard them say anything. And I'm not, actually, we usually ask Henry, see, I'm seeing his shadow to my left in front of you.
Right in front of me?
Yes. We usually ask Henry if it's okay if the kids join us down here, so, he just accommodated without us asking. I've never heard them say anything, not one word. I have seen them play with the flame and sit on people's laps and play with the doves and that, so.
Yeah, so I just set that off too. I've stuck in the back of my amplifier with that big 12-inch magnet behind there, and it didn't set off.
I tried to set it off.
It's like actually responsible.
Are we okay back there?
Yeah, that was me drifting off, I'm sorry. A long day.
Oops.
Well, I have to say, Troy, I've done that myself.
Yeah.
I have, I'm serious.
I know, I believe you, because we come in here in the summertime when it's about 100 degrees outside and get down here and all of us start falling asleep, so.
Alright, you guys want me to check the time?
No.
Okay, I'm not gonna check the time.
We usually do about 30 minutes in the cellar, is usually our time frame, and communicate with the spirits. Do you guys all feel like you have had a paranormal experience this evening?
They sleep?
No.
But,
No, they don't sleep.
They do get tired. They can get drained trying to communicate with us.
Oh, okay, so
Tired.
we could be wearing them out.
Yes, we definitely are.
Oh.
Absolutely. If you want them to last the whole evening, we
Right.
probably need to. That's why collectively, I think they were here. They're trying to stay here so they can accommodate. And,
We don't want to impose.
And, but that's why they're drained, your recorder, they have to drain.
You guys have been
energy
tapping my
source.
bats, man.
Yeah. And I knew they would pick somebody,
Yeah.
and they got you.
Thank you. And I mean that sincerely.
I try to tell people that somebody with a cell phone camera or recorder is gonna get zapped. Have to have the energy to make it, so. Well, and thank God you keep changing your battery,
Yes.
because he gets more energy every time he
Well,
changes
if
your
I would
battery.
have known, I could have brought a 12-volt car. I mean, you know, I don't mean to sound flippant, but I could have
No,
brought
but
it.
I was thinking that too. We should provide them with a battery or something
It's kind of
that
like,
they can drain.
it's kind of like when Henry would have a gathering and people would bring over wine, or he'd bring wine to a dinner party.
Batteries, yeah.
Batteries.
That's true.
Would that- I wonder if that
I
was
think
something.
there is, some kind of,
What's going on down
I
there?
don't wanna
what's
say
up?
don't ghost hunting, but there is something out there, isn't there, Troy, where there,
I'm waiting for a question.
Wow,
And
sorry.
then you stopped.
I thought you were
Um,
asleep again.
well, I was
Sorry.
trying
Well,
to think
yeah,
about
it's-
how to phrase that, but, Nathan, one of the guys, they bring some kind of battery thing with them.
Oh,
So
I
I don't
don't
know if
know.
it's something he, made up, or if it's, actually a ghost hunting thing, I'm not sure really.
it's a
One of the
proton
toys
pack
that goes
or
hunting
something.
toys. Paranormal toy.
That was the actual thing.
It's not like a car battery or anything like that, but it's some kind of,
Like a Tesla coil.
Is there anything we can do to help them recharge? Not to.
Just keep changing your battery.
I'll keep changing batteries. I may have to run to the all-night Walmart or someplace to get more batteries. We'll figure it out.
That's what Henry said, just keep changing your batteries, it's working for him.
We'll work with that, cool.
Yeah, with all the plug-ins and the drop cords, I shouldn't it be easier to just suck the one antenna and then the drop cord is little batteries?
Did you see that?
Yeah.
They get
What?
real big.
What's happening over there?
Like
I
Henry's
thought Bruce got up to walk, and I just put my head down just for a second, and then I looked up, and it was like
Somebody standing in
right
front of
in
you.
front of me.
Yeah.
I'm sitting, I'm not.
Did you see that?
It's like it sat down next
Oh
to
my
us.
god.
Really?
Mhm.
And you can tell because it just gets darker, doesn't it?
It was-
It's
yeah.
just totally
That's
pitch
happened.
black in front of you.
That's happened to me a couple times.
And that's the way Henry plays that. He did right hand.
and then the other spirits are usually, lighter, like if, Jenny or Sarah come in lighter.
What glow are you talking about, like behind you?
I see it out of the corner of my eye, and
It'd be
it's just,
behind me.
and it's really behind him, and it just is like this glimpse or a glow,
Down.
and then
What?
it goes away.
What?
What's going on?
A chair pops next to us like he was sit, like when you sit
I haven't
down,
been looking,
the
but you
chair
know,
pops,
yeah.
so like you
probably
wait
not.
to wait. Which is the-
Did, Henry, did you sit down? Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
by all
Sorry.
means,
He knows what's up.
talk to him directly, you don't
Sorry.
need me.
Henry, did you just sit down and freak him out over there? Because that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Was it another spirit besides you, Henry?
Was it Jenny?
Was it Jenny?
He's not answering.
He's not.
He's not gonna say, he's not kissing and telling. I can tell you it was Henry. Just because of the fact that he got very close to you and in front of you and it was the shadow, that's Henry that does that. Jenny likes to sit down and just push you and have fun.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna tell you that we've been down here for at least 30 minutes in the dark. I'm a timekeeper, and I usually look at my cell phone before we turn off the lights. And then usually I have a pretty good sense about when 30 minutes is up. Most of the time.
Is your nose cold now?
A little bit, yeah. My nose is, yeah, that's the,
My nose is ice cold.
yeah, I know, it's just like, ice cold, that's fine. It's one that we turn on the light.
Are we ready?
It is 12:46, it's 12:46.
And your name is Bob, right?
Bruce.
Bruce, I'm sorry.
That's weird that she was so hot.
I knew when I said that, I think that's his name, what did you tell
And
me?
actually, I think
That's true.
it was 11:15, we talked a little bit more, and probably turned out the lights about 12, so actually.
So Henry, did you want to say anything to them? Because I'll probably go home shortly. And then you'll have to, for real, talk to them with the K2. Anything you wanna say? Just welcome. And stay as long as you like. And all the respect and honor, welcome to his home.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Okay, if you guys want to feel the energies of Lydia, she's telling me she's gonna go back upstairs and she hangs out at the front door. So if you go to the front door and you feel an energy up there or you catch an alarm,
But you'll have to open the front door to feel her.
if there's something moving to your left, it's either Mary or Henry.
No, I mean, is anyone sitting along this wall over here, like,
By you?
yeah,
No, I don't know.
Empty chairs there.
okay.
Oh, I love that you freaked out.
So what I wanna
I
know
said that's
is,
freaky, I'm not freaky.
Well,
is
it's
Bruce
freaky.
still a skeptic?
I gotta pee, I might get out of here. So
That's what I want.
He's gonna go
It's getting, it's,
let's go get.
You're getting there.
they're getting there, I'm not drinking
Okay.
Kool-Aid yet, but I'll sit.
Only because I have a name.
Are we ready? I'm gonna turn on the lights.
I like, what was
Is this
that
like
term,
right here?
Troy, optimistic, skeptic?
Yeah.
I like that. I do, optimistic.
An optimistic skeptic, that's awesome.
So, I'm down there.
And I do want to tell you guys, thank you for the privilege of being your medium this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I enjoy it immensely. I never get tired of talking to the spirits.
And I'll say the nicest thing about doing McPike Kitchen is meeting all the nice people.
Cool, you guys were great victims. I mean,
Okay, no, seriously.
Oh,
that thing
no,
was popping
oh,
off.
Yeah, we were over nuts.
Sharon, did you count the bodies?
Yeah, I just powered on. I'm sorry. I just.
I don't know, no, I gotta drive, I got a 2-hour drive still.
Actually, you're not gonna stay over, Troy?
Really?
Not the whole time.
I feel like somebody
It
went
felt
like
like she
this.
was to me, she was trying to hold me.
I swear to God. I came, yeah, I know, and that's what I said to her.
Yeah, you saw that, didn't you?
Yes. You can see it.
It was like trying to figure out what it
Have
was.
these red
Oh,
ones.
and then it goes, fades out again.
Oh,
I gotta go burn one.
Awesome, because a lot of people told me
Flat cold.
something that I see. Did you have fun?
I did, that was kind of cool, it really was.
Cool.
Can we talk on the air? Well, when I say talk, we'll record it and then we'll play it back.
Sit at a log, get the EVP's back there. People get EVPs back here also. Occasionally you'll get a little girl's voice back here, maybe some child's laughter.
Now, was that originally like the base for
Yeah,
a,
that's the base. You're
okay,
exactly right.
like a monument would have been standing up?
No, that's actually the base of the crypt itself. That's not a headstone base.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened to the crypt?
Destroyed by weather and elements. This is where it gets interesting. Most of the the folks that come back here think that these are headstone pieces. These are not. These are actually what's left of the concrete box, okay? On these, this is a base, and you can tell by how wide it is that it's for a small casket, okay? This surface right here is where the seal would have been.
Yeah, like a.
Okay, what they made the seal out of back then was a combination of tar pitch and sawdust. They would paint that on there, and then they would paint it on the other half. The box would flip upside down and fit over this, okay? And they used the weight of the dirt on top of it to seal it. What would happen is the hydraulics of the ground would move the top, and this seal would go bad, and the moisture would get inside the body and would destroy everything inside. Nowadays, when they put a concrete box in the ground, first off, it's government specified. Every cemetery has this in the country. You have to have the epoxycrete, which is what they use now, and then the seal is at the top. And before the thing sets up inside the form, they put the fasteners to fasten the lid to the base. The seal is at the top as opposed to the bottom. They're made to a minimum crush rating of 5,000 pounds per square inch, which is the weight of 2 average cars in an area that big. So you can imagine when they start dumping the dirt on, the thing's got to be able to hold up. And the more expensive ones can take even more pressure. But what I'm thinking about would be cool to do would be to take specimens of these and get them dated, because older concrete has a different chemical composition to it than the newer stuff does. So if they can get just a little piece off of here and send it in and get it analyzed, they can tell when these were made.
So what happened to the bodies?
We don't know for sure if these are even in association with the house or not. They were dug up from further back somewhere.
But were the bodies put somewhere else? They're not here anymore, right? Or,
I wouldn't think so.
So they found bodies further back on the property, but they do not know whether or not it's connected.
They don't know if it was with this particular house or not. There may have been another home here earlier than that.
Gotcha. Yeah, that
Okay.
happens.
So at this point, it's just speculation.
Okay.
Yeah, you could tell it was probably from here on over.
Well, they do have an intact lid over in the garage next door. It look the way they've got it set there, it looks like a concrete flower box.
Oh, wow.
So when we do the camp outs and such, what I normally do is I strap a trap camera to this tree over here, and I'll set a camera up over here in the wood line and another one back over that way, and monitor them from the van up there. The van's got a 16-channel recording system in it.
You ever catch any of those?
Quite a bit.
Oh, really?
Quite a bit. I've got 9 years of video archives from here.
Holy crap.
I would love to see that.
Oh, I would too. Can you send me a copy of that?
9 years?
I'd love to see
How many
some of
VCRs do you own?
I live down quite a
that.
bit.
Is it on VHS?
Okay, if you ever go to Walmart and shop in the produce section, you know those black plastic pop-up things that they put all the produce in?
Yeah.
Okay, I've probably got 8 of those that are loaded with VHS tapes.
Wow.
That's just that format alone. I've got DVD format, I've got high 8 format, I've got DVR format. I mean, I've got all kinds of stuff.
That's pretty impressive for having all that, definitely. I'd love to see some of that. Have you got any of it? Do you have like a YouTube or anything, or did you put anything on it?
I don't have internet at my house. I gotta go to my girlfriend's house and do it there. We're on the low end of the economic scale. We're so low on the economic scale. I drive an '89 Ford van. I picked an old vehicle because it's designed to take to a cemetery,
All right.
put all the cameras out, and record the cemetery, lock the truck up, and leave it,
Yeah.
because it's got its own power supply. And I use an older vehicle because it's less apt to get stolen.
Well, that's
Good
true.
idea. Yeah.
Are they the bodies of children?
There's a lot of room in them old days.
Oh yeah.
Are they still here?
Yeah, it's got, it's like Ghost Hunters does, it's got a workbench down one side of it.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Well, I got
Figured
the
out how to
recorder.
use them, why not?
I got the recorder going too, so.
There you go.
I left one in the house, the same one I had going, it's still recording in the wine cellar in there.
Anybody wants to ask questions and try to get some answers?
Well,
How many others? Is this the only grave they got? Did she say there was a mausoleum or something?
Well,
That's
this
the
is part of
cemetery.
I think this
mausoleum
was
right
where
here.
the mausoleum.
This
Now,
is
are there
part of the
actual
crypt, this
graves?
is the base of
At the
it.
cemetery.
There's a
Where's the
cemetery?
And
See,
then,
it probably came from there
What
on up to
cemetery is
there.
it?
Yeah, that's about right.
there's another
This-
section here, this is a base, which you can tell by the raised
So is there
center
any
portion.
other
This
like
is part of it here.
gravestones or anything on the property besides
I don't
this?
think so, but he's the one to ask.
This is probably part of the top.
All right, we'll be right back.
And then you got two top sections over there.
So like a flat, like kind
Yeah, it would have been flat.
Is there any other gravestones on the property, anyplace? Besides this?
Nothing we found. We had a gentleman was rooting around over here off the trail from below where the log is over there. And he found a pile of bones over there, but it turned out to be a deer.
of. Nobody knows what this is about at
We're not exactly sure. It's a
Oh,
child's
well.
crypt.
all.
You can
Oh,
tell
well.
by the width and size of it. I mean, it's only about that wide.
Yeah, it's not that.
So it was probably maybe 3 or 4 feet long, if that. You know.
But nobody knows the history of it. You wanna finish the podcast?
They are not exactly sure if it's associated with the house or not. The only way to know for sure would be to get the concrete tested, you know, check the composition of it, you know,
It
because,
looks like older concrete.
yeah, but how far back though? Because,
Because it looks like a lot of.
There is some good phone apps.
I think they changed the design on the
There's
burial
there's another
crypts.
phone app called Ghost
I'm
Radar,
gonna say
and I've had it on one of my phones.
back in
It detects EMF fields
mid
around it.
40s.
Oh, does it?
It's neat.
They went with they changed the
Check
seal
that out.
elevation to the top.
I've got it on
instead
my
of
own
the bottom.
phone. And, somebody else in the group has it on theirs
I
too.
think it's what the old
Yeah,
man
the owner.
told me up
She
there
has it on
where
her
the
phone,
tower vault
and
for
she
the
uses
wide.
it.
Does it work?
Yeah.
I mean, does it,
It detects EMF fields around
There's like
you.
a square hole in the ground over there that's surrounded by stone. Is
That used to be the root cellar.
Is it still
Like
down
an
there? It's just
outbuilding.
covered up or filled up or?
I don't know the whole story behind that either. I think that's where they
come
stored
on,
food
guys,
and stuff.
yeah.
Maybe smoke meats or something like that.
Possibly. The way it was designed, I thought it was an outhouse base.
It could be, you never know.
It likes like cell phone's working fine.
My phone battery's fine.
Your phone battery's fine.
There's like two houses, 2 or 3 houses down here below the hill.
Steve, they don't do the lithium. It's not there.
It still come up?
Nope,
See.
it's way too efficient.
Yeah. It's
Huh?
too much juice for it.
We'd get home and we'd take a freaking whole bottle of NyQuil.
I think that's somebody over by the log.
Get the kids to
I
stay with
think it's
grandma
Roxy and
and take a whole bottle of NyQuil.
now I've got a recorder and it seems to be recording very well. Oh, that?
Maybe I might be able to breathe.
Hopefully, anything else on the
They say you hold it around.
Oh, was somebody talking about a well or a kid at the bottom of a well or something?
No,
Killed,
nobody's freaked out, and Roxanne isn't threatened. You know, she doesn't come after anyone with a knife or anything. But that's what I was worried about. But we're doing fine. She was a little nervous on the way out here, but now she's all excited. She's pumped. She's even like, let's go back in the woods. Let's go check out the graves. And she didn't want anything to do with that when we got here. But we walked in as soon as we got here. We got here around 9 o'clock. You guys had already heard a couple of things,
Yeah.
which was very cool. We're trying to get all that stuff together so that we can play it back for everyone and kind of edit everything down. But yeah, very active, I guess you'd say, night. Is it one of the more active nights you two have had in this?
It's been interesting, yeah. We've had a lot of things that normally only happen on occasion, like with the K2 meter going off and constantly. And it's pretty strange.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to make of that.
Yeah, a lot of the things that, one of them might happen here and now, you know, from, you know, every other visit somewhere, or maybe one out of, I don't know, 50 visits. I don't know, I mean, rare.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of them happening tonight, so that's kind of,
A lot of strange things and some good EVPs.
it seems to be the major consensus. Everybody's kind of amazed at all the stuff that's happened tonight. Heard some, well, we were in the dark, with the dark room,
The dark session.
the dark session,
It was
and
about 30 minutes long.
Moose is now a believer, I believe.
Yes, he is. Yeah, and we actually, during the dark session, we were talking about this last time we were on air. Moose said that he heard a whisper behind him, and then Dustin said he went out and cleared up the audio, and we may have actually heard something.
Definitely.
Yeah, we got something from that, so that's gonna be
Very
interesting
cool.
to be able to play that for everyone. As soon as it's all
Yes,
chopped down, we take out the non-active parts,
of course.
and then we'll put something together for everybody. But yeah, some very cool things, and not just the same voice that we've heard. I mean, that first clip you guys played when we walked in, it almost sounded like some disembodied spirit going, ugh, like, you know, here we go again.
That's one of the EVPs that he
Yeah.
actually taught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted to try it.
Like, what?
It shocked him.
Yeah, which is really funny because all, for
Oh, I have
weeks.
been thoroughly enjoying this evening because for the last month, Moose every day, nothing's gonna happen, Roxanne.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I kept telling him, you
There's a
just,
logical
that's,
explanation.
And even I myself,
that's
very,
usually what he says.
oh yeah, he's got an explanation for everything. He doesn't have too many explanations tonight, so it's kind of, it's really funny for us.
It's quite refreshing.
And I'm fairly skeptical too, but I'm totally open to, you
Yeah.
know, believing
And I am
if
a
you show me
believer.
something.
You've
I'm
got
sure.
me.
Oh yeah, you're all in.
Yes.
You are all in. And so it's been it's been a lot of fun. I gotta
It
say, it's
really
been a lot of
has.
fun. We've done a lot of different things. We've taken some strolls around the grounds.
Yeah.
We did the darkroom session.
I can't believe you're still awake.
I can't believe
We-
I'm still awake either.
Everybody else went outside to check out the cemetery area, and of course, Elaine tries to snuggle up.
Who's that?
Mama G, God, I always do that.
Oh,
Tries
that
to
is-
snuggle
yeah,
up
she's
in the
always talking
cellar.
I was, yeah.
Luckily, she didn't have a pillow.
If there had been a lazy boy in there, I was perfectly comfortable. Not scared, just feeling quite at ease, and I'd be sleeping right now probably. But yeah, I've enjoyed it. I haven't felt nervous or scared at all. Not really. I mean, there were a couple times during the darkroom session I was a little freaked out.
Yeah.
But do you guys ever find yourself getting freaked out
Yeah.
in any of these
In
situations?
the beginning, yeah, but after doing it so long, you get used to it.
Yeah.
And it just,
So you're not easily
But,
stirred.
and you're wanting something to happen, which is, you know, we're kind of that way
You want
tonight
it.
as well. Yeah, you're wanting it to happen, because otherwise, you know, that's what you're there for,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. What do you spend all that money on that equipment for?
Yeah.
Now, I know,
Now, what's some of the equipment that you guys are working with?
right,
Well, we had a K2 meter, just a standard EMF meter, night vision cameras, audio recorders, and we had pretty much hit on everything we've been using actually.
Very cool, very cool. I know, I saw you guys setting up some kind of lime-colored light.
It's a laser grid. It's what they shine on the walls in case something's off and breaks one of the beams. You can see it.
Very
okay.
cool. Okay, I was wondering what that was. I mean, it was very cool looking light show.
Because we can't see that on,
No. Yeah, we
The
don't
monitor.
technically pick it up.
not too much, but then you go and you open the door to where it is, and it, whoa.
Yeah.
It's like a disco.
Yeah, it does. I took a picture of that, and it does look like a disco, so we might do some dance later. But yeah, it's been very interesting to see all the technology involved, and I know even when we were outside, you set down a little recorder on that grave site, and maybe
Perhaps.
sure we will.
and Bob, I know you've been here before, but you hadn't been inside before, is that correct?
Well, I've been inside several years ago when the floor was more structurally sound.
Okay.
It's been in 2001, so it looks a lot different.
It's been a while, and yeah,
And
same
was
for myself.
it as eventful then as it is now?
It was just a tour. I think we heard something, a loud bang when we were upstairs. That maybe 10 of them.
Yeah.
Nothing like tonight.
So you're seeing a lot more action this evening night.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting to spend a lot more time here as
Yeah.
well, so.
Yeah.
And you, Dustin, this is your first visit, right?
Yes, it is.
So what do you
As
think?
is mine.
And yours, that's right. Had you even been on anything like this before?
No. No.
I'm kind of
No.
surprised.
I shocked myself.
That I actually had done this before, and you had not, which is strange.
So the next time we have one, you're coming with us.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
you betcha.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're not gonna be able to shake her
No.
for a while.
No, I know.
I'm sorry. I apologize
All right.
in advance. But we're having a great time out here, and actually, we're closer to the end than we are to the beginning now. We've been here since
Yeah.
10, broadcasting live. Having a great time. It's been a very interesting, I cannot wait till you get to go through all the video and audio and report back to us what you've
Yeah.
seen and heard. I know
can't
that
wait to get home and listen to it.
that's probably, like you said, that's the tedious part of the job, is going through everything, and basically, I've seen other people pour over the info, and trying to stay awake sometimes to pour over it is trying in itself. But I cannot wait to see, just from what we've already heard
Yeah.
and seen.
I'm not gonna lie to you, when we pulled up and you guys had already been here for a while, I was not expecting to hear that you had already picked up something. And least of all, coming out of Moose's mouth. I mean, that was like,
Yeah.
are we in the right
He was
place?
excited as soon as we got here, and
Yeah.
that was,
Yeah, and we don't see that.
no. He doesn't get excited by it.
Yeah, he looked like a kid on Christmas Day.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
not,
really.
he's no fun at all usually.
No.
He's been actually a little bit fun tonight.
Party pooper.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so kudos on that alone. We're just having a great time. Sharon showing us a lot of hospitality. We
That's
had a
right.
great time with Sandy as well.
Yeah.
And we're still having a great time, and it's gonna continue. Troy Taylor,
Yeah.
that was amazing.
I know,
That
right?
was cool.
That was very cool.
He had a lot of info on a lot of different places, and I look forward to checking out some of his books.
Yeah, I know. I really like how he goes into depth into the history to kind of go along with the storyline and
Right.
some of the legends behind certain things, certain hauntings. Yeah, it was really
It's
quite
like true
interesting.
fiction, I think,
Yeah.
most of his books, and so that's definitely check out Troy Taylor. And what was that, AmericanHauntings.net?
Yes.
He does tours all over the country. A lot going on there. We're not leaving yet, though.
No.
So we're not wrapping up. I just want to, remember to thank everyone.
Yeah, and a quick reminder, if you'd like to come out and see the McPike Mansion, can't do it tonight, but the last tour is going to be running this weekend, Saturday, one at 7 and one at 9. So you can come out here, you can experience the same thing that we are right now.
That's right. We got badges and
Great.
everything now, too.
That's right, we did get a badge.
We survived. Well, so
That's
far.
right.
It's not over yet.
I could take that badge back.
Yeah, you could.
And give it to the
Well,
next
your
person.
hands. But we are here now, and we'll be here till 6. I
That's
believe.
right.
Moose is out and about. He'll be back in with some reinforcements in the way of caffeine.
Yes.
So that's good. And is there anything else you guys wanted to? What do you guys got next on your agenda as far as investigations?
Not sure exactly.
Not sure.
We'll have to see.
But how can they reach you?
Facebook.
Facebook, for me, Bob Brading, for Overdrive Video Production.
That's right. At Clinton County Paranormal Research.
On Facebook.
Yep, there
Very
you go.
cool. Very
And by the way, Bob, Jack Davis at the station is a fan of Overdrive Productions.
Oh.
Yeah, he saw your card. He said, "Oh, we like them."
Yeah, yes,
So-
he did.
So there you go. Well, that's how you can get a hold of these guys, and we're gonna hang out with them some more. Until then, we're gonna get back into the rock and roll for a while, keep you awake so you can keep listening to us as we stay awake and hunt some more, I don't know, some more evidence, if you
There
will.
you
We're not
go.
hunting anything down, we're just hunting evidence
We seek
of
the
the
truth.
paranormal. There you
Especially
go.
catching the release.
Yes, we don't skin these. No, it's
that's
impossible. But thanks you guys for joining us on air, and we're gonna get back to it and back to the music. Take us away. Okay, now I know. We're starting to get all our names mixed up. Did you get that?
Jerome Minks.
Yes. Now, there he is.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, it is. Right. Yep. Give us a test, Drew. Wait a minute, it's doing the white thing. That's not good.
Because you have it selected, just draw the cursor back to the left.
Alright, check, no?
No,
What you got?
it's
We don't know what we're doing.
stopping. Do I just get rid of the whole thing?
Well, it's highlighted.
New one?
You may have a, I can't do video right here. Press play. Okay, see, that's where your cursor mark is, and you're on, you have an untitled open. That's your last break, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what you need to do is you need to open a new file.
That's what I thought.
Can't teach these kids any there, you're gonna,
I
I can't.
figured that,
And there,
but it
all right,
just
you
didn't
do
look
that,
right.
and that's good. Now you're good.
Now we're
Let's
recording.
pause.
Nice then.
Now you're good.
That's good. Check, check.
Sorry.
Roxy?
Check.
Took
Alright.
my ass there, didn't you? Heard it.
Try to get the best view of you, huh?
I'm doing Pilates.
Yep.
Working out a little bit, you know.
We are back,
Keep it
we're
up,
still
big
hanging out at the McPike Mansion in Alton, Illinois, one of the scariest places, at least on this side of the river, right?
That's right.
That's right, but, at least, south.
And joining us is Mr. Jerome Meeks.
That's right, Jerome Meeks. Hello.
Right. Jerome's here to tell us about some of the equipment.
Well, first of all, Jerome has been involved with the McPike Mansion for quite some time. How long?
Approximately 9 years.
Yeah.
Our situation started out, we actually came here on an open house, myself and the wife, who has since departed. We lost her in 2009 due to cancer, and I'm kind of carrying the torch for this in her honor,
Well,
more
that's
or less.
very cool.
Being she's the one that got me into this field in the first place. As she got sicker, we were recording programs for her and actually watching the programs in the hospital while, treatments and such. And because of that, I was, learning the equipment they were using at the time. And the stuff I've got now it's older stuff, like what Ghost Hunter started out with, but it's still very effective for what we do.
Yeah.
Use the scene and night vision, like the one
Oh,
behind
yeah.
you, I do have a piece of equipment here that I constructed myself. It's a camera base. That any one of my cameras, and I have my fleet of cameras is over 50.
Wow.
And that's a combination of handheld and hardwired. Most of the handhelds and even my big, I got a huge full-size commercial studio grade VHS camera. And all those will work on this camera base, but it's specifically more designed for the cameras that have night vision capability because it's got IR floods underneath the carriage of the main frame on the unit. It was designed for use in other applications where there are long hallways, such as like Waverly.
Oh, right.
Okay. And it's able to see in the dark for a very good distance. Recently I used it, I live in an area of town next to a creek that is haunted because the creek itself, Wood River Creek, is associated with the Underground Railroad.
Oh.
And I've gone out there in the woods at night and done night vision recording out there with that. And it was very effective at Waverly with the group I was there with also, and it's really effective here, especially in the trails out back of the house.
Yeah.
And you've got years and years of footage.
Well, I've archived everything I've videoed. I've got stuff from here going back to 9 years. Plus I've got some stuff that was done earlier. There was a documentary made in 97. I got that. And I also collected a lot of the video from the different TV shows that have been with the McPike Mansion here. And I play a lot of that when the tours come through because there's people that will mill around in the front yard and take pictures and whatnot. And while they're getting set up for doing the tours and doing the presentation, I play that video to give our guests something to watch or as a background of what we do. And I've got it down now to where I use not only the surveillance system here as part of the recording system, but I also bring in a setup and put it up in the cellar room. And it's the 8mm video with night vision, and it's got two huge 64 IR floodlights on it.
Wow.
And that thing can see in the dark for a distance of like 250 feet.
Wow. Oh, wow.
So And I used it recently when we had an issue. I have a police scanner at my house. And we will listen in on what's going on. And recently we had a high-speed chase in my neighborhood area adjacent to where I live at. And I went up on the levee and was looking out with the night vision to see if I could see anything. And I was using a parabolic mic because they were chasing this guy through the woods. Okay. And I was thinking maybe I could hear him crashing through the woods and stuff. But they didn't quite get up far enough to where I was at, because it was like a mile down the levee, you know, where they were at. So, but that's how effective this stuff is.
You say you've got about 9 years of footage from McPike Mansion. Out of all of that, are there any instances in particular that stick out to you? Anything?
One of the first pieces of footage I caught was actually done in the room we're standing in. I had a camera back here in the corner, and it was aimed at this doorway over here. And this doorway is like to your right here. It leads over to where the cellar room's at. And shortly after a tour was done, all the ladies left the room, and they closed the outer door, and you could hear the outer door thud when it closed, because it made a real loud thudding noise. And within seconds of that, a 14-orb light anomaly came floating down past the camera, in view of the camera from the right-hand side, twisted and turned upside down, completely turned and went through the doorway.
Oh, wow. Very, very cool.
And then if you look up here in the corner on this big beam, there's a little mount right there.
Yeah.
I have a night vision camera mounted on that aimed over towards the cellar room door. And I've not only caught 2 bats flying in this room, in the same thing, and I've actually got that in slow motion. There was also a dust plume that dropped through the floorboards above us, and it moved from left to right.
Instead of just falling down.
Was walking, instead of just, it actually moved
Oh.
across the frame.
Oh, so yeah, it caught something, causing the vibration to make it happen, basically.
Yeah, like somebody was walking around. And when we first got the video system installed in the house, myself, Sharon, and George were in looking at the monitor. Okay, we were checking the system out. I had an 8mm camera sitting on one of the boards behind us on the floor in the next room here. And it was recording. I thought I had turned it off, but it was actually recording, and I didn't discover that until later. We heard footsteps.
Really?
Come in the front door of the house, walk halfway down the main hall, turn around, walk partway back, and stop. These were real and loud enough that we sent George upstairs to see if somebody had walked in the house. Mind you, we're sitting there looking at the monitor, and we got a camera on the front porch. Didn't see anybody come in.
Yeah.
So he went up there and didn't find anything.
Really?
Oh yeah.
But you got the sound
I got
on
the
the
sound of
camera.
the footsteps on the audio of the camera.
Well, it's pretty cool you caught it, not even knowing that you had it on.
Right, not even with that intention. What was it that made you get such a passion for McPike Mansion?
Well, like everybody else, I was a skeptic, you know. And shortly after my wife passed away, I was watching TV in my own living room. And when my wife got to the point where she couldn't get around or whatever, as her illness progressed, she actually wound up in our living room on a hospital bed. I won't go into all the details of that, but it was about 3 weeks after she had passed away, and I was just kind of zoned out watching the TV. Not, you know, I'd been working all day and just was sitting there, and it was on a Sunday afternoon, and I see out of the corner of my eye this hand waving up and down in midair. It was like from the elbow out. Okay. Now the significance of that was that's the way she used to get my attention when she was laying in the hospital bed. Because this hand was waving like 4 feet in from the living room window, suspended like 4 feet off the ground.
Oh, wow.
Okay. That sealed the deal for me.
Well,
I
yeah.
can't put it any plainer than that.
Yeah, it is strange that a lot of times it tends to be people who have had somebody pass recently that experience these kind of things, and it's kind of bizarre, but at the same time, very cool that we have that chance to reconnect.
Well, and I think in some ways too, it helps you cope.
Yeah.
And helps you to since you're sort of on a quest for answers, and which can also provide some sort of, you know,
And it's not only that, it's not only the visual things, okay? Now, when my wife, when I feel her, she like projects a vibe that I can pick up on, and that is usually followed by the aroma of her perfume.
Yeah.
And I notice also that when she travels from one point to another, she travels with another family member. Either her mom, who passed away several years ago, or she travels with a young boy. Now, the significance of this is, and I've actually had this verified in this very building, okay? I was sitting on the steps in the cellar room, and we had a guest here who was feeling another entity other than who they were describing as the darkroom session was proceeding, you know. And this lady says, I pick up on the letter A for a little boy. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, there's something strange here, because I felt my wife's vibe in the room. As a matter of fact, that very dark room session, I was standing at the bottom of the stairs with the night vision camera panning back and forth, you know, just slowly. And I feel my entire back, shoulders to my waist, just got ice cold. And it felt like somebody was hugging me diagonally, an arm over one shoulder and under the other. Okay. I figured that was probably the wife, because that's what it felt like to me. And this lady out there was saying, she said it out loud, I'm picking up on the letter A. Well, my wife would have had a boy before my stepson, okay? She lost her firstborn son at 5 months along in the pregnancy.
Oh, wow.
His first name was Aaron.
Oh.
So that sealed the deal.
Pretty moving,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what got
Exactly.
you to continue on, if you will. And you've been doing this for quite some time. You've got a lot of footage, and you've been a big help tonight. It's been very cool taking us out on the grounds and helping us out in all the the darkroom session and whatnot. And
The
then
darkroom session was phenomenal.
That
We
that was
saw,
fun. That was
apparently, from what everybody says, we saw more activity than is usually ever seen.
in one night.
Yeah.
Right.
With that, and it was insane how it almost seemed like every time we answered a question, it reacted.
Something
I mean,
happened.
and it would
Right.
wait. It waited until there was question answered or question answered.
On a lighter note, though, I have to ask you. I know they have they have some gatherings here once a year at least.
Twice a year that I'm
twice a
aware
year?
of. They have a spring camp out and a summer camp out,
And-
or a fall camp out.
And you take part as
I just started that a couple of years ago.
yeah.
At first, I wasn't sure how it was going to be received, but I do have a period costume that I kind of designed myself, and it's based on the photos that they have here of Henry McPike, and it's more like a middle age, because she's got a younger photo of him and an older photo of him, so I'm in my upper 50s, so I wanted to put something together that, you know, the guests could be able to take pictures and stuff like that. And not only that, but we do have a group that's associated with our local Altonville Theater. They do vintage voices at the cemetery up here every
You know,
year.
I heard about something like that.
We went to that, and it is absolutely phenomenal, the history that they give. They had an individual this year that was doing Lyman Trumbull, who was a very good friend of Henry McPike.
Really?
They traveled together a lot. They were up in the telegraph office in Springfield when the results came back from Lincoln's election.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and when that happened and they found out Lincoln won, they all ran down the stairs out into the street hooping and hollering and carrying on, you know, and they're all like, well, where's Abe at? They turn around and look, and here he comes walking down the stairs real slow, and he stops near the bottom of the stairs, and well, I guess I must go tell Mother. If anyone has ever read up on the history of Abe Lincoln, he had a premonition that he would die while in office.
We talked about that earlier. So yeah, he had a little bit of that supernatural, that sixth sense, that link to the paranormal or supernatural, if you will, himself. And maybe it's because he's from Illinois. I don't know. There's a lot of haunted things associated with Illinois, as we talked to Troy Taylor earlier. And we want to thank you, Jerome, for talking to us.
It's been my pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun tonight. We're gonna wrap things up in just a little bit. We're gonna get the Moose Man back on and see what his thoughts are after all this. I'd like to.
And please, listeners, I gotta put a plug in for this. If you are serious about coming to the McPike Mansion, you've got one more opportunity.
That's
to do
right.
that. This is coming Saturday, the 7 p.m. tour and the 9 p.m. tour. And we will have the Henry McPike costume here.
All right.
So you can have your photo taken with him himself.
Well, there you go. There you go. And you call him Henry when you see him. It's not Jerome when he's in costume, right?
We try to accommodate everybody.
There you go.
That also goes for anyone who may be handicapped or in a wheelchair. If you want to come here and it's not raining, we also can wire and do a live feed out front. So folks who are disabled can come out.
So they can take a look
So
around.
We try to accommodate everybody.
Right.
as we can.
Nice.
And on some occasions at the campouts, like this past fall campout, I brought a handicapped scooter in the van. I actually made a special space for it in the van. Although we didn't really require its use, it was nice to know that it was at least there.
There's backup.
Something you can use.
Because there are some folks who do have disabled that,
Yes.
are interested in this
Sure.
also. So we try to cover all the bases here.
Right, it's for, it's for everybody.
There are a lot of places that don't do that.
Well, sure.
It's just because of the facility, the way it's made or whatever, but here, you can almost get in here with a wheelchair, but it is a little bit of a problem, especially for the steps over here at the cellar.
Oh yeah, you gotta be careful around here. And you gotta come see it. It is an amazing house with an amazing history. And we have had a great time here tonight, spending Halloween now, so the fun. We got to start it in a fine fashion, if you will. Yes.
And I've got another plug I'd like to put in. I entered my van, which is what I use to record here. It's in the parade tomorrow night here.
That's right.
Oh, there you go. Come check them out.
If you look for the old '89 Ford van, it's got the handrails on top and everything up top lit up. It's got ghost wood fly around the perimeter of the van.
Very cool.
I do play the video from here on the sound system, and I've got 2 monitors that show the video as I'm driving through the parade route.
Cool.
So there you go.
I use an older vehicle because we try to have it set up to videotape the cemeteries, and such. And if you have older equipment, it's less apt to get stolen.
There you go. There you go. Smart man there, Jerome. Hey, what time does the parade start tomorrow?
I believe it's 7.
Okay.
We stage at 6:30.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be on Broadway in Alton. It goes from Washington clear down to downtown.
Wow.
It's very cool. I used to live in Alton, and it's the best Halloween parade around. It's one of the only ones around too.
I think it's like 97 years.
And it's impressive. It goes on and on.
And they said in the paper, rain or shine. So if it's raining, don't worry. Bring your umbrella. Come down.
That's right.
There's plenty of places along the route you can get coffee and whatever.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's a lot to do in Alton, and that's just one more cool thing you can do in Alton. Come see this Halloween parade. And like you said, a lot of places to go get something to drink. A lot of restaurants in Alton as well to go get something good to eat. And there's always something happening along the lines of haunted history in Alton as well. So thanks a lot, Jerome.
All right, and again, don't forget the tour is a Saturday evening, 7 and 9.
That's right.
We want to see you here.
Don't make us come get you.
That's right here at the McPike Mansion in Alton.
Right, that
All
is right.
roads lead to Alton.
On Albee in Alton. So easy to find, easy to find. Thanks a lot, Jerome. We are going to kick it back to some more rock and roll. We'll be back to say goodbye in just a few.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
You take his.
Take it away.
Take it away, G.
We are ready to wrap things up here at the McPike Mansion in historic Alton, Illinois. So, final thoughts, my friends.
Well, I'm convinced.
You came in convinced.
But you already have that preconceived notion.
All right.
Admit it. But
It reconfirmed
Yes,
it
it
validated.
definitely
And-
validated.
okay, Roxana's validated, and you, oh skeptic of skeptics.
Okay, I did just pay my quarterly dues to the International Brotherhood of Skeptics.
Dear skeptic,
So
my skeptic.
exactly, we have a secret handshake and all that cool stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Now, if
Do
I
you go to the bathroom in pairs too? Or
no, well, depends on what kind of party we're going to. That said, I am intrigued. I saw a lot of things, and there were a lot of stuff that happened
That's true.
right off the bat when we
Yeah.
were out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was immediate,
Yeah.
and it was stuff that in the auditory world, which I know a little bit. I'm not an expert by no means, but I know a little something about recordings and how that works.
All right, I'll give you that.
Now, that said, I can't say that
There's things you can't
I'm a
explain.
believer, but there's a lot of stuff I can't explain, and I want to do this again,
Right.
whether here or somewhere else,
Yes.
to form more of
Yes.
an opinion. However, I believe quite a bit more than I did.
That's right.
12
I think
hours
you're
ago.
more willing, you're more open
Yes.
to the possibilities now. I'm still a believe it when I see it or hear it person, and some things did happen tonight. I can't explain.
I think you had more things happen to you, and Roxanne
Yeah.
both had more things happen to you.
That's
Right.
because you were sitting close to a believer.
That could be. Plus, we're women, and I don't know. Maybe we're just more.
That's right.
Are you
women.
picking all this
We
up?
do
Really?
have a
Okay.
bit more of
I don't know.
intuition.
Maybe I'm a little delirious too. I don't know. But I did see some things, and I did
Or
hear some
maybe you're
things.
bat crap crazy too. Which is it?
That it's probably a little bit of
I winked
I think
when I
it's
said that.
Igor
I
did
think
zonk
it's
you in
all
the
of
head
the above.
earlier tonight.
a little bit. But we've had a great time tonight. Met some
Wonderful people.
wonderful
Yes.
people.
Amazing.
Great group of folks that came out, helped us. I want to thank Sharon once again for having us
Yes.
out and letting us intrude on her property. And I want to thank all the beings from the
Nether region.
nether regions who dropped in to say hello or,
Yeah.
you know.
And we can't forget Sandy.
And
Little-
Sandy.
That's right. Yes.
That's right. Sandy,
The
Jerome, Bob, Dustin.
That's right.
Um,
All the guys
everybody.
at Clinton County
Everybody.
Paranormal.
Check out Clinton County Paranormal on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
It's going on there. And
Troy
of course,
Taylor.
Troy Taylor.
Yeah.
Check out AmericanHauntings.net.
Some cool stuff. And when it finally hit me, I felt like a tool.
Yeah.
I've read
And then
a lot
you were a
of
little
this book.
starstruck after that, weren't you?
I read a lot. Well, I don't really get starstruck.
I don't know. I think I saw a little gleam in your
I
eye.
wanted to pick his brain, not his nose. That said, if you want to get in on a tour,
That's right. There's only one more
Uno.
opportunity, and it's this Saturday night. Technically, there
Two.
are two
Two.
tours.
Two tours.
7
It's
and
only
9.
Saturday night.
Okay.
One starts at 7, the next at 9, and that's your last opportunity, folks. So
For this
if you
year.
want to see what we have seen, be where we are, you need to get out here this Saturday night and test it out for yourself. If you are the skeptic, come here. Be disproved.
And you know what? They're going to get better weather on
That's
Saturday
right.
night too.
That's
so
right.
keep
It's
that
going to
in
be a gorgeous weekend. No rain.
you know, I have to say that if I was out there listening, if I could, superimpose what I know, I would say, hey, come out here. If nothing else, you'll have a good time.
All right.
Historically, and if you're as lucky as we were,
Yeah.
you might see something that makes you go,
Yeah, you'll see something interesting. If anything, the house itself is interesting. It's quite a
Oh
history.
yes, phenomenal.
That's
now,
right.
Now be listening, because what we're doing right now is we're going to be tearing stuff down. I'm going to be heading back to the station. You guys are going to be going and napping.
Yes.
I would hope.
I may actually follow you.
No, I'm going home.
That's fine, and we're going to go through some of this. We do have some audio clips that we just technically could not play,
That's right.
and we have those set up, and we'll start going over those in a few hours.
Yes.
Right.
So if you're listening around 8:30 or so to give us enough time to get back to the station, get some of this stuff rolling in,
Yes.
and we'll keep leading you up to what's happening, and of course we'll post stuff. We'll get it on Facebook and all of the
Right.
usual things on web.
That's right.
Give us a little while for that, because that's
Yeah,
actually your, because I
yes.
have no idea.
And then Bob and Dustin are going to go through some footage and listen
That's
to some
right.
things.
Yes,
And then we're going to get back to you on that. That will most likely not be within the next few hours.
Stay tuned for the next couple hours. We'll give you something. Give you some teasers and here's what stuff that I found, they found, we heard, and then draw your own opinion. But then, if you're interested in something like that, do your own research.
Yeah.
Look around.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then make your decisions from
Mhm.
there. Sum it up in one word, Roxy.
Terrific.
Moose.
Cool.
That's right. It's awesome.
Pretty sure
I can't
that's
do it in
2
one word.
words.
That's how sleepy I am right now. But I've had a great time. It was well worth it. And hopefully we'll do this again.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I want to thank everybody one final time.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you guys. Thanks to
Troy,
everybody.
Sharon, Sandy,
Everybody.
Bob, Dustin, Jerome. Thank you. Yes, Roxy,
Everybody.
Noobs.
Leaving anybody out, it's because, well,
We'll
actually, I should be drinking scotch now, and I'm not.
Well,
I'm
get
just kinda
started
going with it.
because you got a show to do.
There you go. That's right.
That being said, we are out of here. We'll be back in your ears in just a little while as we get back to the station. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Good.
So we won't yell at you, we promise. We'll just tell you, okay, try again. Okay.
We haven't seen the bad. Sometimes there's a bad, like when it gets colder or there's a weather change. We haven't seen Igor for a while. But, you know, this stays pretty much the same temperature all year unless it gets really, really, really cold outside. So, and we do ask the spirits to join us in sight or sound or touch or smell as long as it is not harmful to anyone. And we do appreciate all of you being here. And we're glad you came.
Jerome, are you in or out?
And I'll say the nicest thing, he said I'm coming, about owning McPike Mansion is meeting all the nice people. So it is nice to meet all of you.
That's a great door.
If you tried to make it different.
It's gonna get colder.
I'm checking my time, it's 7:50. So we'll sit in the dark probably for about a
What's
half
our
hour.
temp, Jerome?
54, except this corner, it's 51.
Is he recording, is that?
Yeah, that's the red light, the infrared camera light, so.
You guys ready? We got cameras off, we got phones off, we got lights off. Yes, and actually, in the dark, you can know what they're doing. Are we ready?
We're ready.
I tried to tell you.
Henry, are you here?
And so you can see that the light, you can't see your hand in front of your face. It takes a minute for your light, for you to kind of adjust to this, but you can see Henry, and he shows up as a shadow
Oh, my rod's turning.
that maybe is walking around. I can actually see Henry to my left, further down from where you are with the rods.
Uh-huh.
He's down to your left.
Hi, Henry, how are you today?
Are the rods pointing that direction?
One is.
Okay. And that would be why. He's just saying, I am here. So, hi, Henry. Thank you for having us this evening. And I will also tell you that up to my left in this front corner, there is a white light that appears. It kind of comes in and then it fades out. Some of you may be seeing that. I don't know. I always see it when Mary enters the cellar. And so it may look like a glow to you, or you may even catch a little glimpse of the light. But we want to say good evening to Mary. She has joined us this evening.
Good evening, Mary.
And I see her light again. She says hello to everyone. So right now we have Mr. and Mrs. McPike in the cellar with us. we'd like for some of the other spirits to join us down here.
How's what begins?
So Henry, will the children be able to join us this evening?
They have traffic problem, some reasons.
I feel like somebody's playing with my hair. Like they're twisting it.
Usually the kids will do that. Mary usually doesn't do that, but the children often do. Although, I will say that Sarah comes in to my right in the front here, and she has, for the last few weeks, been playing with people's hair, so. But I don't think it's Sarah over there with you.
Oh my gosh, I think I just saw him.
Henry?
I thought so.
You can usually tell if he steps in front of you, it gets darker, and you feel like someone is standing directly in front of you, and you almost want to pull back from his energies. Step back just a little bit for me. That would be good.
Mary? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Mary passed away of some difficulty with her heart. That's what we believe. And usually it doesn't occur to me, but she doesn't usually get that close to me. If you are an empath, you may even experience the pressure on your chest if Mary decides to get close to you. She doesn't do that on purpose, it just happens. And so that's why I was asking her to kind of step back a little bit back into that corner, so I wasn't feeling that pressure. So we have both the little girl and a little boy here in the cellar with us, Henry and Mary. And I believe Sarah has joined us too, but Sarah's being very quiet over there. Yeah. Sarah comes in on the right of Sharon, to her right in that corner, and she is very, very cold when she comes in. So we want to say hello to Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
So those of you on my right might get colder. I'm just saying. Is it getting colder over there?
I'm freezing.
Well, it looks lighter between, you know, like you guys and myself, it's lighter right in there. My rods are pointing, both of them to my right. So they're pointing to somebody, maybe Mary. I think that would be your right. Mary, is that you?
Did she answer you?
No. So put your rods out in front of you.
Release the energy, be sure and do that.
Put your rods down and then bring them back up. Okay. And then ask the question. Mary, is that you? Mary, is that you? And the other people that have rods, they'll answer too. Yes, they crossed.
Okay. I'd like to ask Jenny and James to join us here in the cellar, and of course John Mountain, if you'd like to visit this evening, that would be awesome. trouble finding you, Henry. Oh. Anybody see that shadow walk in front of the red light?
Yeah, I saw it.
Rock on. That would be James. So James McPike has joined us in the cellar. And it is pretty common that he will come back in the back like that, and he will step in front of that red light. I believe that to be
Can you do
James
that
back there.
again? Or no?
Oh, he most certainly will. He'll do it several times. So you might, some others can maybe catch this shadow that walks in front of the light. Also, another reason why we ask everyone to please remain seated, so we're certain that it's his shadow and not yours that we're seeing.
Do they like having all these visitors here?
Pass the rods.
Darn. Do you guys mind us visiting you? No.
No? So they don't mind?
Nope. Well, thank you.
They really do kind of like visitors in the wintertime. I think they get kind of lonely actually, because we don't come in the house very often. I have a question for Henry. Henry, would you like us to put, and I'm not sure if we can do this, but we'll try. Would you like us to put plastic over the windows so that the snow and rain doesn't come in?
My rod's crossed when you got to would you like.
Would you like, yes.
It's almost like, they take you long enough.
Yeah, enough said, yes. I continue to see Henry's shadow towards the doors, actually, down on the left side, my left side of the cellar, towards the doors. Does anybody else see that shadow?
I've seen it a couple times.
Okay, my.
Is he down by Jerome, kind of?
That's where I kind of feel him at, where I see a shadow. But it's not Henry, it's James. Anybody getting ice cold?
Yeah.
Those of you that are down on the right, my right of the cellar, you can say hello to Jenny because that's why you're cold. Come on in, Jenny. She's usually pretty playful, so if your chair gets shook or you get poked, that would be Jenny.
Come on over, Jenny.
Everybody's feeling playful tonight, Jenny. It's gonna be okay, you can play. Now I'm seeing Mary up to my left again, that light. She comes in and glows every once in a while. She just glowed. Did anybody catch that?
It just looks a little lighter over there to me. Last night when I was sitting in that other chair, I did kind of see the glows, which was kind of interesting for me.
Every time we talk about Mary, there'll be a little bit of a glow. See, we just said her name again, and then she lightens up or brightens up over in that corner. And there she is again.
Which corner?
Over
To
by-
my left,
by
behind
where
you
Sue-
guys.
Oh, okay.
Sue and you guys over there. No, she was like really only 17 when she married Henry. Henry was like 25. So she was about 7 years younger, maybe she was 18. But I think a very big responsibility for a young person, really. They were married in 1854. You know, he was on the committee to bring Lincoln Douglas debates here in 1858. So, see, she was pretty young when all that was going on. What?
I'm not doing it. I can't see, I can't do it. I'm just so cold, I can't do anything. You want them?
Did anybody to my right over here along the wall where you come in this, did anybody just like move their foot or something? I thought I heard something out in the hall beyond the cellar door.
So, Henry, are you glad there's children here tonight? Travis, it's his birthday. Well, almost his birthday, Henry. October 30th.
Happy to see Travis. Happy to see the children. No wonder I couldn't see him. He was up here in the front. Now he's walking that way. Probably coming your way, Travis. Yes, I can see him walk across the center of this
So
cellar.
weird, because I know it's pitch black in here, but I keep thinking I can see. I don't know, it's weird. I don't know. I don't know if it's my eyes making me think I see, you know what I mean?
What are you seeing?
I don't know, it's like spots, like right in front of me, I can see a lighter spot.
It's not your eyes.
No, did you just move your arm?
That time I did, yes.
Okay, well, I can almost see your arm, so I'm saying that it is lighter in front of you. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see that.
It's right in front of me. Is Mr. Henry standing in front of me?
I'm getting ice cold though.
I'm freezing.
I think there's somebody standing right in front of me.
This is like pitch black.
Is there someone standing right in front of me?
Same.
I don't see anyone in front of you.
No?
No. Mary may be around you.
Okay.
I don't see Henry in front of you. It doesn't mean he's not. If it's darker in front of you, then that would be him.
Is he tall?
Yes.
Because I feel like I'm looking, I have to look up.
It's all cold down
So do we have any dogs or cats down here tonight?
We have a cat. You guys can ask the dowsing rods out if you like. I feel the cat on the right side of the room, my right.
You're a kitty, 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 kitty.
Well, Sonia's a little cat lover, right, Sonia?
Oh, me too.
Me too.
They're around with feet. There's like weaving in between everybody's feet.
Wow. I love cats. They're so cute.
Yep, the cat's on the right of the room. Visiting.
And
That
I
was
can
me
kind of see
squeaking.
some
just so
movement
you know.
down on my right there. I just saw that. So we do
I just
do
saw a
we think-
shadow back there.
And I think that's who it is.
Who?
Shadow.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask.
I think that's who it is.
So ask it, the dowsing rods, is it Shadow the cat? Sandy, what did you hear?
Oh, I get a yes.
Oh, okay.
What about the dowsing rods?
Yes.
So Shadow knows I love him so much. And his
Who didn't love Shadow?
I know Shadow's a cool cat.
Is it one of the cats? Or the black cat?
thank you for allowing him to come down here.
I keep looking for Henry out in the middle of the cellar, but I think you might be right. I think he is standing up here in the front to my left, just kind of hanging out. And Mary just shined her light, so I think the two of them are kind of hanging out together up there.
Sandy, did you ever figure out who was the cherry tobacco smell?
I just think that might be Henry's pipe, maybe.
Okay. I didn't know if it was his or somebody
I
else.
feel like somebody's leaning down at me right now.
You mean in front of you?
Yeah.
Oh, that would definitely be Henry, because that's what he does. He gets real close, like in your face.
Is it to be, I mean, why does he do this? Why does he do that?
I don't have any idea.
Henry, is that you in front of me?
I think he just kind of enjoys it. I know he does it to scare me.
So does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask any of the spirits?
Are you happy with Sharon and her family trying to restore the house? Yes.
Very good. I didn't think I needed to answer that one. That's a common question, actually.
Really?
Yes. If they mind the renovations and if they're happy about that, and they are all very happy about that.
So Henry, do you think you can predict part of the winter by the woolly worms?
He says that's how we used to do it.
I haven't seen any woolly worms yet.
I have down south.
I have.
Or up north.
In my backyard, 2, 3 of them.
And what did they look like?
Woolly.
No, I mean, what color?
Dark.
Oh, black and orange.
Okay.
Woolly worms. I actually saw one that was being stung and eaten or killed by a bee.
I didn't know that was kind of
I
weird.
didn't know that these
Wow.
did that.
Yeah.
Did I?
Wow.
What in the world was that?
I'm trying to think of, were there other ways that you could predict, and you can't answer this, were there other ways to predict what kind of winter it was going to be?
Watching the squirrels in the yard going nuts.
Sandy, can you see if there's anyone in the corner to my left? His neck is freezing to death.
Well, it's lighter to
That,
me.
that would be an indication.
Yeah, I
And it's probably Sarah. And actually, when I looked there, I saw a glimpse of a light under the chair.
I know the cat has been weeding in between all of our feet.
Yeah, Aww.
Who is over here to my right?
To your right, by the door.
It sounds like there's somebody sitting in a chair, like either next to me or the next one over. And the chair is moving, or their feet are moving, or something.
I'm gonna say that's James, because I have not seen him pace in front of that red light. I think he likes you, Drew,
I wonder why.
because he was sitting down there
The other night.
the other night, too.
Sue, you're being really quiet. Are you freezing over there?
You know, it comes and goes. I'll feel kind of like a white light starts to glow about the time Sandy says, oh, there's Mary again. And it'll get icy cold in my face and just like the fronts of my knees. Like there's somebody putting their hands on my knees and then close to me. And then it goes away.
All right, if you have questions, think about it, because in a few minutes, I'm gonna be checking my time. And I am freezing now.
It is. Can you guys tell it's getting colder down here?
That's because there's more spirits.
We get more spirits the colder it gets. You can start out with just a light jacket, and then you're gonna need a blanket by the time you finish.
I think I've asked this before, if Paul Oshinger and Henry can be in the cellar at the same time.
Can they? Yes.
Do they?
Are they?
Are they?
No.
No. Okay, just asking.
So how many spirits are actually here now?
In the cellar with us right now?
Yes.
I have to count. We've got Mary, and we've got Henry, and we've got the 2 kids. We have Sarah, Jenny, and James. We have the cat,
Wow.
and that's 8.
Wow.
My rods are even, like, my rods are freezing.
And you know, that happened the other night. All the other rods were fine, but this one pair was ice cold, like picking up an ice cube.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
All right, I'm going to check my time.
Do they follow you? I mean, if you were to go inside the house, they follow you around the house?
Oh,
So
yeah.
now you're in the cellar, they come to the cellar, or?
They come to the cellar because we come down here and ask them if they would join us.
Okay.
That's why we say that in the beginning, because sometimes they're already here waiting for us because they know our routine. We've been doing this for years, so they know our routine. Sometimes when you come to the, you know how we walk down the walkway to come to the cellar door? Outside, at different times that ice cold air will fill that outside. Sometimes you won't feel it until you step into the house and the cellar, and other times it's already at that.
Well, the other thing that occurred to me, Sandy, is I wonder if they ever, or if any of them join us on the front porch.
Well, obviously,
Henry does.
does,
But I was thinking
and
about
always
that.
Lydia at the door, always,
I gotta check on that.
yeah.
Okay.
And Judd Mountain is always upstairs, so.
Do they ever just follow random people home, just us, or?
Not really.
They
I mean,
just
we've
stay
had
there?
some people that felt like one of the spirits went home with them. If they did, they didn't stay.
And you
So-
can, sorry, Sandy.
But
Well, I was gonna say, they can say, you know, spirits stay here, go back to where you came from, and, you know, please do not follow me home. I mean, you know.
that works.
Okay.
Please don't come home with me.
Okay, I'm gonna check my time, if I can open up my cell phone, it is 8:16, I'm off today, I don't know what's wrong with me, Sandy. Okay, maybe it's because I'm cold, that I think I've been down here longer than we've been down here. Cause I said it was 8:50, so it's been 25 minutes, or 26 minutes. So. So are there any other questions that you would like to ask any of the spirits?
I don't know, James, we don't normally ask people, the spirits, to do anything, but it would be really cool if you could walk in front of that red light again for the people so they can see that you actually are here. I know you're chilling next to Jerome, but
I just saw a shadow.
What are you doing?
It's got
like for the winter and coats and things like that, was that primarily wool in that era?
Wool and down. Oh, we never finished answering the one question you asked, how could they tell
How could they tell?
if it's gonna be a hard winter?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
what signs they
Yes.
look for?
Yes.
And so this is something I'm gonna have to research. They didn't have weathermen back then, you know, like we do, who get to do all that sort of thing. So they did pay attention to the woolly worm but there was something about the bark on the tree.
We were wondering today when the Farmer's Almanac first started coming out.
It's a good question.
We haven't thought about that.
Cause I asked, you know, like Henry, did he plant by the moon? I asked about the Farmer's Almanac, but, you know, I'm not sure it was
The first Farmer's
music.
Almanac was 1945.
What?
1945 was the first Farmer's Almanac.
I'm sure that was.
That's an FFA thing. And then got this FFA sitting here.
I'm wondering how they know that.
How
How
do
do
you
you
know
guys
what?
know that?
Andrea is Miss FFA.
Miss what?
When's your Farmers of America? That's part of the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a free.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Okay, so 1945. Okay, so then that gets back to the question of planting. You know, there had to be ways that they knew when to plant. Like, was it by the moon? Was it?
I get a no on the moon thing. I don't know.
I'm gonna guess it was probably having to do with the Native American thing, because the Indians were good at that. And
The
it may have,
natives do plant by the moon.
yeah, that,
And they harvest mostly by the moon, is how natives do it. Their harvest is by the moon, not necessarily the planting.
Okay, I have another question for Henry. Henry, do you know if there's a Native American spirit in these woods? 1,000 Miles.
What do you guys get?
I get a yes.
But yeah, water cross.
Same.
I get a yes. I actually get a yes, probably more than one, is from him.
Which Robert reminded me of a story, you know, years ago, the dogs were barking and George went around the back of the house and he saw these two ladies coming towards the house and he thought they were gonna break in the house. And so he hid out of sight for a few minutes and then he looked around, they were coming towards the south side of the house and they were gone. And so, he actually went inside the house, although he hadn't heard any noise or anything. And so, you know, we were talking about it later, and I asked him how they were dressed and that type of thing. And he said, well, actually, my sense is that they were Native Americans. So he actually did see two lady apparitions. And that was years ago. So Henry says there's more than one spirit. So, I mean, this is one of the higher elevations of Alton. So, and there is a creek on the other side. Right behind my mom and dad's house. So Henry, was that creek here when you bought this property? Do you know?
I get a yes. Cousin Ron?
Yes. I have a weird maybe it's a stupid question. But when I saw him in front of me, I kind of reached out for him.
Mm-hmm.
Do they feel that? Like if I,
And I'm asking Henry now.
Oh.
You're asking, so I'm asking him, because I have no idea. I never thought about that. his answer is not like you would think. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just got a cool breeze in front of my
He
face.
can feel the energy, but he doesn't feel your touch.
All right, if you guys would like to take some pictures, go ahead and do that.
Say flash.
Yeesh.
That's so cool.
Should have a strobe black
Are
curry.
you cold?
I'm a face.
Oh, and?
Strobe light charade.
Ow.
Flash.
Yee, right in my eye. Hey, now I see the white light.
Yeah, now I see it.
Oh, it's dancing all over the place.
Yeah.
Where?
Flash. Flash.
Oh, jeez.
It doesn't automatically do it. I can download
What
it.
is going on?
Whoa.
You know, click on it and download.
Whoa.
Oh, I feel like light.
And then load them back into a specific album.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
Goodness gracious.
I think the girl in the white over there, when I took a picture, she's got a light on her arm.
I have what I like.
An orb on her arm. And who is that?
The girl in the white.
Oh, I see it. Oh, I saw it right away. This is right here, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Now you got
Oh, now
And so I wonder if she's cold.
Huh?
I wonder if she's cold, or is that her camera that we're seeing? The light from her camera.
Well, it looks like it's on her arm on the sleeve.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I might have reflective.
Oh,
Sit still, would you?
I can hear a machine gun.
Flash.
Someone did take a picture of Megan Greenwood, let's say, I think that was the camp out. And she did kind of get a cat on one of the chairs over here.
Oh, wow.
And, also there was a, it seemed like a dark shadow. Do you think that was accurate? I thought that was
Yeah.
accurate. In front of Carol Brewer.
Well, she was trying to take a picture of Carol. And we
Right.
got the side of her face, and then it was dark, a dark shadow right in front of her.
Right.
I can't see like it.
Flash.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Shut up!
Did you get something?
Looks like him.
Take pictures on my phone. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Oh, it's still there.
It's starting.
Oh, now I'm getting cold.
My legs are cold.
My legs are freezing.
No, see, my pants are cold.
And it did look like.
Travis, did you save me a hot
I
dog?
thought it looked lighter. Did you think that?
Flash. I don't know.
I said I thought it looked lighter.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Why
that's
you guys
awesome.
in here?
I'm sure these pictures are great. I'm
Freezing the
like,
whole time.
Yeah,
And
me
then when it hits in a glow.
Everybody's wincing and looking
Yeah,
away.
that.
and
No, more not.
You saw that too?
Hand in front of
It
my
just
face.
kept glowing and then stopped and then glow and stopped. I'm like, yeah.
All right. You ready to turn on the lights?
No. Okay.
No? No?
Okay.
Travis?
my phone's working now. It's time.
Okay. Did we get some orbs in our photos?
Is the guy down there with the shirts, what's your name again? What's his name?
This, Brandon.
Brandon, are you
Yes.
freezing? You're not? Oh my gosh, I didn't think so, I'm freezing. I did put my long underwear on tonight, my legs, I put it on my.
Oh, collected dowsing rods. Thank you so much. We're doing the dowsing rods for us. Yeah, you have an orb right here on your arm.
Well, I was,
Sitting there, where did you learn to be a shaman? Did you learn it, or did your family?
You can go away and learn it.
Well, I assumed since you were Native American that maybe it was a family type.
Native Americans are not shamans, or they can be shamans, but it's not a native thing. But it is my family, and so a lot of the gifts that I have are native medicine. Shamans do other things. And,
We got like a real.
I didn't learn, okay, I don't know how to explain it, it's just when I'm working in medicine, things happen. And then you read, there was a time when, someone called me a shaman and I didn't even know what that was. I don't know what that is. But you do shaman stuff, well, so then I started reading and researching and went, oh, that is what I do. So they're just gifts that have come to me. But you can learn, you can learn to be a shamanic practitioner. I just didn't set out to.
We had a real brief class when I was in college about different religions. I can't remember exactly.
Right here. And then I feel like on my butt. Oh, I can. Always play with your butt. And they're like, this part here, like this. No, I didn't see that.
No, you cannot start a fire.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Are we gonna do it together?
Yeah.
Now, what's your name, honey?
Bruce is my name. I go by Bruce on here.
Oh.
And they're eating my batteries up on this little bad boy left and right. That's my third one, and that's the.
They gotta pull energy from somewhere.
So, where do I sit?
Up here.
Up here?
Why don't you sit up here, miss?
That's one of the why they pull energy.
Either chair.
Either chair.
You got a minute, all right.
We'll sit right here.
We got 9 volt batteries.
No, see.
I'm really cold.
You've got a recorder going up here.
Yeah, it's right in front of you.
Oh, there it is. Mama G,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you this.
Okay.
If something happens with this original area, you can talk about it.
Is it all right?
Yeah, it's recorded.
Power strip. This particular spot.
Jerome, you got
We ready?
Outside door.
Close the doors.
I'm gonna power this off so I don't do
So nobody walks in or.
If you guys would, power off your cell phones and your cameras, please, so we don't have that light in here. That way, if you do experience and see anything, you can acknowledge that. So, wasn't that cool? Did you hear the doors? You wanted to do that again? It's an awesome sound. It does. That's my favorite. Is he joining us? Or did he?
I think he was gonna watch him.
Jerome, are you watching out?
We keeping these lights on here?
Lady? I don't think I believe it. I wake up in the night and I have to
Oh, yeah.
put my shoulder back where it needs to be. Well, if you could isolate the sounds, it really works. So tough. Okay. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take you guys through a dark session that we do for the twins.
So we do ask the spirits to join us in sight or sound or touch or smell, as long as it is not harmful to anyone.
That was not a ghost, that's good to know. I always tell people, eliminate the obvious. If you're sitting in a chair and it's rocking, make sure it's on solid ground. If it is on solid ground and it rocks again, you have had a paranormal experience. But eliminate the obvious first. There are no breezes in the cellar. And so if you feel a breeze come across your face or blow your hair or any wisp of air, you are having a paranormal experience and you are being visited by one of the spirits of the house. Because there are no breezes down here. Temperature down here is a lot warmer than it is right now, so I can tell you that we already have guests or the spirits of the house have joined us down here. I'm seeing a glow over there, so I want to eliminate the obvious. Is that a phone or that's?
It's the voice
The voice
That's,
recorder,
yeah,
okay.
right in the corner.
So we just want to acknowledge that,
Yes.
so we don't mistake that for some activity. What you're looking for is a change in temperature around you. Your neighbor might be toasty warm, but you may not be. And if you are being visited, that is one of the indications. Again, with the breeze, the spirits of the house oftentimes will touch your hair. Your lap may get very cold if the children join us. We also do have ghosts or spirits of animals that join us down here as well. I like to tell people there are no burning bushes, so I can set your expectations. Okay? We're just looking for shifts and changes.
What's going on over there with the
Here at KT Snowdell.
And it looks like we have a spirit that is visiting us. So, we've asked, I also asked people that if you touch your neighbor, will you please tell them that it was you? And that way, if they are touched by one of the spirits, then they know that they have been visited. I also ask people to acknowledge if you're having an experience. Any kind of experience that you're having are the spirits trying to communicate with you or visit with you. If you don't acknowledge it, they will stop trying to communicate. And so the more you acknowledge, the more activity you'll have.
Is somebody whispering?
Are you hearing whispering?
Yes, I'm hearing somebody whispering right behind.
You might want to say hello to Mary.
Hello, Mary.
That is Henry's first wife, and this is the corner that she comes in, and I can tell you I'm seeing a glow in that corner. That's how she presents herself to me.
It's just a fleeting
Whisper.
whisper. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was a voice.
And I continue to see a glow. Does anybody else see that? I don't know how many
I can
sensitives
see
we
a
have
little
down
bit
there.
of, you said about,
I mean, I don't, you guys can't see me, but
Just above him in the corner, it usually will glow just for a moment. And that is Mary, so.
I'm turning around to look, so that's.
And so we certainly want to welcome Mary to the cellar. And the more that we acknowledge her, the more glow, little wisps of glow that we will get. The other thing that you're looking for are wisps of smells, like lilac or cherry tobacco. Paul Lassinger comes in and he smells like cigarette smoke.
We both just felt like somebody touched us on our lower back.
Awesome. You will want to say hello to Jenny Wilkinson McPike. That is the corner that she comes in. And so, hi Jenny. Thanks for
you said
joining
you had a
us.
question? Did you say you had a question?
I guess I kind of do. Wait a second. Okay, well, we'll just keep talking while the meter thingy
is going
for
on.
lack of a better term. Tell I'm a rookie. Is this because? How do you know this? I mean, I'm not questioning you, but I just was. How is?
How do I know?
Yeah, is it a sense that you feel, or is it?
They usually will tell me. I hear them when they have entered, or and we do this all the time, and so it is very common that they come in those particular. But Jenny is the mischief mischievous one.
She's a prankster.
She's a prankster.
Okay.
And so usually when she comes in, she likes to touch you or poke you or,
Pull at your coat.
yes, or sit down right next to you. And,
She felt that too.
and I can just feel her back there and I can hear her laugh.
So she's getting a charge out of all this, huh?
Absolutely, she loves it, yes. Yes,
Over in the corner, above the red light,
yes.
over by you guys.
Do you have to be on my side, I guess?
Yeah, there keeps coming out a wider light above it. Little bit.
Are you talking about behind us?
Behind
Yeah.
me, like
No, other side.
Other side, that would be
Over
Sarah.
there? Yeah.
that red light?
Well, it's above the red light.
It's above it's a glove,
Yeah.
and that is Sarah. Ah, did you guys feel it?
What was that? Hold on.
Okay, now that's some kind of light,
Yeah.
somebody else's light, really, but.
That's to his recorder or his
Oh.
camera or something.
Oh, okay.
Eliminate the obvious, you guys, eliminate the obvious. You know, cause I don't like to make stuff up, you know what I'm saying? But Sarah comes in this front corner.
Oh, mine's not over here.
No, your Mary comes in over there
where am I?
and moves along that wall.
Okay.
Sarah comes in over here to my right, behind us, in this corner, and she comes in ice cold, and I am cold on the right side of my face, so she is directly behind us here. Is that where you saw the light, is kind of behind us? Up
Yeah.
here?
I think it's
Ginger,
Bob or
it's Ginger,
somebody
right?
together.
Yeah?
I mean, it's Ginger talking is what I mean, I
No,
don't.
we're not
No,
talking.
I wasn't saying anything.
And it was a glow
Oh, it
above
wasn't
us,
you,
right?
Yeah, Shelley, it was above.
Oh, okay,
the red
Shelley.
light.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
there, I see what they're thinking.
Yeah.
He's got a glow over here.
His camera, so it's probably part of it is the reflection off of his camera.
Well, there's the one of the camera, there's
Okay, now I
the
see
one
that,
of
that's-
the red light, then there was one above the red light.
Then there was one above that,
Yeah.
okay. That's
And I
why we
think
wanna
it's-
eliminate
There's
that.
like three glows over there.
I
Okay.
think it is the camera, but that's because I saw it's kind of a white glow.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's,
I've got it off now.
like a white, red, white glow.
I want to see if somebody will make the K meter thingy go off again.
Well, we can ask them to do that. They don't like to perform, actually, and so, yeah, they
Now,
kinda
we'll
get
ask,
a
it's
little
up to
upset,
them.
but we can ask them if they will, get close to the K2. Maybe Sarah will do that and let us know that she's here, although I know she's here because that right side of me is cold. Are you cold, Sharon? I'm ice cold on the right side of my face, ice cold. So I do know that Sarah is here, I know that Mary is here, I know that Jenny has joined us. And
touching Roxanne's ear,
that's awesome. Thanks, Jenny.
messing with her.
Now, I will tell you that when Henry joins us, he comes in as a shadow, and he is a shadow that is actually darker than the dark. And so when you see him, he will walk across the room and it will appear as a tall shadow.
So we will be able to differentiate him from this blackness that's.
Yes.
Okay, I really did see a shadow.
I just
in front
got
of me.
colder.
Right in
I just
front of
got
me,
colder,
about
yeah.
3 or
I
4
swear to
feet
God, I thought I saw
in front of me. Honestly, I did see a shadow.
Yeah, I see it too.
Yeah,
I'm not
but-
sure if
I
it's-
thought I was seeing.
Yeah, it was kind of like close to the K2 meter.
Yeah,
Oh, here we go.
She said,
There you go.
We just got colder.
Yeah, it's like really cold
really
over
cold,
here.
yeah.
I'm like feeling it.
Me too.
Yeah.
And that glow above you moves, yes.
Almost
Just
glow.
went off against it.
Right
Was.
from the- yes.
She's always very brief,
Oh,
and so I just see a glow.
you gotta be quick.
You do have to be
It is
quick.
like freezing.
Touch
I
it.
think that was here, but
So everyone can
And
say
now-
hello
I
to
mean, I think
Henry,
this is-
because he certainly is here. Henry is here.
Really?
And thank you for having us.
Yes.
Henry.
Thank you, Henry.
Henry is always most kind and generous.
Oh, wow.
My lap is freezing.
And I'm not that cold anymore.
No, I think I might have.
See, I'm not as.
My lap is
quick as
freezing.
Mark, but it doesn't seem like it's.
I know, it's like
maybe
sitting
it's
right
because
there.
I'm like-
Probably look for something in there
It
too.
doesn't seem like I'm as cold as I was when I first came in.
I feel like I'm
Um,
colder.
No, your medicine will get into the temperature,
But
they're just not right.
They're just not, okay.
But you might be colder on
'Cause I'm
one side
cold.
than
Are
the
you,
other.
oh, really?
I'm freezing.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm not as cold.
Yeah, in fact, you can see on my hands, my right hand is cold. Does it feel cold to you?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
I'm ice cold.
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
feel cold.
And my left hand isn't, you wanna feel that? I'm over here
Oh,
getting
you're-
felt up.
You're, no, that is.
Did I say that out loud?
You said
I
that
did.
out loud.
Okay.
That popped out.
It just, yeah, just spewed right out. Sorry, Henry, meant no disrespect. So Henry is definitely here. I am asking though, because her lap is cold, if we have the kids down, oh, man, I'm ice cold. If we have the kids down here, and we do, they are telling me that, we have the little girl and the little boy has joined us here. And the little girl, I see Mary's, anytime I mention the kids, Mary's glow over here. You know, she glows behind you.
Behind me.
And I don't know if anyone is catching that, that's something that I see, I'm not sure if you see it.
What were
So
the
maybe-
children's names again?
We don't know the
Oh, you
little
don't.
girl's name, but the little boy's name we think is Adam, right? Yeah, Adam. Every time we've asked and channeled in, his name is Adam.
Right.
And his age is about, I think, about 8. I have to ask him again, because I always forget. He's about 8. They're acknowledging,
So-
that's why the K2 would go up.
Right, because,
They're saying yes, 8
you know,
is
like
right.
usually
So
the
everybody's
tourists.
got their cell phones off, right? Or that we try to.
Yeah, everything's off.
Anyway, who is sitting on your lap? That was Ginger, right?
No,
It said that, who
Shelley.
said that?
Shelley.
Shelley?
My legs are still.
I think they're both in the same direction, aren't you both kind of in the
Yeah,
back there?
Ginger and Troy are sitting behind me. in the
Right.
corner.
Okay,
Okay.
and I don't recognize your voices, so,
Right, I don't know.
but anyway, it feels like a child in it, in your
Yeah,
lap, and it
yeah.
feels like the little girl.
It's freezing.
Just wanna let you know that.
Is just your lap
So
cold?
you might wanna,
Yeah.
ask, I mean, you might can ask some questions and see if Henry or any of the other spirits who use the K2 meter to kinda,
And we don't have
Verify.
dowsing rods, we usually use dowsing rods to verify what I'm hearing, the dowsing rods will confer, maybe they can use the K2 meter.
I wonder if the little girl was the one that was making the noise out at the cemetery earlier.
Yeah.
Asking that question, and I'm listening for their answer, and their answer is yes.
Was it, can I be specific questions, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes,
So was it both, on both recordings? The earlier recording this afternoon and then later on this evening after it got dark, was it both the same child or was it someone else?
It was the same,
Okay.
same child. Both female voices, right? I'm assuming.
The second one we couldn't really discern.
Okay. But the other one sounded female?
Yes.
Okay.
I did to me, Does. What do you think, Does?
Yeah, the first one was definitely female.
Okay. So that kind of coincides with their answer. Awesome.
So can we ask one to walk by the K2 meter again and see if they would,
We can and see if they would acknowledge and do that. I'm gonna ask Jenny if James will join us down here.
I think the little girl got off my lap. It's incredibly warm now.
Is your lap warm enough?
Yes.
Little girl moved.
What's that?
I thought you said something.
No. I said I was getting warm in a second.
Oh,
I'll get
okay.
cold again.
There you go.
And we do ask Henry questions or, you know, different things like what was his favorite music or, you know, yes or no questions. His favorite music, what was something he really liked to eat. Like chipped beef was one of his answers on that. And, we asked about marbles. They didn't really celebrate Halloween. That's a much later holiday. I don't even know when Halloween came into being.
Maybe Troy knows, he knows everything. Yes, he's a wealth of information, we all know
Ah,
this.
Troy, you know so much information.
Surely he's
I can't
researched that,
even-
or maybe not.
It's amazing, really.
Do you know Troy?
1880s.
I knew you knew that, see?
Well, except for the Irish, which started like, 300 AD.
I was gonna
But
say, it's
other than
Celtic
that,
holidays.
Yeah, other
Yeah.
than that,
But like in America, it was 1880.
It's actually only popular in America. Other countries don't celebrate
They
Halloween.
don't do it.
Yeah. They've tried to bust into England, but it's not
Monica, are you
working very
moving
well.
around?
Yeah,
Okay.
my legs
are cold.
Okay, I just wanted to.
And her light is too, yeah.
Well, I could see her, I think you're wearing white, I thought I saw it, just kind of.
Yeah, this one. Let's see. Yeah.
No, Troy, as I said to Ginger, you're hysterical.
Hysterically.
You're historical facts. I mean, really, you know so much information, it's amazing. It really-
Great for Trivial Pursuit, not much else.
And sessions in the cellar.
Except for.
And
It's working for
writing
me.
books.
Yeah, I'm
Can
writing
you
books.
ask Henry if he minds us being here or activity around his house?
Henry is okay with you guys being
I
here.
just touched my arm. I don't know, it felt like a drip though.
Actually, I think that in the wintertime, we don't come in the house very often, and so, actually, I do think
Yeah,
they miss us.
it was wet.
Honestly. Cause I always feel like in the springtime when I go in the house or something, I always feel very welcomed, like in April or.
Henry is recognizing that everyone so far this evening has been very respectful. And so he appreciates that, and that is why you are welcome here.
That's good. I guess you keep it that way, thank you.
And
Mr. McPike.
I've talked to everybody here, and I would confer with that. Everybody seems to be, really showing honor and respect to the mansion and the spirits that are here. So Henry just simply appreciates that. He doesn't like to be asked to perform, and he does not like to be taunted or challenged.
Apparently, though, he does like to drink wine.
He loves wine.
What's that one?
And last week we learned he did like moonshine as well. But he does not care for beer.
Oh, that's good. What's his favorite wine? Does he have
His own.
his own? There you go.
His own.
He did have a press room and a bottling room, supposedly in the cellar here, that's what, I was told.
Has anybody caught sight of his shadow yet?
I'm pretty sure it's the next
There's something over here she just saw.
I saw a shadow before, earlier.
And it looked like a dog with a shaky
Oh, here to my left?
head behind me.
Okay.
It almost feels like there's a breeze, 'cause my eyes are drying out, kind of. Feels like there's a breeze.
And there is, because that's Sarah over there. You guys actually should be very cold.
There's monkey in with you guys.
Yes, she is. She likes to be acknowledged, apparently.
Are you
So
ever
that's
now,
awesome.
Sarah?
Sarah?
Isn't that wonderful? You can't make them perform.
I know.
You cannot. They have choices, and they get to make choices. And that's pretty cool.
But do they realize that I'm kind of a bit of a skeptic about it, that I'm kind of.
I'm sure they have identified that.
Right.
Absolutely. You're a skeptic.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's why I like to tell people to eliminate the obvious, because I am one of your bigger skeptics, believe it or
Right
not.
between you and me.
What's that?
It keeps getting cold over here, and they get cold too, and it seems like it keeps going back and forth between them and me.
Yeah, because I just saw a black shadow moving right in front of me.
It seems like I'm catching movement in the middle of the room. Was it in the middle of the room or was it?
Yeah.
But I can't.
Something like a white shadow sort of went by us just a second ago. Nothing around.
Was Henry a religious man? Did he?
Thank
He
God.
was a member of the Unitarian Church.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and actually that wasn't called the Unitarian Church originally. I do believe it was some kind of congregational church, and at some point the name was changed. But anyway, yes, he was a member there.
Master, does Henry have does he sense the dispensation of time since he has been in his state now versus how much time has passed since he is living?
Yes.
Right.
When you ask those questions, I ask him.
Okay.
He is hearing me, and
Oh,
so
okay.
I hear him. And his answer is yes.
Does he mind if I ask him those questions? Or is it a point?
He loves it.
Okay.
He loves honest. Look, did you say?
Yeah.
He answered with a K2. He loves honest questions, legitimate questions.
So he can.
Happy,
Yeah.
That's awesome, Henry. Thank you for using that.
Unless you moved your hand, I just, I'm gonna breathe.
I put my hand.
Okay. No, that's okay, I'm just,
But he can rationalize, rationalize not the right word, but he understands the time period of we're living in versus where he was living in, and he gets.
And we need to say out loud, because this is being recorded,
Yes.
that
The K2 meter is going nuts.
it is.
Yeah.
The K2 meter is going nuts because Henry is trying to answer the question and he is acknowledging it so visually it can be seen.
Thank you.
It's not that easy to set that off either.
No, it isn't.
No, we tried to, and it really doesn't go off like that.
No, and I can tell you that we have had K2s down here a lot and they seldom go off. Really. And we can have all kinds of activity down here and the K2s won't go off. Because, because Henry normally doesn't like playing with them. He doesn't like the electronics. But tonight we don't have the dowsing rods.
That's
So
probably
he
what it
is,
is, probably like the red one.
Is the little boy by Andy Lane?
he's acknowledging with the K2, which I sincerely appreciate, so that
Would
they
you say,
visually.
Roxy?
I said, is the little boy between me and Elaine?
Is the little boy there?
Why do you think it's a little boy?
Because he's playing with us, like
Under a
he's
chair.
tickling me and talking me and going under the chair.
You've been drinking.
No. Elaine felt it too, it wasn't just
And
me.
I'd love to tell you it's a little boy, but I don't think it is.
It's the little girl.
About 10 minutes ago, I felt Jenny get up and move and get between the two of you. And so, and I was gonna ask you if you felt a shift,
Yeah.
but I didn't, and I wish now that I had. But I still think that's Jenny.
Do the spirits, were they all living here at the same time? Are these different, are there overlaps like of different spirits at different times? Do they
There are
acknowledge each other?
overlaps.
Do they know that, I mean, do they recognize us? Do they recognize each other?
Yes.
Do they get along? I assume they do.
sometimes,
Sometimes, yeah.
um,
Sometimes not. Unless you tell them to.
sometimes they don't always get along.
They're a little testy with each other.
Yes, they do.
How, can you tell by just the shift in just a mood or this?
Yes.
Well, and we ask questions, honestly, I mean, we do ask questions.
When they come into the cellar, empathically, I can feel how they are feeling. And,
What are you feeling?
oh, they're happy to be here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're real happy to be here. When Sharon's mother had passed away, they were very concerned about her, so when they came into the cellar, at that point, they were, you could feel that,
Right.
angst about them. So,
Concern and worry.
right, they dearly love Sharon. And so, I would never want to do something to hurt Sharon, trust me.
Sandy lives
Yes,
Are the children still in here?
yes.
Okay.
You know, I
I'm
guess.
allowed to put cold here.
You're
They'll
right
get
there.
up and down. When we have the dowsing rods, the dowsing rods will cross and continue to cross and even hug you. And so, the children like to do that, and some of the stairs of the house will do that too if they really like you, so.
I feel like you hold this around my feet and then one on my lap.
And who's down on this side again?
On your right side?
Where's that?
Yeah, cause it's,
Mama
it's,
G and Roxy.
well,
And-
yeah, I know,
Feel
it
like
looks
this?
lighter down there, but I'm not sure if that's.
See if they, is the recorder still glowing?
Yeah.
Okay. Cause
Could
I
I,
can
could I
kinda
ask them
slow
to say
down.
something in the recorder, would they do something like that?
You can ask them, and they may or
ask.
may not, absolutely.
Do you ask them if they'll say something into the recorder, the light that you're holding?
Can you say something into this device I'm holding?
The K2 is going off, so they're gonna try and accommodate. Unfortunately, you may not hear it, but it'll show up on the recorder.
That's, yeah, we can hope.
Now, I would like to ask Henry, I am feeling the presence of Lydia, your mother. So, has she joined us here in the song? I believe that she has. And the answer that I get is yes, so I think we have been also joined by Henry's mother, Lydia. She normally stays on the first level at the front door. So apparently Lydia has joined us.
I see the spirits of God to be in
Yeah, that would be why they're here.
I mean, they don't want to go, but I mean, they don't want to go to.
No.
This is where they want to be.
This is where they wanna be.
We've asked that, actually, you have asked,
Okay.
why
Oh my
Henry
gosh.
hasn't left, or.
There is a breeze right by the recorder.
Yeah.
It's really,
It's accessible.
and
Like you can feel
and
it.
it's moving.
Breathe on the face of it now,
I can't feel it anywhere but right where it is.
Keep that recorder going, I mean, that's gold.
It almost feels like Roxanne is trying to pull it out of my
This is
head.
awesome. I have never seen it go off like that in this cellar, and I've been doing this for how many years, Sharon? And we've had, I don't know how many cases.
And Lydia is Lydia is the matriarch of the, she's a very strong presence.
What, can you ask them why they're so active?
Because they want to be, I mean, okay, well, Sandy, I said this afternoon, I came over and said this afternoon, Henry, we're having a radio show and would really appreciate it if, you could
Be active.
Hang out with us.
hang out with us.
And when I got here this evening, I also had a talk with Henry, didn't I, Henry? Yes, I did. And asked him if he would please, that this was important to Sharon and the mansion. And could they be very cooperative and active this evening on whatever.
But you also have to know that it's their decision.
Right, oh, exactly.
It always is their decision.
Right.
So it wasn't like asking them to perform, it was more like asking them to cooperate and hang out with what we were trying to do, our intention there. So if they could be a part of it, that would be awesome.
We always ask them questions. Can they ask us questions?
Yes.
Would they like to?
Well, that's interesting.
Would you like to ask us questions? Obviously, you'll have to.
I'm listening, and Henry is usually the one who speaks, and actually he wants to know why you decided to be what you are. I guess a radio, whatever. He wants to know why. That's what he wants to know.
That's the hell out of work.
See that thing going off? He's going, yes, that's what I want to know. Why are you doing what you're doing?
Oh, I love it. I just stumbled onto it when I was a kid. I've been doing it since I was 16, so it's the only job I really knew.
So that's the answer, Henry.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
about that?
I don't have, it's not really hard. I don't have to work really, I'm not digging ditches or, you know, breaking my back.
Now, he wants to know if you're a Republican.
I am a libertarian, how's that?
Works for him. And he's laughing when he asks that, by the way. Look, see? Because Henry very much knows that being a Republican today is much different than being a Republican in his time.
Right, right.
And so that was kind of a joke. He was poking.
Right.
That was his sense of humor. That was awesome, Henry.
Thank you.
That was great. Great question. So, Henry, do you like our radio star up here?
Tia. Troy over there, not me.
Well, he's blinking, he likes it.
No,
So. But it's not going all the way to red, so don't get excited.
I'm not gonna.
I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna. Thank you.
Oh, he blinked again.
And Henry is here because he wants to be, because it's his house. He just wants, he's proud.
And it is a gorgeous house. It's amazing. The architecture. I mean, this cellar is, it's a bombshell. It is amazing.
And he thanks you for that. He's designed this.
You rock, buddy.
So, he designed this. He's pretty proud of it.
Hey Sandy.
Yes.
So again, is the little girl age younger than 5?
She is around 5, actually.
Okay.
The little boy is 8, and she is around 5 years old.
By the way that it feels on my lap, that's why I was suggesting that age.
Yeah, she is 5.
You can feel,
Right on
you feel her sitting on your lap.
Yeah. Hasn't moved in a while. It's cold. I got coldness around my ankles too, but only my left ankle.
And we have a dog, and we have a cat, Spirit, that joins us here in the summer sometimes. The cat was Sharon's cat that passed away. And the dog, we believe, Paul Lassinger probably owned. And I'm looking for the shadow, and I don't know where you are, Henry. It feels like Henry is on the left, on my left, midway, in that general area, so.
Right in front of me, down halfway.
Down a little bit, yes. That's where I feel him at, but I'm not seeing his shadow. It is cool. I am so excited that he is setting off the K2. You guys just
So
don't
have
know.
you have the ladies and if you don't have any questions.
Henry says, oh yes, let's hear from the ladies.
Well, times have changed. Your legs are pretty.
Hey, we're still ladies.
He said that, Sharon, I swear. Wow. That was
In,
awesome.
in June, we have a, family camp out, and so we always play Victorian games. That's one of the things we do. And, I want to have a watermelon seed spitting contest one year. And so, except that I bought seedless watermelon, so, I mean, Troy can relate to that, not me, so, okay.
It won't
Anyway,
work out so well.
no, it didn't work out so well, so we had a spitting contest instead. But we have other, like we roll the hoop, we do, we did have yo-yos and things like that last year. Anyway, so we asked Henry what he thought of the spitting contest. And I think he just kind of shook his head.
Silly kids.
Exactly. Any questions, ladies? He's still waiting.
Oh, I think they wanted to know if the ladies' spirits would ask any questions.
Oh.
Is that correct?
That could be, yeah.
Or do you have any other questions for Henry? The Honorable H.G. McPike.
Well, Henry thought you meant these ladies might have a question.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
he said, by all means, let's hear
Oh,
from the
well,
ladies. And so that's was his response to that. But Henry held women in high regard. Oh, there you go. He confers.
Is there a reason you're still hearing him? Why you haven't moved forward?
And he's answering for you. The answer is yes. He's using the K2. That is so awesome. And his answer before, he can't say that using the K2, but I will say it for him. And he's already confirmed because I'm about to say it. And that is because Mary never got to live in this house. She passed away before the house was completed, but her spirit lived here. And so when he passed away, she had not moved on, and so he did not either. And he confers. So that is why Henry McPike is here. She is kind of trapped here. I mean, she was bound to the house. And that's what I believe. That's what I feel, Henry. So you can confer that if you want to. But I do know that Henry is not bound to this house.
He's voluntary.
He's voluntarily here, and he is not bound to it.
Why
He
is
can
she
go
not?
anywhere. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure if Henry does. Shall we tell him, Henry, about your gifts when you were here? Oh, Mary's light is getting bright. It's my light. You're not flashing, so I'm not sure I should say it. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and say it, because you know me. I asked Henry one time why, how did he know that Mary's spirit was here? You know, because I know how I know things. It's kind of hard to explain, but I know how I know things. So I asked him how he knew that her spirit was here. And his answer to me was, you are not the only one who can see. So that told me that Henry was gifted. And I believe maybe him and Abraham Lincoln had that in common. Because it is pretty common knowledge that Abraham Lincoln had a premonition that if he took office, that he would die in office. And so they both may have had many conversations about that. Don't know.
So-
He's not conferring, so don't be mad at me, Henry, because I shared that.
Are the children bound to the house in reality, or are they like Henry's make?
That's never been asked, and so I'm asking, you have asked that, and I get a yes for that they are bound to the property.
You know, like, I think they can go outside the house. I do think that.
Well, obviously, back on the crib, because that's where you got the EVPs.
Right, that's where it does send you back there, right?
Well, and also people, like, I remember these guys came one time and we were back there and he felt like, this guy felt like his, shirt had been tugged on and. So, and I think that was a little boy that did that.
What did they do for fun in the house? When you say Victorian games, did they have, games that they played or anything like that?
Oh, Henry thought you meant, what did they do for fun now?
Well, what do they do? Well, that sounds, what do they do?
Well, his answer was scare people, that's what we do for fun. Back then, that's what he thought you meant, so he laughed and he went scare people.
Well,
See, the K2 keeps going on.
So what did they do back then?
yeah, I mean, whenever he was, what did they, croquet or?
Yes,
what was
there
it?
is, I was just gonna say that, are you psychic?
No, I just.
You're hearing him on some level. There was a game of, it was like croquet. It wasn't the croquet we know today, but yes, there was a game of croquet. The kids played with the marbles and jump rope and
Did you ever play
baseball.
golf?
No.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Baseball
Baseball.
was favorite, or softball, like softball.
Is somebody moving in the back there? I kind of big kind of behind, in that area. Is that shifting the chairs or is it?
Well, I've shifted in the chair because, man, Amanda Bowman felt like something on the back, like a
Yeah.
coat wrinkle, sort of.
And I thought I felt
Just sitting
something
there
maybe on
turned
the
on.
back of my neck. Something was sticking dirt in your
That's that scaring people.
And somebody's confirming, Sarah is over there on your side and she does like to touch hair.
Yeah.
And I was freezing and I'm not freezing
You got a
anymore,
lot
so
of hair.
whatever it was, we touched.
She wants to touch it.
How did they
You
feel?
okay over there, Chief?
I'm really cold right now.
What was that?
It's really cold. and it's warm.
She has a question over here, Sammy, how did they feel about it?
How did they feel about the people that came in the other last place?
Yeah.
Not happy.
Indeed.
Did they try to do anything to stop it?
That's usually why people get scared here. That's why McPike has a reputation for the spirits not being friendly.
Getting cold inside of my face right now. Yeah, that's not. Yep. Feel in and out.
I'm a little, it doesn't feel like a different temperature variant.
Are you colder?
A little bit, my nose, my face, my forehead.
As you're getting colder and colder.
It's kind of, yeah, just
Yeah.
kind of around my face.
Feeling the breeze.
Can they see us like we see us? I mean, can they see us like we visually, like, I know, like, obviously now I can't see, but can they see us as well as we see each other? Or is it more of a,
I don't know, he's setting that K2 off, so I think that's a yes. I think he likes answering your questions before I get to.
Oh.
Because the K2 will go on when you ask it first. Just pretty cool.
And just again, nobody has their cell phones out. It's the only time that we got it bumped was whenever. Not that I don't believe you're answering. I just can't hear you. It's kind of weird.
No, I got a visual recorder, but it's not set it off.
Yeah.
I don't have the camera on now or anything, phone's off.
No, it's legitimate, because she walked by earlier with her cell phone, and it did go off, and we eliminated the obvious right then and said, obviously, it was your cell phone. And all that's off. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so cold. Wow.
Yeah. Almost like being in Alaska.
I just can't believe that's going off that much. I've never seen it do that. That's awesome.
I didn't see that on TV.
Usually it's a few blips, but that one.
Wow.
He sure is happy making you guys happy.
Really?
Yeah, well, thank
He
you.
really is.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here for us.
Gotta tell you, man, we've had all kinds of gadgets down here, and he will not set them off. He does not like the gadgets, but tonight,
What's it trying to do to us, or if that's the right question, why is he, I mean, not that I don't want to stop, but.
what is,
Do we
why
smell
is he?
good or what?
Oh, he's doing it because Sharon and I asked him to
Oh.
please cooperate,
Oh.
and because you guys have been very respectful.
Right, if you weren't respectful, he wouldn't do it.
He wouldn't be doing anything.
No, you wouldn't.
He might throw rocks at you. I don't know.
Let's not do that. Let's
He's
do
done that before. Oh,
Uh,
he has thrown rocks at me because I was not respectful. Oh, I told him
Well,
that.
we,
Mhm.
yeah, we tell him.
Oh,
We tried to use the
he's
flame one night, we
trying
said, you can use the flame and, you can say flicker for yes and hold still for no. Well, the flame held still for like 25 minutes, did not move. And so Sandy we were doing a tour, and so Sandy kind of chided him. And where you guys are over here to my right, there's like an ash thing, you know, from the, well, a stone came flying out of there and landed on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't roll out, it came flying out.
Wow.
So Henry expressed his displeasure with my comment, and he had every right to do so. Yes, and I was not being respectful.
Yeah, I've never seen one like that.
And he really does like us to tell that story. So, they don't usually, the kids, I've never heard them say anything. And I'm not, actually, you know, we usually ask Henry, see, I'm seeing his shadow to my left in front of you.
Right in front of me?
Yes. We usually ask Henry if it's okay if the kids join us down here, so, he just accommodated without us asking. I've never heard them say anything, not one word. I have seen them play with the flame and sit on people's laps and play with the doves and that, so.
Yeah, I just set that off too. I've stuck in the back of my amplifier with that big 12-inch magnet behind there, and it didn't set off.
I tried to set it off.
It's like actually.
Are we okay back there?
Yeah, that was me ripping it off, I'm sorry. A long day.
Oops. Well, I have to say, Troy, I've done that myself.
Yeah.
I have, I'm serious.
I know, I believe you, because we come in here in the summertime when it's about 100 degrees outside, you get down here and all of us start falling asleep, so.
Alright, you guys want me to check the time?
No, okay, I'm not gonna take the time. We usually do about 30 minutes in the cellar, is usually our time frame, and communicate with the spirits. Do you guys all feel like you have had a paranormal experience this evening?
They sleep.
No. But
No, they don't sleep.
they do get tired. They can get drained trying to communicate with us.
Oh, okay, so we could be wearing them out.
Yes, we definitely are.
Oh.
Absolutely. If you want them to last the whole evening, we probably need to. That's why collectively, I think they were here. They want to stay here so we can accommodate.
We don't want to impose.
But that's why they're drained, your recorder, they have to drain.
You guys have been
energy
tapping my
source.
bats, man.
Yeah. And I knew they would pick somebody,
Yeah.
and they got you.
Thank you. And I mean that sincerely.
I try to tell people that somebody with a cell phone camera or recorder is gonna get zapped. Have to have the energy to communicate, so. Well, and thank God you keep changing your battery,
Yes.
because he gets more energy every time you
Well,
change
if
your
I would
battery.
have known, I could have brought a 12-volt car. I mean, you know, I don't mean to sound flippant, but I could have
No,
brought
but
it.
I was thinking that too. We should provide them with a battery or something
It's kind of
that
like,
they can drain.
it's kind of like when Henry would have a gathering and people would bring over wine, or he'd bring wine to the dinner party.
Batteries, yeah.
Batteries. But I wonder if that
I
was
think
something.
there is, some kind of,
What's going on down
I
there?
wanna say don't ghost hunting, but there is something out there. Isn't there, Troy, where there,
I'm waiting for a question.
Well, sorry.
And then he stopped, and I'm like,
You were asleep again.
well, I was
Sorry.
trying
Well,
to think
yeah,
about
it's-
how to phrase that, but, Nathan, one of the guys, they bring some kind of battery thing with them.
Oh,
So I don't know if it's something he, you know, made up, or if it's, actually a ghost hunting thing. I'm not sure, really.
It's a
One of the
proton
toys, a
pack
ghost
or
hunting
something.
Paranormal toy.
I was actually
It's not like a car battery or anything like that, but it's some kind of,
Like a Tesla coil.
Is there anything we can do to help them recharge? Nothing.
just keep changing your battery.
I'll keep changing batteries. I may have to run to the all-night Walmart or someplace to get more batteries.
That's what Henry said, just keep changing your batteries, it's working for him.
We'll work with it, cool.
Yeah, with all the plugs plug-ins to the drop cords, they're fitting in the bees, or just suck the ones in and into the drop cords, and batteries.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
They get some real big.
Like
What's
a
happening
shadow.
over there?
Like
I
Henry's
thought
sitting-
Bruce got up to walk, and I just put my head down just for a second, and then I looked up, and it was like
Somebody standing in
right
front of
in
you.
front of me.
Yeah.
I'm sitting, I'm not.
Did you see that?
It's like it sat down next
Oh
to
my
us.
god.
Really?
And you can tell because it just gets darker, doesn't it?
It was-
It's
yeah.
just totally
That's
pitch
happened.
black in front of you.
That's happened to me a couple times.
And that's the way Henry plays that. He did right hand.
And then the other spirits are usually lighter, like if Jenny or Sarah come in lighter.
What glow are you talking about, like behind you?
I see it out of the corner of my eye and
It's
it's
behind
just,
me.
and it's really behind him. And it just is like this glimpse or a glow. And then it goes away.
What?
What's going on?
A chair pops next to us, like he was sit, like when you sit
I haven't
down,
been looking, but
the
you
chair
know,
pops
yeah.
to like give way to the weight.
Did, Henry, did you sit down? Can I ask you directly?
Yes,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
by all
Sorry.
means,
He knows what
no. Talk to him directly, you don't
Sorry.
need me.
Henry, did you just sit down and freak him out over there? Because that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I did.
Was it another spirit besides you, Henry? Was it Jenny? Was it Jenny?
He's not answering.
It's not.
He's not gonna say, he's not kissing and telling. I can tell you it was Henry. Just because of the fact that he got very close to you and in front of you and it was the shadow, that's Henry that does that. Jenny likes to sit down and just push you and have fun.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna tell you that we've been down here for at least 30 minutes in the dark. I'm a timekeeper, and I usually look at my cell phone before we turn off the lights. And then usually I have a pretty good sense about when 30 minutes is up. Most of the time.
Is your nose cold up?
A little bit, yeah. My nose is, yeah, that's the,
Your nose is ice cold.
yeah, I know, it's just like, ice cold, ice cold. It's warm, we're gonna turn on the lights though.
Are we ready?
It is 12:46, it's 12:46.
And your name's Bob, right?
Bruce.
Bruce, I'm sorry.
That's pretty much true, so far.
I knew when I said that, that's his name, what did you tell
And
me?
actually, I think
That's true.
it was 11:15, we talked a little bit more, probably turned out the lights about 12, so actually.
So Henry, did you want to say anything to them? Because I'll probably go home shortly. And then you'll have to, for real, talk to them with the kid too. Anything you wanna say? Just welcome. And stay as long as you like. And all the respect and honor, welcome to us home.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if you guys want to feel the energies of Lydia, she's telling me she's gonna go back upstairs and she hangs out at the front door. So if you go to the front door and you feel an energy up there or you catch an alert,
But you'll have to open the front door to feel her.
if there's something moving to your left, it's either Mary or Henry.
No, I mean, is anyone sitting along this wall over here, like,
By you?
yeah,
No.
Empty chairs there.
okay.
Oh, I love that you're freaked out.
So what I wanna
I
know
said that's
is,
freaky, I'm not freaky.
Well,
is
it's
Bruce
freaky.
still a skeptic?
I got a feeling I like to get that here, so.
That's what I want.
He's gonna go down.
It's getting, it's,
Let's go get.
You're getting there.
they're getting there, I'm not drinking
Okay.
the Kool-Aid yet, but
Okay.
I'll sit.
Only because I haven't made.
Are we ready? I'm gonna turn on the lights.
All right, I like, What was that term, Troy? Optimistic, skeptic?
Yeah.
I like that. I do, optimistic.
An optimistic skeptic.
Yeah.
So, on that one there.
And I do want to tell you guys, thank you for the privilege of being your medium this evening.
Thank you.
I enjoy it immensely. I never get tired of talking to the spirits.
And I always say the nicest thing about owning McPike Mansion is meeting all the nice people.
Cool, you guys were great victims. I mean,
Okay, no, seriously.
Oh,
that
no,
thing was
oh,
popping off. Yeah.
Sharon, did you count the bodies?
Yeah, I just powered on. I'm sorry. I just.
Oh, no, I gotta drive, I got a 2-hour drive still. Oh, my
Actually, you're not gonna stay over, Troy?
Really?
Not the whole time.
I felt like somebody
It
went
felt
like
like she
this.
was trying to hold it.
I swear to God. I came, yeah, I know, and that's what I said to her.
Yeah, you saw that, didn't you?
I swear I can see it.
It was like trying to figure out what it was.
Slow, and then it goes, fades out again.
Oh,
I gotta go burn one.
Awesome, because a lot of people told me.
Flat cold.
That I see. Did you have fun?
I did, that was
Awesome.
cool, it really was. Can we talk on the air? Well, when I say talk, we'll record it and then we'll play it back.
No, dude.